our legacy. We are the SWAC, building champions for life. Building champions for life didn't just happen overnight. Since 1920, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, SWAC, has been in the forefront in leadership and excellence in all our athletic programs. There are very few major sports halls of fame that a SWAC athlete is not a member. Hall of Fame coaches who were stewards and mentors to these elite athletes. Our tradition, our distinction, our legacy. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
Some college players give it their all. But when I say player, I don't mean the ones with the ball. I mean the ones that play drums, the brass, the woodwinds. These players bring excitement to the stadium. Because for them, halftime isn't a break. It's game time. Pepsi is a proud supporter of HBCU students. Pepsi and HBCUs. That's what I like.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Birmingham Crossplex in Birmingham, Alabama, where champions will be crowned today in the Southwestern Athletic Conference as we have the 2023 Indoor SWAC Track and Field Championship. Along with Coach T.J. Williams, formerly of USA Track and Field, I am Mo Carter, and Coach, I feel like it's deja vu once again. Last year we had weather delays that kind of turned into some things, and then this year we have weather delays where now everyone is in a time trial situation compared to running against each other.
Yes, one thing about this year as the last year, once again, everyone is in a time trial, so you have to give 100%. Everything that you thought about doing, hey, you have to put it on the line right now.
Yes, sir. So we just started off with the women's 60-meter hurdles on that one, and we have three competitors in that one. That was Karani Alexander, Akil Please Carney, and Michelle Dela Cruz. And on that one, it appears that it was Akil Lee Please Carmi who comes through with the victory. So coming up on the next session, we will have Sierra Session in lane 1, Kayla Johnson, lane 2, Adacia Coleman in lane 3, Shakira Woods in lane 4, Leandra Elam in lane 5, Mataya Naylor in lane 6, Delisha Lawrence in lane 7, and Ajane Cressy in lane 8.
And so the lanes that we'll be actually looking for is actually lane 4 and actually lane 5. The lane 4, that is Shakira Woods from Alabama A&M, as well as in lane 5, that is Elam from Arkansas Pine Bluff in lane 5. Woods comes in with the fastest time right now at 8.99.
So, Coach, like we mentioned, last year it was a scenario where instead of running against each other, roughly you're running against time. Does that become more of a challenge for any of these student athletes?
Well, basically, each athlete have to do one thing, and that is control your box, dominate your box. So right now, your greatest opponent is yourself.
So the gun is up. The runners are getting ready to take their mark. Keep an eye on lane 4, as you mentioned, Shakira Woods from out of Alabama A&M. And here we go. Great start. Woods is ahead of everyone.
Good. And that was lane 5. Elam from Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Elam was able to edge out both Woods and Coleman from Texas Southern on that one. Let's take a look at it back at it once again. I mean, it was about as even as it can be, Coach.
So actually, we actually had Texas Southern, Coleman from Texas Southern.
Right now, Coleman from Texas Southern has the best time at 8.92. Woods is right behind her. So as we get ready for Heat 3, we've got Jalen Hampton from Arkansas Pine Bluff, Deja McKenzie from Southern University, Erica Garrett from Jackson State, Jasmine Gray, that's another name we need to definitely keep a lookout on from Prairie View. She has been blazing the trail. From Prairie View, she'll be in lane 4. Rasu Tyler Thompson from Alabama State. Darion Joseph in lane 6 from Mississippi Valley. Ivory Davis from Grambling State, she'll be in lane 7. And in lane 8 will be Callie Calicoot.
In this heat in lane 3, we actually will find our conference champion. Right now, we have 3 athletes that's coming like neck to neck. You have Tyler from Alabama State, Gray from Prairie View, as well as Garrett from Jackson State University.
Once again, if you're just joining us, they are running against time due to the fact that we had the bad weather all across the state of Alabama on yesterday evening. We hope that if you're in that area, we hope that everyone was A-OK throughout the entire state of Alabama. All right, we are getting ready for Heat 3 of the women's 60-meter hurdles. As we mentioned, you want to keep an eye out on Jasmine Gray from Prairie View. Everyone's still getting ready. And they are off. And at the finish line, looks like Jasmine Gray was edged.
Yeah, looked like we have a photo finish.
Absolutely. It may have been Erica Garrett from Jackson State that edged Jasmine Gray on that one, and yes, she just found out, and the celebration is on right there, Coach.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. She closed greatly on that. On the last 10 meters, she actually closed really well.
Let's take a look back at it.
Everyone, you see, Gray actually was the first athlete to the first hurdle. But as you see Garrett on her left-hand side, she just continued to just execute the hurdles, and she closed.
And Erica Garrett will win the women's 60-meter hurdles. Congratulations to her.
One thing about with the hurdles, each athlete have the exact same chance. All the athletes take the same amount of steps between the hurdles and also after and before the hurdle. It's all based on who can apply the most force to the track and who's able to actually have a flight quicker than all the other athletes.
So as we mentioned, everything has been operating on schedule thus far. We're just starting our coverage here on the SWAC Digital Network. It's Mo Card, it's Coach TJ Williams, formerly of USA Track and Field. We're live here inside of the Birmingham Crossplex in Birmingham, Alabama. Clearly, the weather changed a whole lot of things, even though we're indoor, Coach.
Right.
Like, please explain that to me.
Well, one thing, you had a lot of threats, throughout the southeastern area. And one thing with those threats, you do want to make sure that each athlete, each representative of each institution is actually safe.
Yes,
like last year, we had the exact same situation that happened. And with these situations, it doesn't matter how much you have rehearsed. You have to be able to be ready to compete.
Absolutely. So as we get ready for the men's 60-meter hurdles, we will also take a look at our field events. Going on right now, we got split screen between the long jump and the pole vault. The pole vault, I think, is part of the heptathlon, as a matter of fact.
Daniel Bailey, Arkansas Pine Bluff, seventh in the competition last season. Your champion in 2021. He was seventh in 2020. Javaris Wilson of Southern, the returning champion in the men's weight throw. He was eighth in the competition in 2019. Davion Center. And
the young man from Arkansas Pine Bluff just cleared his mark right there on the heptathlon pole vault.
Completes our competitors for the men's weight throw.
And we have a young lady from Southern University.
It's good jumping. And that was Alexander from Southern University.
Representing the Jaguar Nation. And for the heptathlon, obviously those guys were able to start on yesterday. Got a few of the events out of the way, and now they'll definitely complete some things today. I tell you, you got to be one heck of an athlete to be participating in all the events that they do.
Well, the heptathletes are usually known as the greatest athletes in the world. You have to be very flexible. You have to be very versatile as a heptathlete, whether you're in the heptathlon as well as the decathlon that you do outdoors.
All right, so once again, now we've got FAMU. Very good jump right there. Janae Lyons, I'm sorry.
And right now, what we're looking at now, we're looking at the women's long jump. That is actually the second flight. Of the second flight, we have the second athlete that's getting ready to compete. And her name is Ryan Richards from Texas Southern.
And now we move over to one of those events where I was definitely not that strong to do right here.
Yes, it looks like we have the men's weight throw. You had the women's weight throw earlier this morning.
So we've got the split screen between the weight throw and continues the heptathlon athletes who are participating in the long jump as they get things ready for the men's 60-meter hurdles, which we will see in just a few short moments. And there is a solid jump right there as we go back to the women's long jump.
That last athlete was Mia Hurd from Florida A&M University. We have up now is Tanaya Burnett from Alabama A&M. She comes in with a qualifying jump of 5.23 meters. She is the fourth jumper of the second flight.
And in the second flight, she has one of the better qualifying jumps coming into it. Alabama A&M making the quick trip down I-65 to Birmingham.
So one thing I like about this year, how the SWAC actually set up each flight. They actually mix the flights. Usually, sometimes in a high school meet, you'll actually see the greater performer of athletes actually compete in the last flights, but here at the SWAC they actually mix them, which is really good.
Kaya Williams getting ready to take flight on the long jump, qualifying jump 5.82 meters. That is an interesting narrative that you bring across, Coach, because you're absolutely right. Yeah,
Exactly.
I'm used to definitely seeing, you know, the better in the later and
And what that does, it gives every athlete that chance to actually compete at their best. Usually athletes are usually compete according to their surroundings. If they're competing against athletes who are jumping or running at their level, but this time the athletes get a chance to compete according to where they have to perform. I always think about a great quote from the great coach Nick Saban. He always say, dominate your box, win your box. So each athlete here today, they have to win their box. Their greatest opponent is themselves.
And we're now taking a look at Candace Mongo from Jackson State University. And I guess you could also say, from what you just said just now, Coach, you can translate over to whenever you get on the actual track and win your race as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Because all the athletes have been training. All the athletes been training throughout this week, throughout the year. And so now is the time where everything is a final. So you don't have a chance to actually run a prelim. You just have to perform.
And everything is performance-based. We continue to look at the split screen now of the men's heptathlon on your right of your screen and the men's weight throw on the left of your screen. Beautiful complex here in Birmingham, Alabama, and there are so many entities that have used this complex. I mean, we're talking about the SEC, the SWAC, the Alabama High School Athletic Association, the Gulf South Conference, you know, you name it. This is one of the premier track and field indoor facilities in the region and perhaps maybe the nation.
Exactly, and you can't forget those grassroots, those little small youth kids. This complex is also the home of a lot of youth track and field competitions, but the Birmingham Crossplex is very unique. Underneath the stands, there's actually is a warm-up area, so it is actually separated from the rest of the track, so it gives those athletes that privacy, whereas in many indoor facilities, athletes have to warm up on the track.
It's more like an area where you kind of have to get your mind right.
Exactly.
I love those situations. And also, too, Coach, you played a pretty small, well.
Yeah, we, you know, throughout the years, we always have been looking for an indoor facility here at the Birmingham area. And one of the first locations we actually looked at was actually near downtown at first because of the fact they built the new football stadium downtown.
Yes, sir.
And those ideas came from our late mayor, Larry Langford. So Mayor Langford was a catalyst for the vision of the Birmingham Crossplex. And he also had a vision for a dome stadium. We didn't get the dome stadium, but
I've heard the stories.
Yes, but we did get progressive. And but at one time, this area was actually the grandstand for the Alabama State Fairgrounds.
Yes, I've heard the story about the Dome Stadium, but, you know, clearly the city of Birmingham has made a lot of strides through their leadership all the way to the current mayor right now, Mayor Randall Woodfin, especially when it comes to HBCU athletics as well. And clearly their relationship with the Southwestern Athletic Conference has been a work of wonders.
It really has been a godsend because years ago we actually used to compete in what we used to call the barn up in North Alabama. And so there are a lot of track and field meets had been established in the barn, but when we actually State of Alabama High School, they postponed track for a couple of years until they actually built this new complex here.
Yes, sir. And clearly, as we talk about the relationship between the Southwestern Athletic Conference and the city of Birmingham, headquarters are located here. They've been here for about 2 decades or so. I remember when it was previously located in New Orleans, but, Birmingham gave them a great deal. And we've seen some great results through the year, especially with leadership. And now we have Dr. Charles McClellan, who has worked wonders for this conference, and the relationship between he and the city of Birmingham, along with the Southwestern Athletic Conference, will continue just to flourish through the years. As we get back to our track action just now, that was Southern University's Azariah Foster on the long jump. She had a qualifying jump of 5.37 meters.
We'll take our time and set up.
I love when we get the slow motion action because you just see all the emotions and the body movements. You kind of see everyone contort their bodies to get those longer jumps. And it works.
Oh, yeah, definitely. One thing about our field events, they are rotational events. What I mean by rotational events, these type of events, they really press a demand on the athlete utilizing their hips, getting really good rotation as they approach the actually bar.
All right, so we're getting ready for the 60-meter hurdles. It's the first heat for the men. And unlike the women, we actually have a full bracket of guys from lanes 1 to 8. We got Jack Sutherland, we got Josh Graham in lane 2, Devin Sowell, and the gun is up. And they're off to the race. We already have one guy that has already taken a trip and fall. A second guy has taken a trip and fall. And at the end right here,
it looks like we have Devin Sewell from Southern, who actually closed that event. He ran a time of 8.55. His qualifying time was actually 8.70, so he has really improved a lot.
Absolutely. Right behind him was Christian Washington with 8.63. Washington from Bethune-Cookman. As we take a look here, yeah, we just thought God just started kicking hurdles, and it can throw off a race. We've seen it many times on all levels.
Yeah, we had plenty of incidents on this heat here.
The first casualty right there in lane 7, that was Khalil Dillon from Arkansas Pine Bluff.
And also in the middle of the track as well, the athlete from Southern.
Looks like that was Terrell Chevalier.
And he actually was the top qualifier coming into that heat.
And you have to say Chevalier actually played it smart in that scenario because he was not about to clear the hurdle, so he literally kind of took a dive to go under so he does not injure himself anymore in that scenario.
Right.
I mean, I know that's one of those things probably not taught all the time, but at the same time, hey, he knows that he's got a future.
Exactly. Well, you have things that happen at that point of contact.
So right now, the time to beat is 8.55. .855 is the time to beat. Coming up in the next heat, we've got 8 young men. In lane 1, Kamani Richards from Bethune-Cookman. In lane 2, Ivan Donaldson from Jackson State. In lane 3, Rainey Anderson from Grambling State. In lane 4, Jaden Stanford from FAMU. In lane 5, Malachi Bird from Texas Southern. In lane 6, Vaughn Devon III from Alabama State. Lane 7, Malik Bush from Southern University. And in lane 8, DeMarco Thompson from Alabama State.
And we have Jaden Sanford from Florida A&M, who comes with a qualifying time of 8.37, and Malachi Bird at 8.38, as well as Rainey Anderson from Grambling comes at a time of 8.39.
Remember, these guys are going against the clock in these time finals. It'll be the same scenario for just about every running event today. And here we go. And in lane 2, it was Ivan Harrison with an 8.28 as your winner. Right behind him was Malachi Bird, Texas Southern, 8.43.
And that is going to be the time to beat, 8.2. 8.29 by Davison from Jackson State.
Let's take a look at the
replay. The Tigers are really showing up this weekend.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And, I mean, look at Donaldson. Donaldson is just blazing the trail ahead of everyone.
I mean, the Tigers have really shown up this weekend.
And, I mean, for Donaldson, too, you know, he was in lane 2. There was not a guy in lane 1, so he's literally running against everyone to his right, but he was focused straight on the finish line in the front, and he crossed the finish line with everyone behind him.
And if you notice him, if you notice Donaldson, each clearance of the hurdles was very clean. He was very clean in between each hurdle, through the hurdle. With a time of 8.29. So we'll see what we have in heat 3.
So it's easy to say that the pressure is on for these guys in heat 3. In lane 1, it'll be Tyler Trimble of Jackson State. In lane 2, Brandon McLaren of Alabama A&M. In lane 3, Stephen Lane of Arkansas Pine Bluff. In lane 4, Jordan Thompson of Southern University. Last year, Thompson got a medal in this event. In lane 5, Dakari Betts from Grambling State University. Lane 6, Desmond Farrell from Mississippi Valley State. Lane 7, Arian Knight from Prairie View. And in lane 8, Javante Knoll from Alcorn State.
And Jordan Thompson comes in with the fastest time right now indoors, with a time was 7.92, followed by Dakari Betts from Grambling with a time of 8.09. So this is going to be a very interesting race. We're going to see who can actually have the cleanest route at this heat here.
Very much so, Coach. And here's the other thing, too. I mean, after what Donaldson did, clearly these guys in heat 3 are like, all right, we got a little pressure on us now.
Exactly.
If the pressure wasn't already on, it's definitely about to be cooking in just a second.
It proves the point. You have to come in ready to compete. Every athlete has the exact same chance. You have a time final. So the greatest thing that you can do is compete against yourself and not compete against your opponent. One thing about with the last heat, we noticed with Donaldson, he was in lane 1. He didn't have anyone to worry about. He'd have to worry about a guy next to him.
No, he did not, and he ran his own race.
Exactly. So we'll see what happens in this heat here.
Absolutely. So here we go. The guys are getting ready to take their spots in the blocks. Remember, 8.2 is the time to beat. Make sure everybody's ready.
Yeah.
In the runner's mind, they're getting the last second jitters out the way, and they're about to roll.
Will we have a dark horse here?
Thompson is out in front.
Thompson delivered 7.99.
7.92. 7.93, they're now saying. Jordan Thompson from Southern University will run away with the men's 60-meter hurdles championship. Right behind him was Stephen Lane from Arkansas Pine Bluff at 8.132. Dakari Betts from Grambling, 8.141.
And you see one thing about Thompson, once he attacked, it was no letting up.
Absolutely. It was Thompson's race to lose in this situation. Really, After that, you had a photo finish roughly at the end between Stephen Lane and Dakari Betts.
And then see with the hurdles, every athlete runs the exact same number of strides in between the hurdles as well as after the hurdles. It's all about what athlete can actually produce the most force off and off the track.
So congratulations to Mr. Jordan Thompson of Southern University. He is the 2023 SWAC Indoor Men's 60-meter hurdles champion. He came so close last year, but this year he was blazing the trail to make sure that he was going to walk away for a gold medal and then get Southern University some points on the board.
As he ran that race, he looked determined. He knew that it was his race to win.
Yes, sir. All right, everyone, we're going to take a break here, but when we return, we'll have more action from the 2023 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championship. Stay tuned.
Some college players give it their all. But when I say player, I don't mean the ones with the ball. I mean the ones that play drums, the brass, the woodwinds. These players bring excitement to the stadium. Because for them, halftime isn't a break. It's game time. Pepsi is a proud supporter of HBCU students. Pepsi and HBCUs. That's what I like.
That's a pretty tight spot.
Watch this.
Of course your Buick parks itself. That's so you.
It's just up here on the right.
Of course you know where we're going. That's so you.
Kinda got a sixth sense.
And a head-up display.
They're here.
Hit the field, warm up. You brought all these players in your Buick?
Yep.
So you.
It is.
There's a Buick that fits your life because at the heart of every Buick SUV,
let there be no doubt. You are ready for whatever comes next. You've got bars to raise, expectations to exceed, status quos to rise above. And you've come to the right place. Because it all starts right here. Which is precisely why we are so proud to support HBCU programs.
Join the HBCU family. You become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
And welcome back to the Crossplex here in Birmingham, Alabama. This year's site for the 2023 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championship. Mo Carter alongside Coach T.J. Williams. And, Coach, we just saw winners crowned in the men's and women's hurdles. Now we're moving over to the women's 60-meter dash.
So we actually head into the gladiator events. These events where you have to bring it, dominate your lane.
And also one thing to keep an eye out on, especially with the women, will be this. The defending champion is here, and that is Trinity Bolden from Southern University. We will see her in Heat 3, as a matter of fact. And, I mean, as a defending champ, you know, you want to go back-to-back, right?
Exactly. Because she came in, right now she has the fastest time in the conference at 7.41. However, in lane 1, we'll see exactly what maybe Tyler Brown or maybe Naya Galloway could do for Grambling. From Southern University.
So in lane 2, we have Kayla Jenkins from Texas Southern. Lane 3, Takira Giasco from Grambling. Anaya Galloway in lane 4 from Southern. Tyler Brown from FAMU in lane 5. Amaray Waring from Bethune-Cookman in lane 6. Adacia Coleman from Texas Southern in lane 7. And Lindy Mautry from UAPB in lane 8. And they are off. And out in front, will be Takira Glasgow from Grambling State University, 7.83. Followed by Amaray Waring from Bethune-Cookman, 7.91.
And Glasgow actually came in with a qualifying time of 7.97, so she really made a great improvement.
I mean, just take a look at it. She got out in front of the pack. Waring tried to run her down at the end. Maybe if this is a 100-meter dash, she probably does. But kudos to Glasgow on winning that heat right there and doing so by coming out of the lane, coming out of the blocks very, very quickly, and then holding on for the victory.
Yeah, she actually dominated from the beginning.
And then her teammates are literally to our immediate left, so we can literally hear them. So if you're hearing all those cheers, that is a bunch of Glasgow fans from Grambling State University, a.k.a. her teammates.
Exactly, and making that improvement from 7.83 is really great.
Absolutely. So as we roll into heat number 2, in lane 1, we will have Erica Garrett from Jackson State. In lane 2, Tajaji Patio from Texas Southern University. Lane 3, Maya Sherman from Mississippi Valley State. Lane 4, her teammate, Kayla Clayton from Mississippi Valley State. Lane 5, Lily Burnett from Texas Southern. Lane 6, Kaya Williams from Alcorn State. Lane 7, Sanaya Tillman from Bethune-Cookman. And in lane 8, Erin Garrett from Jackson State.
And so we have Clayton from Mississippi Valley as well as Burnett from Texas Southern, actually all the heat leaders right now at 7.88. It's good to see we have 2 actually sprinters here from Mississippi Valley in the same heat.
It'll also be interesting to see how do they compete against each other because they practice against each other each and every day. For those of you just joining us, because of weather, all of the events for running will be timed. So you're running against the time. Technically, you're not running against everybody else for the win. You're running against the time, and here we go. It's kind of even right now. Very even. Maybe at the end it was Lily Burnett from Texas Southern, who they are giving the victory to at 7.82. Followed by Sanaya Tillman from Bethune-Cookman, 7.85. Erica Garrett coming through in third with 7.857.
Exactly.
This is about as evenly matched as a race as you can see, Coach.
And Garrett actually out-accelerated everyone, but however, the runner from Southern University?
Looks
Bethune-Cookman.
Bethune-Cookman, yes. Tillman.
Yeah, closed. She actually closed, even though Burnett won the race from
Yeah, it was close.
Very close.
Good thing we got that great technology.
Exactly. But you had Lily Burnett with a time of 7.83.
So 7.83 is the time to beat with Burnett from Texas Southern. Up next. We will have Section 3, which will feature in Lane 1, Jyron Russell from Alabama A&M. In Lane 2, her arch rival, and I say that,
all right.
Shauna Pert from Alabama State. We know. We're in Birmingham. It's the Magic City. It's Alabama State. It's Alabama A&M. Along with another Alabama State runner, Rossinick Tyler Thompson, also from ASU. In Lane 4, Leon Smith from Arkansas Pine Bluff. In Lane 5, Talia Spurlock from Mississippi Valley. In Lane 6, Terranique Alexander from Alabama State. Lane 7, Shania Berry from Florida A&M. And in Lane 8, Brianna Guy from Arkansas Pine Bluff.
So we had the athlete from Arkansas Pine Bluff, Ashley Smith, that comes in with the fastest time of this heat.
One thing about all these young ladies in this heat right there, they are all within the range of pulling through. And in Lane 3, it looks like it's going to be Raisa Tyler Thompson. Yes, she does. Raisa Tyler Thompson picking up the victory in that heat. 7.54, Coach.
Yes, sir. And Alabama State has shown up. As you see, that the swarm is here.
Swarm and Sting.
Yes, sir.
And I mean, look at that get up right there. Once she just got ahead of everyone, there's no stopping her on that one.
She had a tremendous close. A tremendous close.
And if you have not been following track and field in the Southwestern Athletic Conference, clearly Alabama State has had a dynasty on both the men's and women's side. More so the women's than what it is men's.
Yeah.
And clearly they were knocked off last year.
Exactly.
But it looks like they're trying to make their way back to the top right now with performances like this.
Yeah, one thing about Alabama State, you know, they actually have that new track facility.
I was just about to mention that.
Yeah, so last year they had a lot of, troubles with the track. But now they have a lot of consistency now. So look for the swarm this weekend. But that was a great run.
And what's interesting is that really all around the SWAC, you are seeing a lot of improved track facilities. Alabama State has a new track. Southern University just laid down a new track. Alabama A&M in Huntsville is getting ready to refurbish their track as well. So I'm guessing, you got to keep up with the Joneses.
Exactly. And then we have the state-of-the-art track down at Prairie View. This is where the outdoor championships will be this year.
And we'll see many of those student athletes participating that are participating today out there in the outdoor later on. But first things first, they've got to take care of things on the indoor circuit. Let's go to the next heat.
And we have the heat leader coming in. What you were looking forward to earlier is actually Trinity Bolden from Southern with a qualifying time of 7.41.
And Trinity Bolden is the defending champion. So here we go. Can she defend her crown? Bolden is out in front. It's Bolden. Bolden running away from it, and Bolden takes the heat. Now let's see if she can defend her championship. 7.46.
Great job, all the ladies.
Victoria Smith coming in at second with 7.55.
After we see Bolden in the middle of the track, she actually takes control at the beginning, especially when she came out of her acceleration zone and she began to lift. The rest is history.
It almost looks like she let up just a tad bit at the end. I'm pretty sure her coach will let her know about that. But at the same time, he'll give her a big high-five hug. There she is right there.
Definitely.
Your back-to-back SWAC indoor track champion, Trinity Bolden from Southern University. So that makes it back-to-back championships that we've seen not only with her, but we just saw her male teammate take the men's hurdle as well.
Great. It's one thing about the SWAC. It's more like a family. It kind of remind you of the SEC. The athletes really work together. They commemorate one another together. They cheer for each other. So SWAC is actually a special conference.
Absolutely. Southwestern Athletic Conference, one of the premier HBCU conferences in the entire United States. So many things going on with SWAC. I mean, yes, we know about football, we know about baseball and basketball, but track and field, they've got their stars as well, and we're seeing a lot of them today. As you continue to look at the champion Trinity Bolden getting high fives from her teammates.
And your champion in the women's weight throw with a toss of 17.61 meters.
All right, everyone, we're going to take another break here from the Birmingham Crossplex. We'll be right back with more indoor track and field championships.
Perkins of TSU, back-to-back champion in the women's weight throw.
There you go.
The 2023 Cricket SWAC Men's and Women's Basketball Tournaments presented by Starry return to the Magic City on Wednesday, March 8th through Saturday, March 11th, as the league's top 8 teams on both sides look to bring home championship titles with 2 NCAA tournament berths on the line. This year's tournament is scheduled to be held in downtown Birmingham at Parto Arena. For more information, visit www.swac.org. This year's basketball tournaments are also being brought to you by Buick and Rocket Mortgage. The 2023 Cricket SWAC Men's and Women's Basketball Tournaments presented by Starry return to the Magic City on Wednesday, March 8th through Saturday, March 11th, as the league's top 8 teams on both sides look to bring home championship titles with 2 NCAA tournament berths on the line. This year's tournament is scheduled to be held in downtown Birmingham at Parto Arena. For more information, visit www.swac.org. This year's basketball tournaments are also being brought to you by Buick and Rocket Mortgage.
Some college players give it their all. But when I say player, I don't mean the ones with the ball. I mean the ones that play drums, the brass, the woodwinds. These players bring excitement to the stadium. Because for them, halftime isn't a break. It's game time. Pepsi is a proud supporter of HBCU students. Pepsi and HBCUs. That's what I like.
That's a pretty tight spot.
Watch this.
Of course your Buick parks itself. That's so you.
It's just up here on the right.
Of course you know where we're going. That's so you.
Kind of got a sixth sense.
And a head-up display.
They're here.
I hit the field, warm up. You brought all these players in your Buick?
Yep.
So you.
It is.
There's a Buick that fits your life because at the heart of every Buick SUV is you.
Let there be no doubt. You are ready for whatever comes next. You've got bars to raise, expectations to exceed, status quos to rise above. And you've come to the right place. Because it all starts right here. Which is precisely why we are so proud to support HBCU programs.
And welcome back to the Crossbacks here in Birmingham, Alabama, the site of the 2023 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. Mo Carter and Coach TJ Williams on hand, and we're taking a look at the multiple events that are going on. Clearly, we still have the men's heptathlon where we have the pole vault events going on, and then we also have the men's weight throw going on the left of your screen. Looks like they're still going through a few practice throws over there with the weight throw. And we will definitely be keeping an eye out on that, Coach.
Yeah, then the weight throw is your primary indoor event. It is, you can say, a twin of the actual weight throw outdoors. And also we have the heptathletes still competing in the pole vault right now.
Oh,
yes.
He couldn't clear that one there.
Yeah, we just had a failed attempt there.
I'll tell you one thing about the heptathletes. Clearly, they're all great athletes. Sometimes they do look a little weird doing other events that I know they're not accustomed to doing, like we just saw there. Right. But looks can be deceiving because some guys or ladies can get out there and just do it like it's nothing, right?
Well, exactly. With the pole vault, it is a speed event. You do have to have the sprinting ability to actually pole vault because you're actually attacking a bar. And one of the greatest assets of actually speed is an athlete who has the ability to actually jump.
Yeah, clearing the bar.
Exactly.
It may sound cliche, but that's literally what the science of it is. If you're just joining us here, this is the 2023 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. We had to switch some things up because of the weather going on yesterday in both central and western Alabama, along with parts of northern Alabama. So because of that, everything is being raced on a time trial basis today, especially on the track. But with that, we're still seeing great competition thus far, and we've seen a lot of champions crowned, including the women's 60-meter hurdle champion who goes back-to-back and won Trinity Bolden from Southern University.
Very good. And one thing we're looking at the weather, what we had yesterday, we're really graced that didn't have any incidents. As you noticed that the atmosphere was really just fueling. I mean, it was like perfect for a terrible storm, but by grace, we came out clear. And so now our athletes are here ready to compete. We had to get a little earlier start, but however, we're ready to go.
Yes, sir. So we've got three guys in Heat 1 of the 60-meter dash for the men's. In Lane 3 will be Rodney Johnson from Southern University. In Lane 4, Adipupo from Prairie View and Cedric Burrell from Alabama A&M. And it looks like it'll be Rodney Johnson coming up with the victory on that heat.
Yes, Johnson from Southern, he actually dominated the event from beginning at the start of the gun.
Official time for Rodney Johnson, 7.02.
And he actually is an athlete that came in with no time. So that's one of the things that a time final could open the door for an athlete who comes in with no time.
Could you almost look at the athletes that have the no times of being like possible dark horses?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, because no one knows exactly what they're bringing to the race.
Mm-hmm. So Rodney Johnson coming through with 7.03 officially now. Going to Heat 2 of this time final. In Lane 2, we will have Terry Simmons from Mississippi Valley State, Robert Hampton from Florida A&M, Trevon Ridley of Texas Southern. We'll have Cedric Pitts Jr. of Jackson State, Derek Washington from Southern University in Lane 6. In Lane 7, we'll have Nicholas Williams from Grambling, and right next to him in Lane 8 will be Ashton Murphy of Alcorn State.
And really comes in with the fastest time this heat at 7.00 seconds, followed by Pitts from Jackson State at 7:01. So we'll see how these athletes fare when they actually compete head-to-head.
Once again, these are all time finals. We've actually seen one winner come out of what would be considered the fastest heat well, wasn't the fastest heat technically already in the early stages. Could we see it again? We'll have to find out momentarily.
We could actually see it. We could actually see it. And also, we have the fastest athlete coming into here is actually Victor Smith at Alabama State with a 6.69. We'll see if he can actually break last year's record, which was 6.60 by Braylon Robinson. So we'll see exactly what's going to happen today.
We'll see Victor Smith in Heat 5. Right now, we're getting ready for Heat 2. And they're off. It's a good start. And it looks like it'll be Derek Washington coming up on the right side in lane 6.
Yeah, Washington closed really, really well. When we saw Terry Simmons out of lane 1 from actually Mississippi Valley, he actually out-accelerated everyone. But however, you saw Ridley pull up through him at the end of the acceleration zone, which is about 40 meters. But however, Washington from Southern was the closer.
Derek Washington coming in with 6.92. Robert Hampton from FAMU, 6.97. Trevon Ridley from Texas Southern, 6.98.
And Washington actually came into the race with a 7.08 time. So, you know, hey, he came to play today.
Absolutely. Anytime you can see an improvement from your time that was submitted to the actual time on the track, coaches got to love that. Your teammates have to love that. And if you can qualify and get some points, everybody loves it.
Well, you know, this is the championship. So you look for those champions. Like I said, your greatest opponent is that person that's in the same box as you, and that's yourself.
Yes, sir. So right now the time to beat is 6.92 as we head into Heat 3 of the men's 60-meter dash. Lining up momentarily in lane 1 will be C.J. Guidry from Grambling State. In lane 2, Chance Holiday from Prairie View. In lane 3, it'll be Christian Lewis from Grambling State University. In lane 4, Nazir Carter, not a bad last name, from Prairie View. In lane 5, we'll have Arrington Robinson from Alcorn State. In lane 6, it'll be Kamani Gardner from Grambling State. Lane 7, Donovan Hunt from Jackson State. And in lane 8, it'll be Keyshawn Everly. So, Coach, when we look at these guys, who stands out?
Well, I'm actually looking at Carter at Prairie View, but however, this heat will be a photo finish.
All the qualifying times between these 8 men, they're all separated by 0.03 to 4 seconds. Seeing 698, 698, 696, 694, 695, 9898. So, yes. Coach has already called it. Let's see if it happens.
Yes, sir.
They are getting ready. The gun is going up. And here we go. Out in front, it's the men from Grambling State. Looks like Kamani Gardner comes through, unofficial 6.89. His teammate C.J. Guidry, 6.90, followed by Arrington Robinson of Alcorn State, 6.95. The 2 G-men.
Exactly.
Not so much bookends, but you're literally looking at lane 6 and lane 1.
And actually Gardner, Gardner improved the time from 6.97 to a 6.89. That is not bad. He came to compete today.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Congratulations on the winning of that heat. So we will see how everything else plays out. We have 2 more heats left in the 60-meter dash for the men. Interesting note, too, about Garner on that one. It looks like he started to lean a little bit.
Yeah, he was leaning, yes. He actually was leaning. it almost looked like Robinson from Alcorn was actually about to run out of his lane.
So as we go into Heat 4, Coach, in this one, we've got 8 qualifiers, starting with Muhammad Bennett from Bethune-Cookman. Johnny Holloway III from Alcorn State. Actually covered him many days at Sparkman High School. That guy can fly.
Okay.
He has a lot of school records at Sparkman High School in the Huntsville area. I actually remember when he signed with Alcorn State too, and he said, I will be a diamond in the rough one day. So we shall see how that goes with him. In lane 3, it'll be Justice Traynor from Alabama State. In lane 4, Dejan Clark from Florida A&M. In lane 5, Caleb Jolivet from Jackson State. Lane 6, it'll be Southern University's Claditeri Thompson. In lane 7, it'll be Alcorn's Amiri Franklin. And in lane 8, it'll be Matthew Clark from Alabama State.
And Dejan Clark from Florida A&M, the Rattler, comes in with the fastest time at 6.85. We'll see how everything finishes out this heat here as they prepare to start.
You talk about the young man from FAMU, so let's see if he can strike again.
Strike again.
In all my days, I would have never thought I would be talking about that in the Southwestern Athletic Conference, but a few years ago, that relationship was formed between not just them, but also Bethune-Cookman, expanding the footprint of the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Speaking of FAMU, I actually competed as an athlete for a year at Florida A&M under the direction of Bobby Lane.
Okay.
The great Bobby Lane.
The great Bobby Lane.
Yes, sir.
Was he a tough coach?
He was tough. He was tough. But he was a well-balanced man, well-balanced. I enjoyed my year at Florida A&M. I ended up coming back to the SIAC, as we well know that the entire East, other than maybe I don't know about Jackson, I think they were, but the entire East of the SWAC was actually it's the old SIAC.
Old SIAC, yes, there are many roots.
Right. So those years that Florida A&M actually competed in the SIAC, as long as Alabama A&M, Alabama State, Bethune-Cookman.
Yes, there are many schools that can trace their roots back to the SIAC that are in the Southwestern Athletic Conference Eastern Division. All right, so the guys are getting ready. Remember, these are time trials, so we're running against the time for a medal. Oh, and we may have a false start.
Yeah. And that was actually Justice Traynor from Alabama State University. He actually came in with a qualifying time of 6.88.
Let's see. Let's take a look at it.
And so he was definitely
quick flint. Oh yeah.
He was served the red card.
And he knew it as soon as he came out.
Yeah. So we'll try it again.
Yes, sir. We will. Once again, that was Justice Traynor from Alabama State who received the red card. That's why I hear the dow
yes.
on the gun for those who are watching the SWAC Indoor Championships or track and field for one of the first times. We appreciate you checking us out right here on the SWAC Digital Network. We're here in Birmingham, Alabama at the Crossplex, state-of-the-art facility that Coach Williams had a nice hand in helping get done and made. And here we go. Out in front, it's FAMU. Dejan Clark running away with the victory in that heat. 6-6-9.
That is the time to beat so far. That is the time to beat.
Caleb Jolivet from Jackson State, 6'8'6".
As we look back on this race here, you're looking at lane 4. From the beginning, you saw control of the athlete. Once he came out the acceleration zone, it was all done.
Absolutely. And here's another thing too, Coach. I noticed clearly the faster runners will keep their head down, you know, to get the acceleration going. It looked like he had his head down almost halfway through the race.
Exactly. One thing about with the sprints, it has most of what's going on is actually the forces that is below the athlete's hips. So in order for the athlete to be able to exactly accelerate, it's really important for the athlete to have their chest in line with their knees. You're more so in that squatted position. That forces the athlete's shin to be more in that 45-degree angle for them to actually drive off the track. And if you see this, what happened with Clark.
So, as we were talking about, Florida A&M striking, striking, and striking again. And right now, Dejon Clark is your leader in the clubhouse. 6.69 is the time to beat. So, final heat of the men's 60-meter dash. In lane 1, we'll have Jamarian Stubbs from Alabama State. In lane 2, the Anthony Nervis from Southern University. Last year, Nervis finished in 3rd place at this event. In lane 3, we will have Jermaine Digest from Bethune-Cookman. And lane 4, the young man you were talking about earlier, Coach, it'll be Victor Smith from Alabama State. He came in with a qualifying time of 6.69.
Right, exactly. And the time to beat is 6.68.
Yes, sir. Sean Collins from Jackson State, 6.71. He'll be in lane 5. Travis Wilson from Bethune-Cookman checking in lane 6. In lane 7, it'll be Chazavia Lewis from Texas Southern, and then Bethune-Cookman's Shenard Walker will be in lane 8. So can anyone beat 6.69 or 6.68 to win?
6.68.
We will find out right now. So, out in front right there, looks like it was Jermaine Digest from Bethune-Cookman. 6.66 is his time, followed by Sean Collins, Jackson State, 6.709. Victor Smith, who had the best time coming in, 6.71. Jamarian Stubbs behind him, 6.74.
It proves the point. You have to dominate your box. You dominate your lane. It doesn't matter what time you came into the event. You have to come ready to compete.
And and we're taking a look at the winner right there. That is Jermaine Digest from Bethune-Cookman, 6.664. The final time to take the men's 60-meter dash.
And Digest actually came in with a time of 6.74. But he came to compete. As you see, he looked dominant as he came out of the drive phase until he lifted. Once he lifted, it was history.
He's a tall guy that's got fast strides as we take a look at him right there. Victor Smith finishing in 4th. He was a potential favorite for this one, coming in with the best time. But as we look at him in lane 4, he just could not catch Digest.
Yes, looked like Smith actually got caught up into the event. It looked like he got caught up into competing early instead of just focusing on what he needed to do. So out of his drive phase, he stood straight up. So once he stood straight up, he had no horizontal forces going down the track.
And Jermaine Digest, a happy Wildcat. And he'll be taking a gold medal back to Daytona Beach, Florida. Congratulations, Jermaine Digest, once again coming through with the victory in the men's 60-meter dash for indoor. All right, so we're going to head back out to the track now. We've got women's long jump continuing to go. And as you're hearing cheering in the background, they are handing out the medals for the young ladies who won the women's 60-meter dash.
Back-to-back champion from Southern. Her time 7:46. Let's hear it for Trinity Bolden.
Coach, we've seen some fast times thus far on the 60-meter dash track and also on the hurdles track.
Yes, one thing about the SWAC, SWAC always delivers when they come down to fast time, especially during these championship runs as they prepare for the national indoor meet, as well as around the corner we have outdoors.
Correct. So as we just took a look, those were the top 3 finishers for the SWAC women's 60-meter dash. And the back-to-back champion, once again, was Trinity Bolden from Southern University, young lady from out of Antioch, California.
All right.
So apparently they got something good brewing out there in Antioch, California.
Exactly. And what we have going on the track right now is the women's triple jump. And right now we have the athlete on the concourse is Shakila Riggins from Alabama State. She comes in with a qualifying jump of 10.29 meters.
And she is the final athlete of that flight. Coach, for those that don't know, can you really explain how intense it can be to train for the triple jump? Because clearly you're not just running and jumping, you're literally running, jump, jump, jump again.
Yes.
Triple jump.
Triple jump is one of your primary technical events, because what you're trying to do, you're trying to maintain momentum. So it has a lot to do with the placement of the foot, making sure that the toe is always up. You always want the limb circulating like a tire. But it's one of our most technical events, because one thing about if you're not technically sound with the triple jump, you can injure yourself.
I remember my high school track and field days just trying to attempt a triple jump, and yeah, it was not happening.
Exactly.
I got some stories to tell, but I don't want to do it on air or here on the SWAC Digital Network.
I hear you. And years ago, kids were prepared to do triple jump. There used to be games called hopscotch.
Mm-hmm.
So
and I played hopscotch, Coach. I played hopscotch in elementary school. For some reason, it didn't translate over to high school. As we continue to look at triple jump, and we also have the weight throw on the left of your screen.
Right. And the weight throw is one of your rotational events. It is an area where, especially if you're a high school athlete, and if you're a high school athlete and you're a football player, the best events that you can actually do are actually field events. This is an area that football coordinators love to see, because you see athletes who have really good footwork and they have really good hip rotation. So if you're one of those coaches and you want a really good offensive line, you go to your throws.
Linemen, y'all listening. Do some track work, especially in the hammer throw.
That is the key.
It'll help those hips, and then once you get into that blocking position,
where definitely.
they pay left tackles and right tackles a whole lot of money.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're going to head back over to the track now. Got a little long distance coming up, Coach, with the 1 mile.
We got the women's mile.
So participating in the women's mile will be Stella Kiptool from Alcorn State, Shamia Jones. I found out it's not Shamia, it's Shamia. From Alabama State. Renelda Jackson from Prairie View, Anisha Ingram from Alabama A&M, Rebecca Bernardin from Alabama State, Serenity Williams from Florida A&M, Taisha Benjamin from Bethune-Cookman, Shelby Devereaux from Prairie View, Jordan Garnett from Prairie View, Samaya Nevers from Alcorn State, Taylor Wingo from Alabama A&M, and Catherine Maurer from Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Your distance events are your events that will actually make or break your indoor meet. You have an opportunity to actually score not only once, but twice as well as 3 times.
And Stella Kiptool is the defending champion from Alcorn State. She had a qualifying time of 5 minutes and 4 seconds.
And Kim right now, she's actually taking control early.
What's the advantage of taking control early and letting the field know where you stand at in a meet like this, Coach?
Well, you just said the key word. You let the entire field know exactly where you stand. Exactly.
She's actually a transfer from Benedict College in the SIAC, but she's originally from the country of Kenya.
You know, her mechanics look good. Her toe is up, so she has very little braking forces in front of her. And you say she keeps the heel going backwards, which is great. That's something that you really need. She came to the 400 at a minute and 11 seconds.
She is well out in front of the field now, Coach. Right behind her is Renelda Jackson from Prairie View, followed by Shelby Devereaux, also from Prairie View. But Stella is rolling.
Exactly. And then she's very aggressive. If you can compare her turnover compared to the other athletes, you can actually see a big difference. Where she's spending less time on the surface. Where you see a lot of the athletes in the distance events, they actually kind of rest on the surface.
Yes, sir.
But if you see her, she's actually, that foot is constantly going in a negative direction. That's exactly what you need.
Now the SWAC indoor record was set in 2015 by Autorilla Lassane at 5 minutes, .60. Stella qualified with 5 minutes and 4 seconds. 5 minutes, 4 seconds, .32.
Yeah. So at the 800, she was at after 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
And they just announced that she is close to record pace, Coach.
Exactly. She looks good. She looks good. But also, you have the race that's going on behind her. You have Alabama State right now. They have 2 runners actually that's in the top 5 right now.
You got Jones and Bernardine at 3 and 4.
So, like I say, this is one of those events that can actually make your championship run, especially when you have athletes that's going to score twice. And you see Alabama State right now, they have an opportunity to actually score at least 12 points.
Yes, sir. Alabama State in 3rd place, Alabama A&M in 4th place, and Alabama State in 5th place. So Stella will definitely take care of things from an individual basis, but from a team standpoint, look out for Alabama State. Stella just continues to roll, Coach.
Exactly. She looks good. She's looked good.
And it's a nice pace between 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Exactly.
Especially 2, 3, and 4.
Exactly. So right now, she definitely has it closed. There has been a change in her turnover. So she's right now, she's kind of laying that foot down on the track a lot now. So you see the athletes from Alabama State are actually moving forward, as well as
the all-important bell lap coming up, Coach.
Exactly. We will see. We will see how we close here.
And Coach, I'm looking at it now. Stella's starting to slow up a little bit.
Oh yes, oh yes.
And
here comes Shamia.
Shamia Jones has taken over 2nd place. Shamia's going for Stella. Can she catch her? Can she catch her? Here comes Shamia Jones and Stella. Shamia Jones passes up Stella. It'll be Camilla Jones with the victory. So Alabama State gets a 1st place finish in this one. They get 1st place. They get 5th place.
And Jones won that race with a time of 5 minutes, 5:05.95.
What a last leg kick by Shamia Jones.
So Alabama State finishes first and fifth.
Yes, sir. First place, Shamia Jones. Fifth place, Rebecca Bernadette. Your winning time, 5:05.9. Stella Kiptui from Alcorn State, 5:06.4. And I mean, Stella was out in front.
Yes.
She controlled this entire race, Coach, but she looks like she just ran out of gas just at the end.
Exactly.
And Shamia Jones had that extra kick. When you're talking about athletes getting out there and giving it their own, that's a true example of what we just saw right here in the women's mile.
Yeah, maximizing what you have. Maximizing what you have. One thing about Shamia, she actually had really good turnover closing.
And, of course, we've seen Shamia in long-distance runs, but she actually does have a background as a sprinter as well.
Okay.
So because of that, it pays off right there.
It showed up. It showed up.
Correct. And we've got a student athlete who, this needs a little extra rest. I've been there before, Coach. I'm sure you have too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That kind of take me back to those days at FAMU when Coach Lane used to make a demand from sprinters. We used to run 4 400s. All four had to be under 49 seconds.
Woo!
If you didn't make it, you had to run another one.
So it gave you a reason not to run another one.
Oh, it gave you a reason to be out at the track all night.
And what you're saying, I imagine that there were teammates of yours that were probably at the track.
Oh, yeah.
all
But
night.
however, it did pay off because that year we had the fastest sprint medley team as well as distance medley team in the world that year. So it really, really, really paid off.
As we move back over to some field events, triple jump going on right now along with the weight throw. Let's take a look at this great toss right here, Coach.
Really good rotation, really good rotation. But more important, he had a lot of aggression into that throw.
So if you're just joining us, this is the 2023 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. We're here at the Crossplex in Birmingham, Alabama, the site of many indoor championships, but the SWAC is putting it on the map on this afternoon today. Mo Card and Coach T.J. Williams, formerly of USA Track and Field. We've seen a lot of great student athletes thus far and many more to go.
Yeah, exactly. And we just had athletes from Alabama State competing in the triple jump. She came in with Ashley with no distance. She's Teranique Alexander from Alabama State. So the next athlete we have on the runway is actually Janaya Lyons of Florida A&M. She comes in a qualifying jump of 10.56 meters.
And the next event we'll have that will be hitting the track will be the men's mile. Two men to take a look at this year will be Jose Gonzalez of Texas Southern. He comes in with the best qualifying time at 4 minutes and about 12 seconds. And then we have the 2022 winner, Jala Gallimore from Jackson State, who's going to try to defend his title this year. So we will see those young men competing in a matter of a few minutes. But in the meantime, we'll continue to take a look at the hammer throw, and also we'll take a look at the women's triple jump.
And also with that men's run, you actually have Gonzalez who's coming in. He's actually running below, like I say, he's running below the conference record. The conference record is 4 minutes and 17 seconds. And right now he's coming in at a qualifying time is 4 minutes and 12.
And then Gallimore came in with 4 minutes and 16 seconds. So technically that's below.
Yeah. We got a good race that's about to happen.
Absolutely. So if you thought the women's race was great, just stay tuned. This men's race will be coming up. Should be good enough to sell a few tickets.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
And as I look out into the crowd, Coach, it's not just the track and field teams. I'm seeing a nice amount of fans on both sides.
Oh, yeah. You know, you have parents that's gonna travel to actually see their child compete.
Or in most cases, not just to travel, but you think about this might be the closest place they can get to see their child, because clearly a lot of the teams in the Southwestern Athletic Conference will compete with some of the other bigger conferences across the nation. Like you'll see a lot of SWAC schools compete with a lot of SEC places. The Texas schools will be competing against the likes of Texas and Baylor and all them out there that way. Arkansas is another place.
And you know, and that is the beauty of actually being a part of the SWAC, because you get that opportunity to actually to compete against those Power 5 schools. But getting back to Birmingham, you know, Birmingham is the heart of the Southeast. You have easy access from Georgia, from Florida, Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas. So Birmingham is kind of it's like that middle hub, and it's a perfect spot for the Southwest Athletic Conference.
Correct, and not only do we have the indoor championships here, but only in a matter of weeks, men's and women's basketball champion will be crowned in downtown Birmingham at Bartow Arena between March the 8th and the 11th. Well, the tournament's taking place March 8th through the 11th. The championships will be on that Saturday, the 11th, at Bartow Arena near the campus of UAB. It's been there the last few years, and I've talked to coaches, I've talked to players, and they really do enjoy playing there. All right, so we have the first heat of the men's mile coming up. So in this heat, we have Terrence Johnson of Arkansas Pine Bluff, Bryce Campbell of Southern University, and Joshua Jenkins of Alabama State. So, Coach, in such a small field, what's the strategy or what's going on in the minds of these three young men who are definitely competing for time against the next field with some of the guys with the best records and times in the Southwestern Athletic Conference?
Well, basically, you have one primary objective, and that is to score points. Like you have an athlete here who actually doesn't have a time coming in, but however, he has an opportunity. He just may be one of those athletes who may finish within the top 8.
Correct.
That 1 point could make a difference in a championship.
And nobody appears to want to really break away from the pack, theoretically, even though right now you have Bryce Campbell from Southern University with the slight lead. But yeah, Coach, as I was talking about with the championships in the city of Birmingham, we have the SWAC indoor championships going on right now. But yeah, in a few weeks, it'll be March Madness.
Right.
And the SWAC basketball championships will be taking place at Bartow Arena once again. One thing I really enjoyed about the basketball championships, too, was it kind of went retro and old school because they brought back the floor that had the SWAC logo and then all the SWAC participating team logos in it as well.
And one thing about Bartow is not too large, but then again, it's not too small.
Correct.
So, you know, that's one of the great things about Bartow, because you really don't want to hold your tournament in this huge arena where you may have 5,000 spectators, but
it doesn't look like it because it's
exactly
in a large arena.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. And I was actually interested to see how that was going to play out, primarily because I remember when the SWAC championships were moved back to the Birmingham area, they went Bill Harris for a number of years.
Right. And Bill Harris is what? Next door.
Exactly.
And then we actually have basketball that's actually going on now at Bill Harris.
Yes, sir. The Alabama High School Athletic Association Central Regional Tournament is being played at Bill Harris this year. I worked in Montgomery for a number of years, so I remember when that Central tournament was at Alabama State.
Right.
But I think things kind of just got a little haywire because the city of Montgomery ended up hosting both the Central and the South.
Right.
One was at the Garrett Coliseum, the other one at Alabama State. So now the Central is here in Birmingham, and I think South is at Alabama State or in Montgomery.
Yeah, you have something that's going on actually in
Hansville.
In Montgomery, as well as Jacksonville State.
Yes, sir. That's Northeast. And then Northwest is Hansville with Wallace State Community College. And that'll be going on for the next week and a half.
And it looks like the athlete that's actually leading this heat so far is your athlete that comes in with no qualifying time.
And we're talking about Joshua Jenkins from Alabama State University. Oh, those tricky Hornets.
They swarm.
They really do. They really do. And as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, yeah, Alabama State, they've got that new running facility.
So right now, they're on a split at 4:04. So it looks like he'll probably come in under 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, Coach Richie Bean always puts together competitive squads on both the men's and women's side.
So now Jenkins is at 4:23 right now, closing.
And here comes Jenkins. Jenkins followed by Terrence Johnson of Arkansas Pine Bluff, and he'll be wrapped up by Bryce Campbell. Jenkins' unofficial time, 4:35.04, followed by Terrence Johnson, 4:40.03.
So we'll see whether that 4:35 will actually score for the Hornets. We'll see.
Coming up next to the track, 12 more runners, including Jala Gallimore from Jackson State. He is the reigning men's mile champion. Next to him will be Eric Brandon from Alabama A&M. Jose Gonzalez from Texas Southern, the man we have a qualifying time that's actually better than the SWAC record that Coach was just talking about. Next to him will be Simone Shai from Prairie View, followed by Raekwon Hopkins of Jackson State. Lafayette Collins from Southern University. Emmanuel Corral from Bethune-Cookman. Abdelkader Muhammad from Alabama State. David Livingston from Texas Southern. Marquinton Barnes from Jackson State. Rio Williams from Arkansas Pine Bluff. And Damari Little will wrap up this heat.
And I'm actually looking for a very competitive heat here, even though we have 3 athletes that are actually competing who have already have run under the conference record. We'll see if we have any kind of surprises in this heat here.
Absolutely, but let's definitely keep an eye out on Gallimore from Jackson State and Jose Gonzalez from Texas Southern. 2 men that can definitely do work well today on this track and possibly on the national level. So here they come around the first turn. And the 2 men we were talking about right there at 1 and 2, Coach.
Yes, sir. They first split at 33 seconds in the first 200 meters.
Gonzalez out in front, Gallimore right behind him. Of course, indoor track, 200-meter track. So we'll see them go around 8 times.
Exactly. One thing what the athletes want to do, they want to use the bank. If you notice the top 3 athletes, how they actually use the bank as they come off the turn. The first 400 split is at 64 seconds.
And Muhammad has jumped into second place from Alabama State. I won't get into the groove of saying that Gonzalez is starting to cruise right now, but he is definitely ahead of the pack as we see.
And we really want to keep a lookout for Emmanuel Corral from Bethune-Cookman. He could be our surprise.
I'm glad you did mention that, because as I was doing the research, I saw his name pop up in several track meets this year from the indoor standards. For some reason, he wasn't listed as high among the SWAC, but he has been competing on a high level in other track meets for Bethune-Cookman.
Yeah, he comes at a time of 4 minutes and has 15 seconds.
And right now, he is in 5th place for Bethune-Cookman. So right now, we've got Gonzalez, Muhammad, Barnes from Jackson State, Galima from Jackson State, and Corral in your top 5.
And always remember, in the SWAC, whatever event you're in, the work is not done at halfway point. There's so much work to be done. We've seen so many closes as we watch this competitive race here. We've had so many closes, and also we look like we have a deja vu as we head toward the first 1,200.
Yes, I mean, for the women's matchup, we had saw Stella Kipcha basically be out in front the entire time, and then it was Shamia Jones that ran her down in that last stretch. Could we have a repeat? Possibly. But Marquinton Barnes from Jackson State.
He's looking strong.
Yes, Gonzalez out in front, but man, that race for second place is going to be something. Muhammad from Alabama State, Marquinton Barnes from Jackson State, and Corral from Bethune-Cookman right now. Those are the guys. Here comes Gonzalez leading the pack. And it's that bell lap.
He looks good. He looks good.
Hey, Coach, it looks like Gonzalez is putting a little extra kick into his run. Can Barnes run him down is the question.
Well, he's at 4 minutes now. Can he close in 11 seconds?
Here comes Jose Gonzalez. He is going to win this. Can he break the record?
4:13.
A new meet record. Jose Gonzalez. 4:13.9. Followed by Marquinton Barnes, 4:16.6. Muhammad from Alabama State, 4:17.5. Jala Gallimore could not defend his title from last year. He finishes in that 4th at 4:19.2. Emmanuel Corral, the guy you said could be a dark horse, finishes in 5th place at 4:21.6.
And in that heat, we had 3 athletes who actually ran under the meet record standard.
So watch out for the regionals, Coach.
Great race, great race.
Jose Gonzalez, Texas Southern, born and raised in the Houston area.
And then he looked good from the start to the end. He looked good.
He took control of that race, Coach, as he's sitting down, as he's still standing up, talking to one of the staffers from Texas Southern. Doesn't look phased at all either, Coach.
Yeah, exactly. But one thing about these distance runners, their bodies adapt to what they do. So.
He's getting some handshakes from some of the other guys.
Because usually as a distance runner, the competition is the easiest part. It's training.
Absolutely.
It's the training.
Absolutely. But as we mentioned, being at Texas Southern, being in the state of Texas, you're going to compete against athletes in high school who will go to Texas, who will go to Baylor, who will go to Texas A&M. And I'm sure he does that right now on the collegiate level. And he's also showing out today on the collegiate level with not only a victory, but a meet record. All right, everyone, after that meet record we saw, we're going to go ahead and take a break. We'll be back with more of the SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championship. Stay tuned on the SWAC Digital Network.
Building champions for life didn't just happen overnight. Since 1920, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, SWAC, has been in the forefront in leadership and excellence in all our athletic programs. There are very few major sports halls of fame that a SWAC athlete is not a member. Hall of Fame coaches who were stewards and mentors to these elite athletes. Our tradition, our distinction, our legacy. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
The 2023 Cricket SWAC Men's and Women's Basketball Tournaments presented by Starry return to the Magic City on Wednesday, March 8th through Saturday, March 11th, as the league's top 8 teams on both sides look to bring home championship titles with 2 NCAA tournament berths on the line. This year's tournament is scheduled to be held in downtown Birmingham and Prato Arena. For more information, visit www.swac.org. This year's basketball tournaments are also being brought to you by Buick and Rocket Mortgage.
That's a pretty tight spot.
Watch this.
Of course your Buick Berks itself. That's so you.
It's just up here on the right.
Of course you know where we're going. That's so you.
Kinda got a sixth sense.
And a head-up display.
They're here.
I hit the field, warm up. You brought all these players in your Buick?
Yep.
So you.
It is.
There's a Buick that fits your life because at the heart of every Buick SUV is you.
Let there be no doubt. You are ready for whatever comes next. You've got bars to raise, expectations to exceed, status quos to rise above. And you've come to the right place. Because it all starts right here. Which is precisely why we are so proud to support HBCU programs.
Some college players give it their all. But when I say player, I don't mean the ones with the ball. I mean the ones that play drums, the brass, the woodwinds. These players bring excitement to the stadium. Because for them, halftime isn't a break. It's game time. Pepsi is a proud supporter of HBCU students. Pepsi and HBCUs. That's what I like.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
And welcome back to the Birmingham Crossplex, the site of this year's SWAC Indoor Men's and Women's Track and Field Championship. Mo Carter and Coach T.J. Williams, formerly of USA Track and Field, on the call today. And, Coach, we just saw a record-breaking performance in the men's mile. Now we're getting ready to begin the heats for the women's 400.
It's one thing about the SWAC, it's going to always give us a good show all the time. Very unpredictable a lot of times because of the fact that you have athletes that come in, they're hungry, they are ready to do what they call here to do. That is to win a championship.
All right, so let's take a look at the first of the 7 heats for the women's 400-meter dash. In lane 1, we'll have Morgan White from Arkansas Pine Bluff. In lane 3, we'll have Brooke White from Arkansas Pine Bluff. In lane 4, we'll have Malaysia Senegal from Southern University. Lane 5, Zariah Moss from Mississippi Valley. And her teammate, Chanel Houston, is in lane 6 from Mississippi Valley. Coach, when you look at the indoor version of the 400-meter, clearly it's different than the outdoor because you go around twice instead of at once on the outdoor standard. But what's a key component to running the 4 on the indoor?
Well, one thing about indoors, when indoors give you that opportunity to actually chase, whereas outdoors you're mainly in lanes. So there are some athletes who are better chasers. And then you have those athletes who are better just executioners. And so, but one thing about indoors, you do have that chance to chase.
And once we get this race started around the first lap, I'll point out something that I will admit when I first ran the indoor track meet, I had no clue about, like talking about when we have to, you know, compile ourselves down.
Oh, it's like braking?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, one thing about braking, on the outside lanes, you're actually downhill. Whereas you're in lane 2, everything is strictly linear. And so that's one of the advantages you get on the outside lanes. You're actually attacking downhill.
So it looks like Senegal is out in front. And here's what I'm talking about, Coach. We go from your lane to going to lane 1.
Exactly. And a lot of times, too, a lot of your inexperienced athletes will attempt to actually try to cut in early. And you lose a lot of leverage when you're actually trying to cut in early instead of just gradually moving into the inside lane.
Malaysia, Senegal out in front of the pack so far. Right behind her is Zariah Moss from Mississippi Valley State. Remember, we're running against time. It's Senegal right now. Looks like Senegal is going to be able to hold on and pick up a victory in this heat right around 1 minute. Official time, 1 minute, .33.
So she actually improved her time by 5 seconds.
By 5, wow.
She had the qualifying time coming in at 65. She's actually had the slowest qualifying time.
Slowest qualifying time, but she does win her heat.
And this is what we call it, the championships.
Yes, sir. So 1 down, 6 more to go. Coach, who have been some of your favorite 400-meter dash runners on a professional level that you've enjoyed watching?
Oh, there's been so many. I really love the guy years ago that was actually from Atlanta. His name was Antonio McKay. But I guess my greatest love for an athlete as a 400 meters is actually by a guy by the name of Milton Campbell. He was one of my former athletes at Quicksilver Track Club, Atlanta. He was also a teammate of Dwight we just met.
Yes.
And he actually, for a little while, he had the indoor world record for a while. But he's right now he's a pastor in the Atlanta area right now.
Okay. We'd love to hear a sermon from him about running your race, because you know he's done it.
Oh, yeah.
You know he has done it. So here we go in Heat 2 of the women's 400, coming around the first turn. It will be Trinity Kirk from Southern University in the lead, followed by Dana Sterling from Grambling, Sierra Session from Southern. In third place, Terica Gibson from Mississippi Valley, followed by Alyssa Williams.
And those athletes, they actually split 26 seconds in the first 200. It's really, really great. So we can see if they can close in at least 30 seconds.
Here comes Trinity Kirk down the stretch.
If they close 30, they'll at least run at least a 57.
Trinity Kirk, followed by Sierra Sessions, followed by Dana Sterling. So it goes Southern, and Grambling in the top 3 spots.
And that winning time was 57.98.
Williams at 59.24, 59.26 per session.
So Trinity Kirk picks up the victory. Alyssa Williams right behind us, Sierra Sessions. Actually, so it went Southern Bethune. It went Southern Bethune, Southern.
So hopefully that 57 can actually score as we compile all the athlete heats.
It is a possibility, Coach, but we still got 5 more to go.
Yes, sir.
So taking a look at our next heat, in lane 2, it'll be Bailey George from Texas Southern University. In lane 3, Raina Perry, Arkansas Pine Bluff. Lane 4, Tardronique London from Texas Southern. Lane 5, Carrington Blair from Jackson State. And in lane 6, Artagia Richardson from Jackson State.
Yeah, and Blair is coming in with the fastest time in this heat at 59.95. We'll see if she can improve that.
And we're off to a great start.
That's it all on the track. Let's help them out. Competition in the triple jump. Getting ready for the high jump. Still going strong. Pole vault.
So out in front right now appears to be Bailey George.
Jackson State.
And we run one. Here we come with the other one. Carrington Blair. Out in front, Raina Perry now behind her. Bailey George in third.
So we'll see how Perry and Blair can actually close.
We've got Jackson State, we've got Arkansas Pine Bluff, and Jackson State will pull off the victory right there by way of Carrington Blair, followed by Raina Perry of Arkansas Pine Bluff. Her winning time, 58.87.
So she actually improves her time by 1 second. Good job. But like I said, she had an outside challenge from Raina Perry.
But in the last heat, we had a 57, right?
Yes, sir.
So that 57 still will stand at the moment.
Southern will be in lane 4, that's Simon. In lane 5, Clayton and Jackson State, Pickens.
Coach, I will admit during our break when you were saying that even though we had all these heats for 400, you did say, don't worry about this, Mo. This is going to go quick. I wasn't believing you at first, and now we're halfway through these heats.
Oh, yeah, we have a world-class timer on our hand today, so he's going to make sure everything is on time, make sure that each of the athletes get the opportunity to actually recover. And that's one of the most important parts of the fact that athletes do have to recover.
Jada Sabir in lane 2 for Prairie View. Lane 3, Mackenzie Patterson from Alcorn State. Shawnee Simon in lane 4 from Southern. Jaya Clayton from Jackson State in lane 5. And in lane 6, we've got Destiny Pickens from Florida A&M.
So we got Clayton in lane 5 from Jackson with the qualifying time of 58.86. We'll see if she'll be able to improve that time.
And here we go. Heat 4 of 7 here in the women's 400-meter dash.
13.
And it looks like Jaya Clayton is out in front.
As they head downhill, they get ready to hit the break point.
But coming on her backside is Destiny Pickens, and Pickens is now taking the lead.
Yeah, they split around by 26 seconds, so they should they should close at least at 57.
Pickens with the lead down the back stretch. It's going to be close, Coach. Looks like ahead of her is going to be Clayton. And Clayton looks like she pulled out the victory.
With a winning time of 57.88 by Jaya Clayton from Jackson State.
Jaya Clayton coming up first. Jada Sabir from Prairie View, 57.92. And they both edged out Shawnee Simon from Southern University with 58.01. Let's look at this final stretch, Coach.
It's really, really tight. As you see, the athlete from Florida A&M, she tied up, but she didn't quit.
No, she did not. She did not. Because, like, she really put her all into it in that last 200, just ran out of gas.
Yeah. And, you know, like sometimes some young athletes, they have a tendency of trying to close. They'll actually try to close from their upper body, which it tenses the rest of the body. So, but you usually don't want them to actually try to close up on their upper body. You like for them to try to kind of just swing the arms below the hip and actually close from below the hip.
Let's take a look at the next heat. Jasmine Ward, Alcorn State in lane 2. Zoe Hightower, FAMU lane 3. Amari Whitsill from Grambling in lane 5, and Kaya Anderson in lane 6 from Alabama State.
And Whitsill comes in the fastest time right now at 57.69. We'll see how she'll increase that time.
The time to beat is by Jaya Clayton of Jackson State, 57.88.
And right now, Anderson from Alabama State on lane 6, she's really attacked the turn.
So we just saw Jada Sabir. There's now Jade Sabir in this as well from Prairie View.
She's come off the turn really well, Jade has. She's going to the first 200 in like 25.9. So these athletes should at least close in around at least about 56 seconds.
Jade Sabir followed by Jasmine Ward, followed by Kaya Anderson. Can Sabir hold on? Here comes that final turn, Coach. And coming up behind Sabir is Anderson from Alabama State, but Sabir will hold her off.
56.95.
56.95 for Jade Sabir, followed by Kaya Anderson of Alabama State, 57.47.
And we actually lost an athlete coming off that last turn.
We did. You can probably take a look at it coming up momentarily.
And that was Jasmine Ward.
Yeah. Fighting for position, Jasmine Ward gets, can I say knocked out of place in this? Yeah.
Looks like momentum took her out.
Because Anderson was coming around.
Looks like more momentum. However, the Alabama State athlete did kind of dip her shoulder going into the turn. But, you know, that's how it is indoors.
Correct. It's all about positioning, absolutely.
Exactly.
So right now, Coach, Jade Sabir from Prairie View, 56.95, is your leader in the clubhouse, followed by Kaya Anderson from Alabama State, 57.47. Jaya Clayton, Jackson State, 57.88. Let's head into Heat 6 of the women's 400. We'll have Madison Dominguez from Texas Southern, Morgan O'Neill from Alabama State, Talita Williams from Florida A&M, and Olivia Andrews from Alabama A&M.
This is going to be a very competitive race. Very competitive. Williams comes in with the fastest time. It's 56.4. 55 will have to win this heat.
And there are all 4 competitors in this one. Out in front right now appears to be Andrews, but coming around that curve, it is Florida A&M's Talita Williams. They're going to hit that break point, Coach, and it looks like Talita Williams is leading the clubhouse after the first turn.
Yeah, like they 200s run about like a mid-25 out of 25.5. So, like I say, we have to at least run at least 55. If these athletes can close at 30 seconds, we'll have at least a 55.8.
Coach, take a look at Morgan O'Neill. She was 4th coming around the first lap, but now she's in 2nd.
It's closing.
Closing things out is going to be Talita Williams. The race for 2nd now is between Bama State and A&M, and Bama State will pick up that 2nd place in the heat.
And Williams' winning time was 55.66. So the standard continues to drop.
Yes, sir. Morgan O'Neill from Alabama State, 57.32. Olivia Andrews, 57.75.
And if you notice earlier, O'Neill was closing, but however, Williams just she has maintained her mechanics.
So right now, and our leaderboard, Coach, Talita Williams of Florida A&M, 55.66. Jade Sabir from Prairie View, 56.95. Morgan O'Neill, 57.3. Those are your top 3 as we go into this final heat. And, Coach, in this final heat, we've got some great ones. Starting off in lane 2, we've got Antoinette Kinsler from Prairie View. In lane 3, we got Layla Gaynor from Alabama A&M. 55.45 was her qualifying time. In lane 4, we have Amanda St. Louis from Bethune-Cookman. She is the outdoor champion from the 400 in the SWAC for the women. And following things up, it'll be Shelby Brooks. She finished 4th last year. She had a qualifying time of 55.74.
And St. Louis comes in our heat leader at 55.45. Like I said, she was a conference outdoor champion last year, but she'll have a challenge as inside of her lane.
Yes, sir. Remember, the time to beat is 55.66 for a win.
So as they come off the turn here, she breaks off kind of fairly well. With a 200 split around 25-2, so we all at least have about a 54.9 coming home.
And Shelby Brooks out in front, followed by Kinsler of Prairie View.
Oh yeah, she's being challenged today.
But here comes St. Louis. St. Louis now in 2nd place. The SWAC 400 women's champion from outdoor. Can she catch Brooks? It's St. Louis. Here comes St. Louis, and St. Louis will pick up the 1st place finish in this heat. Let's take a look at her final time.
55-1.
55-1. So St. Louis will take home a SWAC indoor championship, and after she followed it up with a SWAC outdoor championship last year.
So it looks like Brooks will finish with 2nd, and Williams, who ran earlier at 55.66, replaces 3rd.
Brooks had a great lead, coach, as we take a look right here on the replay. But, man, that kick that St. Louis had on that final straightaway. St. Louis also has a few inches on her, so you know she's going to have additional strides, and look at it.
Oh, yeah, her gates are much larger gate, much larger gate. Great time, though, great time, 55-1.
So let's run back down your top 5. Once again, the winner, Amanda St. Louis from Bethune-Cookman, 55.18. Shelby Brooks, the runner-up from Texas Southern, 55.48. Talita Williams from FAMU, 55.66. Antoinette Kinsler from Prairie View, 56.66. And in 5th place, Jade Sabir from Prairie View, 56.95. And we'll go ahead and throw in Morgan O'Neill as well from Alabama State, 57.32. Reason why I say that is because those are still points, Coach.
Exactly, still points, still points. When it comes down to the end, that 1 point can make a difference between a championship and not a championship.
Yes, sir. There you're taking a look at, well, you were taking a look at Amanda St. Louis, who was being congratulated by her staff. Congratulations to her. And now she's got momentum not only to continue on in the indoor season, but she can carry that out into the outdoor season since she is the reigning outdoor champion as well. So congratulations to Amanda St. Louis. All right. So following that victory by Amanda St. Louis, it's time to take another break. You're watching the Indoor Track and Field Championships right here on the SWAC Digital Network.
The 2023 Cricket SWAC Men's and Women's Basketball Tournaments presented by Starry return to the Magic City on Wednesday, March 8th through Saturday, March 11th, as the league's top 8 teams on both sides look to bring home championship titles with 2 NCAA tournament berths on the line. This year's tournament is scheduled to be held in downtown Birmingham and Pato Arena. For more information, visit www.swac.org. This year's basketball tournaments are also being brought to you by Buick and Rocket Mortgage. The 2023 Cricket SWAC Men's and Women's Basketball Tournaments presented by Starry return to the Magic City on Wednesday, March 8th through Saturday, March 11th, as the league's top 8 teams on both sides look to bring home championship titles with 2 NCAA tournament berths on the line. This year's tournament is scheduled to be held in downtown Birmingham and Pato Arena. For more information, visit www.swac.org. This year's basketball tournaments are also being brought to you by Buick and Rocket Mortgage.
And welcome back to the Crossplex here in Birmingham, Alabama, the site of this year's 2023 SWAC Indoor Men's and Women's Track and Field Championship. I'm Mo Carter alongside Coach TJ Williams, formerly of USA Track and Field. And, Coach, after we just saw the women's 400-meter dash in which Amanda St. Louis took home the victory, it's now time for the men's 400-meter dash.
Yeah, and right now, every guy out there it's all about getting points. So you have 2 guys there in the first heat who have no time come in. Don't be surprised.
Those are those dark horses as you've been talking about.
Don't be surprised. Right.
Sometimes coaches be like, hey, man, just get out there and just run.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But it's the old adage, you just can't teach quickness.
No. You know, there comes to a time when it comes down to sprinting, sometimes you just have to just execute what you have. Do the best that you can do. You have mechanics, you have techniques, but sometimes there's nothing wrong with just hustling.
Yes, sir. So let's take a look at the young men that are participating right now. Elijah Johnson from Mississippi Valley in lane 1. Leo Mararanga from FAMU in lane 2. Zachariah McGowan from Arkansas Pine Bluff lane 3. Dawson Baker lane 4 from FAM. Deseron Singleton from Mississippi Valley in lane 5. And Charles Natha Jr. from Alcorn State. And out in front, it appears to be the young man from Florida A&M, and that is Leo Magaranga, who was originally at TCU for a number of years before transferring over.
Okay, and he split at 22.5, and he's one of those dark horses we talk about that comes in with no time. He closes at least 48 flat.
48.29. Talk about making a statement in the opening heat.
It's all about scoring points. They call it the championships.
I'll say this. That time is going to stand through many of these heats.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Following up in second place for that heat was Elijah Johnson from Mississippi Valley, 51.80. Desiree and Singleton, Mississippi Valley, 51.9. But yeah, as I mentioned, you know, he did participate at TCU for a number of years.
Was he a football player or track athlete?
Track athlete.
Track athlete.
Track athlete, and it's definitely showing. You know, after getting some Big 12 love, he decided that he wanted to come enjoy the HBCU experience. I don't blame him.
Okay. Up on the hill in Tallahassee.
Yes, sir.
So again, the bar at 3 meters, 85. That infraction on Brady for about points that we see. Beat 7.5 inches. He just won 107.
Well, I tell you, it's okay though. But I got you. I can't let the results go on time. You know, hopefully y'all seen it. No, we seen it.
Yeah, we saw it.
Did she throw one? I don't know. I'm letting you watch it, man. It's a difference between
the gun is up.
I don't know if November took out or not.
All right, so let's move on to Heat 2 now, Coach. We've got Jordan Robinson from Mississippi Valley, Tyera Sherwood from Jackson State, Christian Taylor from Bethune-Cookman, Timothy Demerit from Prairie View, and Elijah Moncure from Alcorn State.
And Demerit comes in with a faster time of 50.21. We'll see how he improves that time in this second heat of 7.
To catch up from the young man who just set the standard in the previous heat, he's definitely going to have to run that and
Yes,
a little
sir.
more.
Right now, Demerit comes in at a split at least about 22.9, so he's on, he'll run at least 49 seconds.
Right now, Timothy Demerit out in front. It's the all-purple effect. Will it be Prairie View? Will it be Alcorn? Will it be Prairie View? Will it be Alcorn? And it will be Prairie View's Timothy Demerit, 49.40.
He did improve his time. Good job, good job.
Elijah Moncour from Alcorn State, 49.625.
Getting ready now for section 307. And you can come back while we do the introductions.
So, Coach, when it comes to the 400 meter, are you more of a fan of guys who just get out quick and then, you know, just try to finish it up strong, or are you more of a fan of guys who may, you know, get out semi-quick and then just give it your all down the stretch?
Well, one thing about 400 meters, it is a sprint. It is a fast as well as a relaxed sprint. You do want to attack it. As you continue to attack it, what happens, your body will eventually begin to start adapting. You know, there were times when I was young when you used to get out fast and you used to close and you used to die. But if you keep doing it, you keep doing it over, you keep rehearsing it, and eventually the body begins to what? To adapt.
To adapt.
Back in the old days, they used to call it getting in shape. But that's basically what's going on. The body really adapts.
I understand. All right, let's take a look at this heat right here. Lane 2, Demetrian Mallet from Bethune-Cookman. Lane 3, Malachi Johnson from Grambling. Number 4, Hanif Muhammad from Jackson State. Got a chance to see him participate at Bob Jones High School. Him and his twin brother are both on the Jackson State squads. Lane 5, Daquan Tate from Alabama State. And in lane 6, Keyshawn Johnson from Alabama A&M. Not Keyshawn Johnson, throw me the you-know-what ball.
Yeah.
He's on ESPN today doing something. We've got Keyshawn Johnson from Alabama A&M instead.
Right, and we have Tate that's coming in. That's the fastest in heat right now at like 49. But right now, the runner from Jackson State, Muhammad, he has really taken it to him right now. As they get ready to run the first 250 meters.
Hanif Muhammad out in front, but coming up right behind him is Daquan Tate, and Tate will take the lead on Muhammad. Down the back stretch, it will be Daquan Tate, and passing up Muhammad will be Malachi Johnson. And it looks like Muhammad will fall to 4th in that heat right there.
Tate wins at least a 48, but that 48.29 is still standing.
48.455, the official time for Daquan Tate from Alabama State. Malachi Johnson from Grambling representing the G-men, 49.20. Sam Gardner for Florida A&M. Well, excuse me, my computer switched on me, everyone.
Okay.
All right, Keyshawn Johnson in 3rd place with 49.50. Hanif Muhammad finishes in 4th, 49.60. Very fast heat right there, Coach.
Very fast heat. And what we have a lot of athletes here in the SWAC who are used to running in this facility. They understand the track. So you will see their times actually dropping as they come in to this championship event.
So right now you're taking a look at Kasim Ibrahim Washington from out of Jackson State. He will be in lane 6 for the Tigers. In lane 2, it'll be Jordan Thompson from Southern University. Lane 3, Terrell White from Alcorn State. Lane 4, Samuel Gardner from Florida A&M. And in lane 5, William Shelton, his teammate from also Florida A&M.
And we want to watch Shelton from Florida A&M. He's a freshman at Florida A&M. He is from Birmingham. He has competed on this track probably more than any other athlete that's here today. He's also a product of A.H. Parker High School here in Birmingham.
Hometown kid.
Oh, yes, big-time quarterback.
Let's see if any of those QB skills will translate to the indoor arena. I tell you, I am amazed at like how certain sports will translate to other sports and the skill sets that guys have had.
Yes.
Seeing it as a former player, collegiately, and then now professionally covering sports.
Yeah. And as you see Shelton, he gets off the turn.
Oh, Shelton gets out quick.
He's a former indoor state champion here in Alabama.
But also coming around the curve is Gardner.
The first 200 split is run by 22-2. So these athletes should all close around about like 47 seconds.
Sam Gardner right now out in front. Right behind him is Jordan Thompson from Southern University. Thompson from Southern. Neck and neck. Thompson takes the lead. And it could be a photo finish, Coach, because right there on the outside, actually, they're giving it to Terrell White. Terrell White picks up the victory in this heat. 49.56. Jordan Thompson from Southern University, 49.58.
Yeah, and I really expected that heat to be a little bit faster. But as you see, as all the athletes, they begin to kind of close. They begin to kind of focus on one another instead of just focusing on what they had to do as an individual athlete. And all four athletes actually tied up. They all tied up.
All right, so let's take a look at your overall standings right now.
So as you see, that 48-29 still sitting.
By Mr. Leo of Florida A&M. DeQuan Tate from Alabama State, 48.45. Malachi Johnson from Grambling, 49.20. Timothy Demerit from Prairie View, 49.4. And Keyshawn Johnson from Alabama A&M, 49.50. Terrell White, who just participated, he's now in sixth place, 49.56. All right, let's take a look at our next heat. It's heat 5 of 7. Ross Walround of Arkansas Pine Bluff in lane 2. Muhammad Samari from Arkansas Pine Bluff in lane 3. Cody Pugh from Alabama A&M in lane 4. Javon Brooks, Bethune-Cookman in lane 5. And Nazir Pate from Prairie View in lane 6.
All right, and Javon Brooks from Bethune-Cookman comes in with the fastest time. He's in lane 5. With a time of 49.03. And as you see, he's already taking it to lane 6 right now as they begin to the first turn into the 150 mark.
Brooks is well out ahead of everyone, and it kind of looks like he's on cruise control right now, Coach. I don't know if he's about to pick it up on this last stretch.
But they are coming, but he maintaining. He split at 22.44.
Yes, sir. Now he's starting to put in his kick as everybody else is doing it as well. We'll see that final stretch. Nazir Pate is right behind him. Here comes Javon Brooks. Can Brooks hold on? No, Brooks starting to pull up. It'll be Nazir Pate passing him up. Nazir Pate will get the win. Looks like Javon Brooks was able to hold on and get that second place. Cody Pugh, 49.579. Javon Brooks, 49.94. And Muhammad Samari, 49.98.
And that 48
is still standing, Coach. Man, that 48 is still standing.
It is the championship.
So let's take a look at that last heat right here as we take a look. And I mean, Brooks, he had it.
Yeah, he had it, and
he had it, and then Pugh just came. Look, you see Brooks pulling up right there, and then Pugh was able to just pass him up at the last second.
And many athletes think that they have to attempt to run faster.
Yes, sir.
You can't run any faster.
No, you can't. Let alone, well, your body won't even allow you to run faster at that point. I mean, as I mentioned, I ran the 400 meter in high school. You know, I made it to state, and I tell you, my best runs, I walked straight to the infield and fell out because I gave it my all. All right, so here we go in the heat 6 of 7. Camden Parsley from Prairie View in lane 3. Jamarian Stubbs, Alabama State lane 4. Josh Knox, Alabama State lane 5. Talil Atkins, Alabama A&M in lane 5. And it looks like it's the Alabama guys going 1, 2, 3 after the first lap.
Yes, and these are guys who usually run on this facility pretty regularly.
Josh Knox out in front. He's got Talil Atkins right on his tail, though, along with teammate Jamarian Stubbs. Looks like it's going to be Josh Knox, followed by his teammate Jamarian Stubbs, followed by Alabama A&M's Talil Atkins. Let's get some official times. Josh Knox is now officially taking the lead, 47.71. Jamarian Stubbs, 48.07. Talil Atkins, 48.29. So, Mr. Leo, you are going to be knocked out of the top spot.
If you guys watch it, Alabama State, the Swarm, they're here. And they do score points as we head into the last heat of the 400-meter dash.
You're right. As we go into that last heat, Coach Richie Bean is probably sitting there licking his chops saying, all right, I just don't need anyone to beat a time of 48.4. And the reason why I say that right now, 3 of his runners are the top 6 competitors right now as far as time-wise. That's Josh Knox at 47.7, Jamarian Stubbs at 48.07, and Daquan Tate at 48.45. Mr. Leo from FAMU dropped from 1st to 3rd following that heat.
So right now he's sitting for at least 6 points for Florida A&M in the 400-meter dashes.
All right, Coach, let's go to this last heat. In this final heat, we've got Sean Collins from Jackson State. Collins, we saw he finished 5th in 2022. Dame Cobbs, he's in lane 5 from Prairie View. Kendrick Winfield from Alabama State in lane 4, and Nathan Matelis from Bethune-Cookman.
And we got Cobb coming in from Prairie View at the heat leader at 57.5. We'll see how that 57.5 holds out.
And we are off, Coach. Cobbs is running down Matelis right now. But on the backside, Kendrick Winfield. It's Kendrick Winfield. It's Cobbs.
Break at 21.8.
Prairie View's Damon Cobb still out in front. But, Coach, it is still neck and neck. Nathan Matelis coming around. Now look on the inside. It appears to be Kendrick Winfield. Winfield's going to run away for a win in this heat. So when you look at a guy whose last name is Winfield, it looks like he just wins the field.
Win the field. Time of
47.96. Sean Collins, 48.35. Nathan Matelis from Bethune-Cookman, 48.51.
So Alabama State scored 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in the 400-meter dashes.
1, 2, 3. At some point, I'm going to locate Coach Richie Bean with a big smile on his face. And then he's going to take it off, and he's just going to be like, that's how you do it.
That's how you do it.
Yep. So, man, yeah, taking a look at Josh Knox.
Scoring points.
Yes, indeed.
One thing about the Prairie View athlete, he opened the door for who was that? Winfield to actually come by him. As they came off the turn here, he opened the door for him.
He really did. He really did, because I really did thought that Cobb was going to hug that inside lane, and when he did not, that opened the door for Winfield, as you mentioned, to basically come down that final stretch. Because right here, Cobb has a decent lead in front.
Decent lead.
He's on the inside lane, but then Winfield comes in between him. Because here's the thing, he's worried about Matelis on his right side. He does not see Winfield on his left side. And then all of a sudden, watch Winfield come right there on his left side on the inside, and he will pick up the victory on that one.
And just open the door.
So, Coach, let's take a look at our final standings. Joshua Knox is the winner of the men's 400-meter dash indoors, 47.71 from Alabama State. Kendrick Winfield, Alabama State, 47.96. And following that, it'll be Jamarian Stubbs from Alabama State, 48.08. So Alabama State goes 1, 2, 3.
And don't forget 8.
Correct. Leo Magarangyanga from Florida A&M, who set the tone in the first heat, 48.3. He finishes fourth. Talil Atkins from Alabama A&M, 48.30. He is fifth. And Sean Collins from Jackson State, 48.3.
So Leo actually came in with no time, and he finished it out at least scoring 5 points for the Rattlers.
All right, so we're going to head back over now to the triple jump with a Grambling State jumper at the moment. But yeah, we were talking about, Mr. Leo from Florida A&M, no time. Talk about the ultimate dark horse.
Yeah. Those 5 points could make a difference.
Absolutely. But you talk about those 5 points. Just how about the first, second, and third finish by Alabama State?
But then also, like I say, they finished first, second, third, but then also 8th place. So that 1 point
will make a difference.
Yes, sir.
And we will be giving you team updates very soon. We're still waiting for a few field event points to come through. But clearly, we know for sure after seeing some of the performances thus far, Alabama State has been out in front as we continue to take a look at the triple jumpers. That's an Alabama A&M triple jumper.
Yeah, that was Amber Jameson. She comes into the competition with a mark of 11.25 meters.
Sonia Lathan now for Southern University. She came in with a qualifying mark of 11.03 meters.
Yeah, that time she actually sat in the pit. What I mean by the pit is the sand. She actually sat, and so the marker would actually mark where the last part of her body touches the sand. So any break in the sand, that's where they're going to make their mark.
Of course, we had a side angle, but could that mark actually be where her hand was at as well? Because it kind of looks like her rear might have been ahead of her hand.
If the hand was behind her rear, then they will mark exactly where the sand was broken at the hand.
All right, Morgan Davila now with the jump. And we're going to head back to the track. Now we are in the heats of the women's 800-meter in this race. Kyle Kimball from Bethune-Cookman, Sharon Labiche from Grambling State, Deonjean Johnson from Alabama A&M, Madison Gordon, Florida A&M, Samoya Nevers from Alcorn State, Naja Ives from Bethune-Cookman, Jasmine Walker from Texas Southern, Shania McFarland from Arkansas Pine Bluff, and Jade Caesar from Alcorn State participating in this run here, Coach.
And Kimball is our heat leader right now. She comes in with a time of 2.22 seconds. Well, actually 2 minutes and 22.04 seconds.
So, Coach, these will be the first of 2 heats. In the second heat, we will see a young lady that has already won gold today, and that's Shamia Jones. We actually can see her right here from our broadcast booth.
And, last year she ran a 400, she ran the 800, she ran the mile, And she also ran on the distance. No, she ran on the 4x4 and brought the team home. She brought them home.
I mean, some people are just built differently, for one, and then two, luckily, all the events you just mentioned, there's enough space between all those events to be A-OK.
Well, she's carrying the world on her shoulders.
Yes, sir. So here is the bell lap now coming. Sharon LaBiche out in front from Grambling State. But coming up behind her is Jasmine Walker, and Walker has passed her up. And behind Walker, looks like it's going to be Madison Gordon. But Bethune-Cookman is making their moves. And Bethune-Cookman will take a victory in this heat. Let's get your final times here. That'll be Kyle Kimball for Bethune-Cookman, 219.71.
And like I said, she came in as the heat leader at 2:22, so she actually improved her time almost at 3 seconds.
She shaves off 3 seconds in that one. And I don't know, Coach, as I'm looking back at the replay, do you think that maybe she put her kick in a little too late? I mean, you know, she's coming around this curve, and it almost looks like she had a little bit more to give down that final stretch.
Yeah. You know, there's a lot that goes on with the athlete when they're out there competing. There comes a time when you have something that no coach can ever coach you, and that's confidence.
Yes, sir.
When you see that, hey, I am in the race, I can actually win this.
That is true. So the time to beat now, Coach, is 2:19 by Kyle Kimball from Bethune-Cookman. Jasmine Walker, 2:20, and Madison Gordon, 2:21. As we go into the next heat, we've got Shamia Jones from Alabama State. We've already seen her win the mile. Can she pick up her second gold medal? We'll find out momentarily. Chris Ann Plummer from Arkansas Pine Bluff. Lacey DeBoski from Florida A&M. Amaria Hawkins Quinos from Jackson State. Talia Wickett. Delaverna Broomfield from Alabama State. Both of those from Alabama State. Cerise Cope from Arkansas Pine Bluff, and Camille Lewis from Southern University.
And so Jones comes in at a time of 2:09. The SWAC championship record is 2:08.
Also, Lacey DeBoski from Florida A&M. She was 6th in this event last year. Oh, Coach, here we go. It appears to be Shamia Jones is behind everyone at the moment, but we've seen what she has the ability to do.
Yeah, she's pacing herself, but as you notice, she's picking up one athlete at a time.
About a minute 9-ish for the pack. Actually, they got Chris Ann Plummer at 1:05 on the first 400. Camille, followed by Camille Lewis of Southern. Amara Hawkins Quinos right behind her.
So yes, we get ready to head for the gun lap. We'll see exactly how Jones will actually respond.
And Shamia Jones is now out in front of the pack. Jones trying to go for her second gold. She's already won the mile in the women's competition. Can she win the 800-meter run?
So she has to run under 30 seconds this last 200 to actually break the meet record. Can she do it? She's at 2:01 right now, 04.
Looks like Alabama State can go 1 and 2, Coach. Shamia Jones is 1. Shamia Jones wins it, and her teammate comes in second. Talia Wickett coming in at second place. Samia Jones, the winning time, 2:11.96. Her teammate, Talia Wickett, 2:14.87. Coming in third, Chris Ann Plummer from UAPB, 2:16.27.
And once again, Alabama State continues to compile points. They score 4 times actually 3 times in the women's 800 with the first, a second, as well as a 4th place.
And we're seeing it both now on the men's side and the women's side for Alabama State.
Once again, we need the top 3 in the men's 60-meter hurdle, 60-meter dash.
And I was going to give you an update on the overall scores, but I may have to do that when well, how about this? We're going to continue on.
Okay.
Because I know, just taking a look at this, I know we have to do some updates after we just saw what just happened. And
well, we'll have at least around about 7 minutes between now and the next event.
All right, so here we go. Let's take a look at what we got going on right now. On the men's side, Jackson State is ahead with 74 team points. They are right ahead of Alabama State with 56. And then Texas Southern is in third with 41.
And also, this is out of the 8 scored of 17 events.
Correct. And we can take a look at the women's. Here we go for the women. No surprise here. Alabama State and Prairie View going neck and neck at 1 and 2. Alabama State now with 94 points. Prairie View with 73 points. Jackson State's Lady Tigers with 39 points in third place, and Southern University coming in 4th place with 31 points. 5th place, Alabama A&M with 30.
And also this scored out of 10 of 17 events.
Yes, sir. All right, we're going to take another break. You are watching the SWAC Indoor Men's and Women's Track and Field Championships here on the SWAC Digital Network.
The 2023 Cricket SWAC Men's and Women's Basketball Tournaments presented by Starry return to the Magic City on Wednesday, March 8th through Saturday, March 11th, as the league's top 8 teams on both sides look to bring home championship titles with 2 NCAA tournament berths on the line. This year's tournament is scheduled to be held in downtown Birmingham and Parto Arena. For more information, visit www.swac.org. This year's basketball tournaments are also being brought to you by Buick and Rocket Mortgage.
Building champions for life didn't just happen overnight. Since 1920, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, SWAC, has been in the forefront in leadership and excellence in all our athletic programs. There are very few major sports halls of fame that a SWAC athlete is not a member. Hall of Fame coaches who were stewards and mentors to these elite athletes. Our tradition, our distinction, our legacy. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
Some college players give it their all. But when I say player, I don't mean the ones with the ball. I mean the ones that play drums, the brass, the woodwinds. These players bring excitement to the stadium. Because for them, halftime isn't a break. It's game time. Pepsi is a proud supporter of HBCU students. Pepsi and HBCUs. That's what I like.
That's a pretty tight spot.
Watch this.
Of course your Buick parks itself. That's so you.
It's just up here on the right.
Of course you know where we're going. That's so you.
Kinda got a sixth sense.
And a head-up display.
They're here.
I hit the field, warm up. You brought all these players in your Buick?
Yep.
So you.
It is. There's a Buick that fits your life because at the heart of every Buick SUV is you.
Keep your eyes on the horizon 100% of the time. You are a success story in the making. You are ready to take on the world.
You are ready for this.
You will get there from here. And you can't wait to get started. And as proud supporters of HBCUs around the country, we can't wait to see how far you go.
And we're back here at the Crossplex in Birmingham, Alabama for this year's SWAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championship. I'm Mo Carter alongside Coach TJ Williams, formerly of USA Track and Field. And Coach, we've seen many student athletes receive the gold, and we will continue it on with the men's 800-meter run coming up next.
Yeah, and we're always open for a surprise. One thing about this first heat in the 800, we have every athlete has a time. We have coming in Mr. Miles from Grambling. Michael Miles has a time of 1:59.82. All the other runners are 2 minutes and greater. But however, I do see all of these guys' time will actually drop.
Taking a look at the rest of the field, we have Marciano Taylor from Alcorn State, Daquan King from Bethune-Cookman, Leslie Jones from Alabama A&M, Devin Malone from Grambling State, Shamar McGee, Alcorn State, Gabriel Crawford, Mississippi Valley. The guys are out and running. And it looks like Bethune-Cookman's Daquan King is out in front. But not for long, as Prairie View's, actually Alcorn's Shamar McGee appears to be neck and neck with him.
Right now it's a very, very competitive race right now. Right now they're going to the first 400 in like 56 seconds. So these guys, everyone should run under 2 minutes.
Marciana Taylor right now out in front, followed by Micaiah Miles from Grambling State. Daquan King, Bethune-Cookman in third place. Of course, we are here inside the Crossplex. And there's that bell lap, Coach.
Yes, sir. This is it.
Time to turn it on and give it all you got coming down that stretch. Marciana Taylor. Trying to extend his lead, but right on the backside is Miles from Grambling.
He has a challenge behind him.
He does, but it looks like Taylor's going to pick it up and Taylor's going to take it home to pick up a victory in this meet. He's followed by Marcia Miles from Grambling State. There's a race for third place. And it looks like Daquan King will get third from Bethune-Cookman.
And Taylor actually came into the event with 2 minute flat time.
Dropping 4 seconds is never a bad scenario.
4 seconds is really, really good.
156.30 for Marciana Taylor. And as we take a look at the compiled, Marcia Miles from Grambling, 157.25, and Daquan King from Bethune-Cookman, 2 minutes, 2 seconds, flat.
So we'll see how this 156, how it'll pan out when we get to the last heat.
Yes, sir. So coming up next in Heat 2 of 3 that we have inside the Crossplex, we've got Rashane Miller from Southern University, John Coulter from Alabama State, Cabrin Mitchell from Texas Southern, Shafif Muhammad from Jackson State. We saw his brother in the 400 meter earlier, who's also on Jackson State's team, Takardrit Alexandra from Southern University, Malcolm Brown from Bethune-Cookman, Eric Brainin from Alabama A&M, Rio Williams, Arkansas Pine Bluff, and Lawrence Armstead. And they're off, Coach.
They're off, and Miller from Southern comes in with the fastest time right now at 156.54. We'll see if that time would drop. Right now we have a very competitive field so far.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see who's going to be able to break off into this first lane, and it looks like it is Miller from Southern. Looks like the two Southern University teammates are going 1 and 2. You got Miller and you got Alexander.
It's one thing about this event here, the 800, you do have to have the capacity to sprint. Even though we call it a middle distance race, you do have the capacity to sprint.
Oh, absolutely. There's definitely still a sprinting aspect in this.
Exactly. These athletes, they just came in their first 400 at 56 seconds. So we're looking like they're on pace for at least 157 to 158, and we'll see as they close, as they come through this 600-meter mark.
Still a tight race. And it looks like Muhammad from Jackson State has taken the lead. And he almost had a trip up. Now down the stretch, it's the two Southern University participants. It's Miller and Alexander. And Southern will go 1 and 2. Takari Alexander picking up the win in the heat.
And Alexander, he has to congratulate the guy who actually pushed him earlier, because of the fact that he was pushed forward. It's one thing about with actually running is a series of athlete falls, and so once that athlete fell forward, he actually ended up picking up another 5 meters.
Rashane Miller coming up second in that heat, followed by Cabrin Mitchell of Texas Southern with 157.52. So right now, at the moment, Marciana Taylor is still the leader of the pack. 156.30 from Alcorn State to Cardrick Alexander from Southern University, 156.32. Rashane Miller from Southern University, 156.88. Micaiah Miles, Grambling State, fourth place, 157.25. Cabrin Mitchell, 157.52. Now we're heading into our final heat. And, Coach, when you look at this field, we've got any one of these guys can definitely take it. I'll be taking a look at Amos Beadle from Alabama State, Kabiba Mills from Alabama State, Nick Scott, the 2022 winner from Southern, and Brandon Washington from Texas Southern, who was the runner-up.
And once again, we got to watch those Hornets again, because this falls right into their bread and butter as running as a team.
After the first 200 meters, it looks like Arkansas Pine Bluff is out in front. And then you just got a big pack of runners behind them. Anything can happen in that pack, right, Coach?
Very, very, very competitive.
Again, women's pole vault, please check in. As they come around.
We're about to get ready to approach the first 400. We're looking at least around about like 55 seconds.
That's a fast 400, I'll tell you that.
Yes, sir.
Tariq Xavier in first place right now from Arkansas Pine Bluff. He's being followed by his teammate Genesis Joseph of Arkansas Pine Bluff. Brandon Washington, the runner-up from last year, in third. And here's that bell lap, Coach.
And we have to watch those Hornets again.
And coming up the side is a Southern University.
Yes, sir.
That's Nick Scott. He's the winner from last year. He's trying to defend his title, Nick Scott. And Nick Scott's running away from the competition, and he is going to defend his title. What a run by Nick Scott. And when I say what a run, when we go back to the replay, we need to look and see where he was at in the last 200 meters. Nick Scott wins with a time of 1:52.18. He was followed by Kabita Mills from Alabama State, 1:53.63. Amos Beadle from Alabama State, also 1:53.90. So let's take a look at the final standings as you take a look right there at the guy that goes on to win the championship. Yes, Nick Scott is your winner. 1:52.18 is the winning time, followed by Kabita Mills of Alabama State, 1:53.63. Amos Beadle from Alabama State, 1:53.90. So Bama State gets second and third.
Second and third. But one thing about Scott, he was like deja vu for last year. He did the exact same thing last year.
So what you're saying is that he really knows how to run this race.
He knows how to run. He knows how to close. He is a competitor. You see him, he is a competitor.
And then he yells out, "This is my house." Well, hey, it's been his house the last 2 years in this
it really has.
In this competition for sure. But yeah, I was mentioning when you go back and you look on that final lap when they were ringing the bell, he was probably 7th, 8th place, and he started making that kick as soon as you went around the second to last curve, and then he turned on the jets and nobody was catching him.
He ran his race.
Yes, sir, he did.
He ran his race, and that is the key to running 800s. You want to run those negative splits. Each 200, you want to begin a little bit faster, a little bit faster, and a little bit faster. Sometimes athletes kind of go out a little bit too early, but he ran his race.
And here's the other thing, Coach. He's not a tall guy.
Not at all.
He is not. So you probably look at him, you think he's a straight sprinter, which clearly you did say that this competition does involve a lot of sprinting.
Exactly.
But, you know, you saw that he had the long distance kick, and then he ran away from everybody.
Very explosive, very explosive.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we're getting ready now for some more action. But in the meantime, as a look at high jump there. So, Coach, as we take a look at the high jump, by far, some of the participants, you know, we know for sure not only athletic, but the way they can contort their body is just something else. I got a chance to talk with Olympic participant Javon Harrison last year from out of the Huntsville area. Of course, he played collegiately at LSU. He was a high jumper and a long jumper, and then he went to the Olympics in both events. And when I just asked him about how tough was it, he was like, I always wanted to do this, and he's put his mind and his body to it. But when it comes to high jump, he was like, hey, you just have to kind of just set yourself in a different position. But at the same time, he's always had someone that was always tough on him, and that was his mother, Georgia, who was an All-American track star at Alabama A&M and won multiple SIAC championships. As we get ready for the women's 200, and it looks like we've got a additional blown whistle, possible full start.
And also in this first heat, we do have 2 athletes that come in with no times, and one of those times is one of your favorites, which is Trinity Bolden from Southern.
Well, we've already seen Trinity Bolden take home her second women's 60-meter championship for indoor.
It looked like we had the athlete from Alcorn that had the false start.
That would have been Kamoria Muschette.
4, right.
Trinity Bolden, she is in lane 2. Anaya Galloway, also from Southern University, she's in lane 3. Argia Richardson from Jackson State, she's in lane 5. Brianna Guy from Arkansas Pine Bluff.
And in that inside lane, you have to be able to attack the field early, especially at the turn, because you have the athletes on the top of the turn that have to go to the up climb.
Plus, everybody's in front of you, too, Coach.
Exactly.
Here comes Trinity Bolden, and Bolden will pick up a victory here in the first heat of the women's 200 meter. Her time, 25.27. Richardson from Jackson State, 25.74. Brianna Guy from Arkansas Pine Bluff, 26.26. So clearly, as we take a look at Bolden, she, like you said, Coach, earlier, she ran her race. She got out in front, and then
and then it looked like she kind of let up a little bit, closing. Like I say, but she's in the inside lane, so you really have to attack, because those athletes that's on the top, they do have that downhill when they come off the turn, as you can see there.
So coming up next, we will have 5 runners in the second heat. We've got 8 heats for the women's 200-meter dash. For those of you just joining us, due to weather on yesterday, the SWAC had to make adjustments, so all of the running events are timed-based. We don't have the best time from every single heat turning around and running against each other in one final session. Everybody literally is running against the clock.
And the time to beat so far is 25-2 by Bolden.
Trinity Kirk in lane 3 for Southern University. Takira Glasgow from Grambling State in lane 4. Aaron Garrett from Jackson State in lane 5. Tajaya Patio from Texas Southern in lane 6. And Janaya Daniel has been listed as a scratch.
And Garrett is coming in at the fastest time. He's 26-1. Looks like she's on the pace of actually running faster today as they come off the 150-meter mark.
Garrett is ahead, but coming up on the side is Patio. And Patio looks like she will pick up the victory in the heat. And she does. Padillo, 25.73. Trinity Kirk from Southern University, 25.77. Aaron Garrett, third in the heat, 26.06.
And Patio really ran a really good aggressive turn. I like that. She ran a really aggressive turn.
And also, too, with Patio, as she was coming around that turn, she was hugging that line. Man, she was hugging that line. I mean, she was under control coming around with it, but she definitely was hugging it. Here's a better look at it. Watch as she comes right here. Look how close she gets to that line.
Very close to the line. But she was able to close.
Yeah, she was. She was, Coach. Well, maybe she wanted to just get close to say hey to Aaron Garrett for like a millisecond and then run down the rest of the race. So coming up next, we've got Heat 3 of 8 in the women's indoor 200-meter dash. In lane 2, we've got Kaylin Clayton from Mississippi Valley State, Maya Sherman from Mississippi Valley State in lane 3, Malaysia Senegal from Southern University in lane 4, Talia Spurlock, Mississippi Valley in lane 5, Zoe Hightower from Florida A&M in lane 6.
And Hightower comes in as our best time in this event right now at 25.87 in his heat. Look like we have a scratch with Spurlock out of lane 5.
Yes, Spurlock has been scratched now. So it's a 4-lady race, Coach.
So we're getting ready for the women's purple. The men's triple jump. The women's shot put.
Coming around the corner, it looks like it'll be Senegal out in front. But can Senegal hold on? Yes, she will hold on. The race for second is going to be close.
That may have been Senegal. Yes, it was. Her time 25.88, 26.21.
Senegal coming in first in that heat, 25.87. Zoe Hightower from Florida A&M coming in second place.
Also scheduled in the men's triple jump.
26.20.
Yeah.
And Maya Sherman from Mississippi Valley, 26.21. Taking a look at our overall standings right now, Trinity Bolden of Southern University still out in front. In first place, 25.27 is the leading time. Taja Patio from Texas Southern, 25.73. And then Artasia Richardson from Jackson State, 25.74. And that is through 3 heats. We've got 8 heats coming up here. And if you're just joining us, we want to thank you for checking us out here with the SWAC Indoor Men's and Women's Track and Field Championships. We're at the Crossplex here in Birmingham, Alabama. I am Mo Carter. That is the coach, TJ Williams. We've seen a record fall for the SWAC today. We've seen multiple gold medals. We've seen several young ladies and men defend their titles. And we still got so much more to go, Coach.
So much more to go. And right now in lane 4, or lane 5, we have Shania Berry from Florida A&M that's actually coming in with a time of 25.55. Let's see how she carries that time through this heat here. And she's being challenged out of lane 2. That's
lane 2 is Kayla Blockett from Grambling. It'll be Blockett from Grambling that picks up the victory in this heat.
25-25.
Shania Berry right behind her, 25.28.
And looking at the replay, you see where she really ran a really good turn. I like how Blockett, she had that nice tilt coming off the turn.
And Berry got out to a very, very quick start. It's just once you got down that straightaway, Blockett just had a little bit more kick as they crossed the finish line.
Yep. Berry did. She did close on it, but however, she just didn't have enough space. So
with that time, Kyla Blockett now takes over first place, 25-25 over Trinity Bolton. 25-27 for the young lady from Southern, Shania Berry, who we just saw from Florida A&M, 25-28. She's in third place. All right, so let's move on to heat number 5. Leon Smith of UAPB in lane 2. In lane 3, Callie Calicut from Jackson State. In lane 4, Amari Ritzel from Grambling State. In lane 5, Amanda St. Louis, the 400-meter champion who we saw earn a gold medal earlier today, is now going to try her hands at 200 meters. And in lane 6, we've got Lily Burnett from Texas Southern.
St. Louis comes in with the fastest time in this heat at 25:37. This is really a strong event for a 400-meter runner.
And don't forget, with St. Louis, she is a tall young lady with great strides. Will that help her here? We'll find out.
Look, Burnett on the outside is really burning that turn, but you have a challenge on the inside. And Burnett comes off the heel. Burnett
is rolling, and it's going to be Burnett that takes home the victory in that heat. Time 25.05, followed by Callie Calicut of Jackson State, 25.18. Leon Smith, 25.66.
Yeah, Burnett she really challenged the field. She really did. She really attacked the turn, and she didn't let off.
Amanda St. Louis, 25.69. She finishes fourth in that heat. And as we saw, especially with St. Louis, we saw she was putting her kick in, but I'm guessing because of that 400-meter nature, maybe the kick just came in just a little too late.
Yeah, she didn't really set her velocity at all when the first 40 meters, because the athlete, you can only sprint for those 40 meters. After that, you maintain the momentum. So she really just didn't have that momentum.
So following that heat, Lily Burnett goes to the top of the list, Coach, with her time of 25.05. Callie Calicut from Jackson State rolls into second, 25.18. Kyla Blockett from Southern is now in third place. Let's take you to our next heat. Layla Gaynor from Alabama A&M. Lane 3 is Jada Sabir from Prairie View. Lane 4, Kahaya Anderson from Alabama State. Lane 5, Cheronique Alexander from Alabama State. And then in lane 6, Shelby Brooks. We've already seen Jada Sabir, Kahaya Anderson, and Shelby Brooks all.
I think this will be a very, very competitive race here. We have Alexander coming at the fastest time of 25.05. We'll see how she'll be challenged with her teammate coming in from the inside.
All three of those young ladies have already got a medal today. Let's see what they can do on this final straightaway. Now coming down the stretch, it looks like it's Alexander. Alexander out in front, and she's going to pull away and pick up the victory in the heat. Terranique Alexander, 24.60, Coach.
That's it. Great job. She improved that time.
Followed by Shelby Brooks, 24.86. The field is changing now with these final results. Kahaya Anderson, 25.04. So your new leaderboard looks like this. Terranique Alexander from Alabama State, 24.60. Shelby Brooks from Texas Southern now in second place, 24.86. Kahaya Anderson from Alabama State, 25.04. Lily Burnett from Texas Southern, 25.05. Of course, Trinity Bolden was leading the pack for a while, and she's now fell to 7th place.
And as we be looking at the turn, you will see how the athlete from Alabama State, how she really attacked that turn. She did a great job winning at the 24.6?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
On to our next race. In lane 2, it's Antoinette Kinsler from Prairie View. In lane 4, you got Victoria Smith from Alabama A&M. In lane 5, Talita Williams from Florida A&M. And in lane 6, Shawnee Pert from Alabama State.
And look for Williams in this heat here, but Pert, she's been looking really, really good throughout this indoor season. We'll see how 4 and 5 and 6 compete against one another.
And they are off in the 200 meters, the 7th heat. We've still got one more heat to go. It's pretty even coming down the stretch, Coach, but it looks like it'll be Pert coming ahead. She's trying to beat out Williams, but Williams will eclipse her at the finish line to take first place in that heat. 24.52, Coach.
Yeah, Williams looked good. She actually attacked the turn. If you see it, you notice she attacks the turn. She's attacking the turn. She's turning over. Her body is tall. The chest is forward. And you just see she just actually lifts home.
Shauna K. Pert coming up second in that race on that heat. So now, here's your new leaderboard. Talita Williams is your leader in the clubhouse, Coach. And Shauna K. Pert, who just finished second in that heat, is second overall with 24.58. Terranique Alexander from Alabama State is in third, 24.60. So let's go to this final heat. We've got Jade Sabir from Prairie View in lane 3. Lauren Hill, not that Lauren Hill, but Lauren is here. Florida A&M in lane 4. Asia Harris, Prairie View in lane 5. Jaqual Bush in lane 6. Harris was third in this event just 1 year ago. She has a qualifying time of 24.25. Bush qualifying time 24.31. Hall qualifying time 24.60.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really competitive. Harris comes in with the fastest time so far at 24.25. But silently, we have to watch Alabama State because right now they have at least 3 athletes that are in the top 8 right now.
Yes, sir. They're at 2, 3, and 6. And they have a participant in this one, too. The time to beat is 24.52. Here we go. Coming down the stretch, it is Prairie View's Asia Harris. And Harris will cross the finish line first in this heat, followed by Jaquil Bush. 24.35 for Bush. Asia Harris, 24.20. So let's take a look at your final standings as you take a look at this final heat. And, Coach, it'll be Asia Harris from Prairie View who finishes with a time of 24.20, and she will take gold today in the women's 200-meter dash.
Really like Harris in this 200, how she kept her body tall. She swing the hand below the hips, getting actually lift. She maintained momentum, maintained her mechanics, and the rest was history.
Yes, sir. And Jaqual Bush coming up second in this one. As we see, it really was the Bush and Harris show on this run here. Harris basically takes the lead right here from Bush, and then after that, it's 1-2 down the stretch.
So in this event, Alabama State scored 3.
They have second place, Coach. They have fourth place, and they also have sixth place. So Coach Richie Bean may have not got an individual winner, but, hey, he's still racking up the points all in all for his team. So once again, congratulations to Asia Harris, the 2023 SWAC Women's Indoor 200-meter dash champion. She's from Prairie View. So now we are going to switch over to the men. Men's 200-meter dash. We've got 8 heats. Starting in heat 1 will be Rodney Johnson from Southern University. He's in lane 2. In lane 3, we've got Derek Washington from Southern University. Lane 4, Amiri Franklin from Alcorn State. Ashton Murphy, also from Alcorn State. He's in lane 5. Nicholas Williams from Grambling State.
And we have 2 athletes in this heat with no time. That is Washington from Southern and Johnson from Southern.
And here comes Washington and Johnson going 1-2 in their heats. Derek Washington, 22.33. Rodney Johnson, 22.36. Nick Williams from Grambling, 22.9.
You have got 2 good athletes in here to come in to at least score points.
I mean, Williams got out in front early, but after that, it was the 2 guys from Baton Rouge that would not be denied the finish line. And we have 8 heats for the men's 200. Once again, if you're just joining us and wondering why we're running all these heats, there was bad weather in the state of Alabama, especially in the central area where we are, the western portion, and also the northern regions of Alabama, which is known as the Tennessee Valley. Because of the severe weather, the SWAC had to make adjustments, especially since you are under a severe weather warning. Yes, I know this is an indoor facility, but you still have to think about the safety of the student athletes, the fans, the parents, the coaches, administrators, and volunteers. So because of that, we ran into a time trial situation this year. But if you're a student athlete that participated last year, you know exactly how to even deal with this because Coach, you were here last year and you also saw it.
It's really deja vu from last year.
It really is. All right, Coach, so here we go. Jaden Stanford, Kasim Ibrahim Williams, Trevon Ridley, Clayton Terry, and Blake Gibson. And coming down the stretch, it will be Jackson State's Kasim Ibrahim Washington with the victory. 22.1 is his final time. He was followed up by Clayton Terry from Prairie View, 22.40. Blake Gibson rounds up the top 3, 22.43. Remember, we are running against time. We don't have a true finals, so everyone has to run their own race, but also run their best race to not only get the medals, but also to advance to the next round of things.
And Washington really came off the turn really strong. I really like how he came off the turn. Really quiet. He wasn't expected to actually close like he did. He came in with a time of 22.85, and he leads out with a time of 22.1.
So moving on to the next heat, we're taking a look at some of the young men who are participating in Heat 3 of 8 here inside of the Crossplex in Birmingham, Alabama. Birmingham has a whole lot of stuff going on right now. We're here inside the Crossplex. Next door inside of Bill Harris Arena, the Alabama High School Athletic Association, who also had to make some adjustments to their regional tournaments. They are hosting the Central Regionals. So you have teams from anywhere from the Tuscaloosa area throughout Birmingham, maybe even over as far as Lynette are participating over there. I am amazed the way they draw these region lines sometimes here in this state for each and every classification. So, yes, all these things are going on. It's championship time, Coach.
Yeah, you have like a Southern Region champion against a Southwest Regional champion of the state. So
correct.
Yeah.
And those high school games we played at the BJCC for the championships in just a number of years. But speaking of the championships, let's take a look at what's going on right here on the track coming around. It will be Terry Simmons. No, actually, it's going to be Nazir Carter coming through in the lane. Nazir Carter will finish second right behind Christian Lewis of Grambling State. Christian Lewis bringing a time of 22.40. Nazir Carter from Prairie View, 22.5. Terry Simmons, 22.62.
And actually, they actually had Lewis in as a stretch, but he actually completed the race out of lane 5. Did a great job.
I mean, I admit that did kind of catch me off guard, too, because I'm looking at the stats, I'm looking at the lane, and I'm like, wait a second. But they do have it corrected now on our official stuff, so kudos to Dwight and company for getting that updated. We appreciate you guys.
Good job.
Absolutely. And, Coach, there's a laundry list of people that we really, really want to thank for helping make this happen, but we know it's going to probably take as long as this track meet to, literally thank all of them. But if you are watching and you know what's going on and participating, we want to thank you for everything you are doing to make the 2023 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championship a success.
Definitely want to thank the Crossplex. They do such an excellent job. The facility is always clean. It's one thing that the city makes sure that everything is in excellence for the spectators as well as for the athletes.
Yes, sir. So as we roll into Heat 4, I also want to thank all of the individuals who are watching at home, either on their phone, on their tablet, on their computer, or you might even have the YouTube app on your television and you're watching as well. on the SWAC Digital Network. We appreciate you guys tuning in. I hope you've been enjoying everything you've been seeing thus far, whether it's your favorite team winning championships, your favorite runner that you may have competed against or you may have cheered for through the years, getting a gold, silver, or bronze medal. And then at the end, we'll recognize the best teams. Let's go to Heat 4 of 200-meter dash in the men's. Robert Hampton, Florida A&M in lane 2. Sean Guerrier from Alabama A&M in lane 3. Chance Holliday, Prairie View, lane 4. Arrington Robinson, Alcorn State. And Sean Vazio Lewis of Texas Southern. As they come down the stretch, it's tight, Coach. Looks like it's going to be Robinson who pulls up and gets the victory in this heat. Arrington Robinson, his final time, checks in at 22.02 seconds.
And Robinson came in with the fastest time at 22:28. But as we look here on the replay, we see where Ashley Lewis actually was way ahead of everyone, but he did have trouble as he approached the first turn. There is an incline, but however, he hit the decline, and he actually built up speed, but he just did not have control. By him not having control, Robinson just came right by him.
Absolutely. So going back to that heat now, let's take a look at the final times of that. As we mentioned, Arrington Robinson, 20.02, Chance Holliday, 21.19, and Sean Xavier Lewis from Texas Southern, 22.24. Now, as we take a look at the heat sheets compile. Okay. Sorry, everyone. It took me a second to figure out where I need to go back to look at the overall standings. Remember, we're running against time, so we don't have just the fastest guys running against each other. But with that victory in that previous heat, it's now Arrington Robinson that leads the pack, 22.02. Kasim Ibrahim Washington from Jackson State, he's in second place, 22.10. Chance Holliday, who we just saw from Prairie View, 22.19. And Sean Xavier Lewis, who we also just saw, 22.24. He is in fourth place. Let's move over to heat number 5 now, Coach. Johnny Holloway III from Alcorn State, he's in lane 2. Sedgwick Pitts Jr. from Jackson State, he's in lane 3. Cameron Overton from Bethune-Cookman, he's in lane 4. Tavis Wilson from Bethune-Cookman, he's in lane 5. And Talil Atkins, he's in lane 6 for Alabama A&M.
All right, Tavis Wilson coming in with the fastest time at 21.96. He looks good as he approached the first 100 meters as he's attacking the turn, chest is forward. Look at his inside at Cameron Overton.
Coming down the stretch, it's the two men from Bethune-Cookman. It looks like Cameron Overton will outstretch his teammate for a victory in that heat. Time for Cameron Overton, 21.76. He narrowly beats out his teammate, Tavis Wilson, with a 21.81. Talil Atkins from Alabama A&M, 21.93.
So actually right now, Overton has the fastest time so far.
Yes, keyword is so far. We still have 3 more heats to go. But as we take a look at it, Wilson had the lead, and then here's that extra kick that was coming from his teammate.
Overton had just a little bit more momentum coming off of that turn. But however, his teammate, though, he looked really, really good on the straightaway.
So going back to the updated times, Cameron Overton now takes over the top spot, 21.76. Tavis Wilson, his teammate, 21.81. If this could remain intact, keyword is if, this will be a huge momentum boost for Bethune-Cookman.
Oh, yes.
They have come close today in many point situations, but to even be in the mix, if you can get first and second anytime, that's always great. Let's move over to heat number 6. Kendrick Winfield from Alabama State, he's in lane 2. CJ Guidry from Grambling State, he's in lane 3. Josh Knox from Alabama State, he's in lane 4. Justice Traynor from Alabama State in lane 5. And Jermaine Digis from Bethune-Cookman, he's in lane 6. And if you're Justice Trainer, after having that full start in the 60-meter, you know he's got something on his mind. He wants redemption. And look at Trainer right now. Trainer is out ahead. Can he hold on? No, he cannot. Jermaine Digest from Bethune-Cookman edges out Trainer at the last second. 21.43. And Josh Knox actually edges out Trainer as well with 21.48. Trainer comes in at 21.57. What a race to the end.
Nice race, nice race. But one thing we have to look at, though, we got to look at the final tally as we get ready to finish out these 200-meter dashes.
Literally, Trainer had it, and then all of a sudden, Digest came up those last, really, what, maybe 10 meters, Coach?
Exactly, exactly. One thing about Digest, he was really tall once he closed.
Yeah, because, I mean, as you're looking right now at Trainer, I'm not saying he's in full control, but he has the lead right here.
Exactly.
And it's just a straightaway stride. And then here comes Digest down the stretch and just literally passes him up.
One thing what lane 6 does, it gives you that opportunity to actually run downhill when you're actually closing. You may notice some of the athletes may lose control coming off their heel. But this time, the athlete from Bethune, he maintained through. He stayed tall. And he used that momentum to actually come off of that decline.
Yes, sir. So with that being said, we now have a new leader, and that is Jermaine Digest, 21.42. Josh Knox from Alabama State, 21.47. Justice Trainer, 21.50. Those are your top 3 times in the men's 200-meter dash with 2 heats to go. Heading into heat number 7, we've got DeAnthony Nervis from Southern University in lane 3. Our guy, Mr. Leo from Florida A&M in lane 4. Shenard Walker from Bethune-Cookman checking in lane 5. And Victor Smith from Alabama State checking in lane 6.
Yeah, Walker has the fastest time coming in from Bethune at 21.54. But I'm looking at a very, very competitive finish. Very competitive finish.
And if we take back a look at the notes, remember Victor Smith was the favorite to win the men's 60-meter dash. He had the best time coming in to the day. What can he do in the 200? Let's find out right now. Out early is Victor Smith. This race is definitely fast and competitive. Victor Smith coming up the straightaway, and Victor Smith will hold off everyone. Coming out of lane 6, Victor Smith, 21.30. Just edges out Shenard Walker from Bethune-Cookman at 21.35.
Like we said before, we knew it was going to be a very, very competitive race.
I was talking about Coach Richie Bean. There he is right there.
And as you see, looking at the replay, no runner actually made up the stagger on anyone. But however, Smith ran a great turn. Our man Leo came up, but Smith remained, stayed focused. The rest is history.
Yes, sir. So with that being said, the previous top 3 are history. Victor Smith takes over the top spot when it comes to time, ran on this 200-meter dash with his 21.30. Shenard Walker of Bethune-Cookman, 21.35. Mr. Leo from Florida A&M, 21.37. Jermaine Digest from Bethune-Cookman, 21.42. In 4th place, Joshua Knox rounds out the top 5 from Alabama State at 21.47. But you know what? Because we're talking about points, Justice Trainer in 6th place from Alabama State, 21.50. And we've got one more heat to go.
And we have here the last heat here of 8 of 8. Matthew Clark of Alabama State comes in with the fastest time at 36.
Matthew Clark, he'll be in lane 5. Sean Collins in lane 4 from Jackson State. Christian Derrick from Prairie View in lane 3. Nathan Metellus, we just talked about him. He's in lane number 6. Matt Clark from Alabama State, he was 3rd in this event last year. Sean Collins was 8th in this event last year. So here we go, Coach.
Will we have a time under 21 seconds? We'll see.
It's Matt Clark. No, it's now Sean Collins. Sean Collins out in front. Matt Clark, the late stretch. This may be a photo finish, Coach. They give it to Sean Collins, 21.19. Matt Clark from Alabama State, 21.20. That's how close this was.
How close it was. And I really think that Clark probably would have run under 21 seconds if he didn't trip. He did have an issue off the lane. He actually tripped on the line. As you see, both, there was a very competitive race. But right in this area, about right here.
Oh, yes, I see it. I do see it.
Once he turned that ankle, it took all of his momentum, but he had enough heart to actually close.
Correct. And then look how close Matt Clark got. I mean, kind of looking at it right now, because we got it on pause, one of Sean Collins' beads off his dreadlocks may have actually got him the win.
Exactly.
Because remember, we got the laser. So it's whatever crosses that first.
Correct.
I mean, I know you may be laughing at home, but this is actually something serious.
Yes.
As we take a look at this replay once again, there's the trip up.
That trip right there, that trip.
But as he dips his head, because it looked like Matt Clark was literally about to get him, I'm wondering if maybe one of his beads may have got ahead.
Exactly. I think one thing, the fact that that Clark really worked so hard that only if he just would have just maintained his composure, he probably would have been much of a closer finish. But he put everything into it. He put it all into it. But right at that point after he tripped up, that really hurt him big time.
He definitely did. Let's take a look at your top 6 finishers in this event. In 6th place, Jermaine Digest from Bethune-Cookman, 21.43. Mr. Leo from Florida A&M, the TCU transfer, 21.38. He's in 5th place. Shenard Walker finishes in 4th place, Bethune-Cookman, 21.36. Victor Smith from Alabama State, 21.31. Matthew Clark, 21.21, and your 2023 SWAC Indoor Men's Champion, Sean Collins from Jackson State, 21.20. I know they talk about football being a game of inches. Well, track literally is a game of milliseconds.
Exactly.
Because literally 0.01 seconds was the difference between 1st and 2nd place.
And those 8 athletes, 4 of them were from Alabama State University that scored.
Richie Bean and company making some things happen. All right, so we are getting ready now for the women's 5,000. All right, so taking a look at the women's. I'm sorry. I jumped ahead, everyone. It's the men's heptathlon, the 1,000-meter run. So taking a look at the crew right now, you got Caleb Davis from Texas Southern, Julian Claiborne from Prairie View. Julian Claiborne actually jumped out ahead. Nicholas Mosley from Alabama State, Isaiah Johnson from Bethune-Cookman, Tyree Newman from Bethune-Cookman, Vaughn DeVaughn III. He's in 5th place in this race.
Come on, we are too quiet. 2 days of competition.
Okay. And I mean, Coach, at this point, for the men's heptathlon, this is it, right? You have to put in everything you need to put in. Yes, this is the final event for the heptathlon. Of course, they had some of the events that took place on yesterday.
Exactly.
The men actually were able to get some of their events out the way, thankfully. Or it would have been a longer day for them today.
Yes. So this is it for the men.
So out in front right now is Nicholas Mosley for Alabama State. Right behind him is Isaiah Johnson from Bethune-Cookman. Shay Rockford from Arkansas Pine Bluff. He's followed by Charles Natha of Alcorn State. Vaughn Devon III, he's from Alabama State. He's in 5th place right now in this event.
Correct. And we're looking at the men's heptathlon. This is just a dressing up room for the outdoor decathlon. Because right now they're doing 7 events. The outdoors, they will do 10 events.
So down the stretch, looks like it'll be Shay Rockford and Isaiah Johnson. And it'll be Rockford that picks up the victory in the 1,000, edging out Isaiah Johnson from Bethune-Cookman. Congratulations to Shay Rockford from Arkansas Pine Bluff. And in the fashion of a great athlete who just gave it their all, you're seeing the guys plop down to the ground of the track to get that little extra rest.
And in your event, in this event, your points are basically based on your height that you cleared, the times that you run. And it's not based on actually the athletes, the place they finish, but actually how they perform in that individual event.
Correct. And look, as you take a look at the athletes on the field, you've got all kind of athletes from different schools trying to help their fellow conference members up because they know what kind of really brutal type of workouts they've went through in these last couple of days to put their bodies on the line to earn points for their teams. Good sportsmanship going all around. As you see, Isaiah Johnson went straight down. Okay. And we're getting ready to now make our way for the women's 5,000. I was actually ahead of myself on that one, Coach. But as we get ready for the women's 5,000, we want to take a look at 2 particular young ladies, Catherine Mara from UAPB and Rebecca Bernardin from Alabama State. Bernardin, she was 6th in this event on last year.
And also to add with what you've already began, we have our athlete again, Shemaya, or as you say, Shamia Jones from Alabama State. She just competed in the 800. She competed in the 400.
So let's see how well she does in the 5,000. And for those of you counting at home, that is 25 times around the track. I know some athletes that don't even get around the track 25 times in a week. And these young ladies are about to do it in a matter of minutes.
So, it all makes sense of how her pace was in the 800. We wonder why she actually lagged behind. She may have been thinking of this event.
Possibly. But when you talk about secret weapons and young ladies and student athletes that can get you points in places that you may not expect, she's the perfect example of it. Coming around the first lap, Naomi Davis of Prairie View was in first place. Ruth Capet from Grambling in second place. Mercy Kwambe from Grambling in third place.
courtesy of Greg Mayweather, hit number 11, fifth in the 3,000 on yesterday. She was also fifth.
Coach, in the midst of them running all these laps, we're going to take a look at the men's scores so far. Overall scores right now, as we speak, Alabama State's men lead the pack with 87 points. But right behind them is Jackson State with 84 points. Texas Southern, they're in third place with 45 points. Bethune-Cookman in fourth place with 42 points. Arkansas Pine Bluff in fifth place with 33 points. Let's take a look at the women's overall standing, and this is out of 12 out of 17 scored events thus far. Alabama State starting to flex their muscles now. They're in first place with 128 points. Prairie View is in second place with 89 points. Jackson State in third place with 39 points. Southern University in fourth place with 33 points. Alabama A&M in fifth place with 31 points. And once again, this is out of 17 scored events. We've got 12 of them already done.
And one thing about Prairie View with women, they will score in the distance events. So these are some of the things that Coach Beam and Alabama State know of. That Prairie View have a way of striking before you know it in these distance events.
Mm-hmm. So theoretically, when we look at the women's score, it is a two-team race, roughly. It is Alabama State and it is Prairie View. Alabama State right now has a 39-point lead on Prairie View as we speak. But as you mentioned, the distance races can help make up a whole lot of ground in that scenario. When we go back and look over at the men, Alabama State, their lead is not as comfortable as the women's lead on the men's side.
Right, correct.
94-84 is the distance between first and second place between Alabama State and Jackson State.
Jackson State. And this year, Jackson has looked pretty strong when it comes down to the distance events, especially with the 5,000 winners of the distance medley. So, Jackson, they have their goals set as well as Alabama State. So we'll basically have to see how this thing folds up after the 4x400-meter relay.
So look who's 1 and 2, Coach. It's Stella Kiptuia from Alcorn State, followed by Shamia Jones of Alabama State. We saw these two go 1 and 2 earlier today. Looks like we're going to have the same thing, just on a slower pace.
Jones kind of remind me of a predator that just kind of like stalking.
Forgive me, that's 214. 214.
Just riding along.
And I mean, you got to think about like what type of athlete Jones would also have to be, considering the fact that like she is trying to prey on Shelly, because I mean, she literally distances herself from the rest of the pack in most cases, as we see today. But once again, you are watching the 2023 SWAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championships. We are live on the SWAC Digital Network here inside the Crossplex in Birmingham, Alabama. I am Mo Carter. That is Coach TJ Williams. And we've been seeing some exciting action in the Magic City.
Distance runners in the conference coming through at 5:04, 5:05.
Couple of records broken today already. And Coach had called it. He was like, I can see it. I can feel it.
Yeah.
And then we saw it.
And also, too, in this event, you notice that the Stella, that she's beginning to start to run negative splits. Each 200, she begins to run a little faster and a little faster.
And as they come around, the women's team scores.
So it's making it more of a challenge for Jones to actually chase her, because Jones does have sprint speed.
Yes, she does. So we're about 6 minutes into this.
Mississippi Valley 3, rounding 13, Alcorn State.
Women's 5,000.
24 for Arkansas Pine, then 25 Texas Southern 28, Florida A&M 29, Alabama A&M 31, Southern 33, Jackson State 39. Preview, 89, Alabama State, 128.
And the PA announcer just announcing the team stats, similar to what we just explained to you as well. It just appears to be 2 team races in both the men's and women's side of things. Through 12 events, we're going to have 17 total events.
And after seeing the 5,000, Keptu continues to run negative splits. Jones continued to just stalk behind her, but however, the lead has increased for Keptu.
It has. It certainly has. And of course, as I mentioned, we are here in the Crossplex, location of many championship events on the AAU level, the high school level, the college level. Pretty sure a few pros come through and train as well.
And also, this arena serves for the state high school championship volleyball as well.
Yes, sir. It does. They got a whole lot of, they find a way to create a whole lot of courts in here.
Oh, yes.
Heaven forbid you're in a situation where if you're a sports anchor like myself, where you've got multiple teams playing at one time, you just have to make those decisions on what you want to cover or which one you want to cover.
Exactly. But, you know, it was built and they came. That was the key. It was built, they came.
Yes, sir.
Like for years, you know, we were up in the near Huntsville. We go to the barn up there, right north of the area is called Priceville, Alabama.
Correct.
And that's where we used to have meets at the barn. A lot of times, if it was 28 degrees outside the barn, it was 28 degrees in the barn.
In the barn, yep. Yeah, right between Priceville and Hartsville.
Yeah. So we had to open up this place here, and it's been just great since then. And we also created a meet here called the Martin Luther King Jr. Track Classic. And this is actually one of our largest high school indoor meets in the country. And we usually run that meet on the holiday, which is on Monday. But it's run here at the Crossplex. And this arena has gotten so competitive that when you do run a high school invitational, you have to run it in 3 to 4 sections. So usually you run section 1 and section 2 on Friday, and you finish with section 3 and 4 on Saturday.
So is it because there are just so many athletes participating?
There's so many. You have an influx of athletes that come in from the state of Georgia, because they don't have indoor track, and also in Florida. So
really? Georgia doesn't have indoor track on?
They don't.
Wow. All the fine athletes that you see come out of that stage.
Exactly. But usually, but programs can actually start competing in the month of January. So a lot of those teams, since they do start competing in January, they can run indoor meets, but it's not a state-sanctioned meet. So we have a lot of teams from Georgia actually come here, especially when we run as they call the Last Chance Invitational. It is usually the week before the month of February, usually around like January 28th, 29th. And it usually has to be run within like 4 sections.
I see. You're taking a look at Stella Keptui from Alcorn State.
And as you see how she has really stretched the lead on Jones, that she continues to run negative splits. And what I mean by negative splits is to a layman out there, the athlete actually runs each lap faster and faster and faster.
both Keptui and Jones are starting to lap several other competitors in this event. I think once Keptui comes up past this young lady right here from Arkansas Pine Bluff, I think she will have lapped the entire field. Yes, once she, yep, and she has now lapped the entire field.
She's lapped the entire field.
Jamia Jones is about halfway to that.
Keptui continues to actually stretch out the lead. And as you see, you know, she is a primary distance runner. Her feet are always in front of her. And when she completes the turnovers, the shin is always behind her. Whereas you see Jones, when she's sprinting, her shin is actually swinging upward because she's more of a sprinter. But this distance runner, when she comes off the ground, her shin is always behind her back, always behind her body.
So the way you just explained that, Coach, it's almost like running is a science as well.
It is. In other words, the distance runner is constantly driving, whereas the sprinter type is more turning over. So that sprinter type is mostly cycling, whereas a distance runner, they mostly drive.
We need the men's pole vault. Please report. Inside pit. There's your leader.
And there we go. We continue to watch Shelly Kiptui, young lady who transferred from Benedict College. So she traded in one set of purple and gold for another set of purple and gold. And what an impact she has made, not only in her event, but also for the Lady Braves team as well.
And Benedict is one of our very, very successful Division II as well as HBCU track and field programs.
Here's your leader. Coming through at 13:37.
And there goes Shelly. She just keeps on rolling, Coach.
Yeah, she has like 6 laps to go. So right now, Jones is actually trying to pick up the pace, but once again, she's more of a sprint type, so she's constantly cycling. You actually see that heel actually swinging up to her hamstrings, whereas you see Keptui, she's just continuing to just drive forward.
Come on, we can do better than this. What's that theory? The more you can, the faster they run. So let's help them out.
Here comes Keptui once again. 14:22.
That's for the 4K. 4,000 meters. 14:22. Operating on a 17.
As we continue to watch Kelly, excuse me, not Kelly, Stella Kiptui continue to dominate this performance. We want to take our time out to thank all of the parties involved for making the 2023 SWAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championship a success. That goes all the way up from the administration, all the way down to the wonderful workers that we see who are helping out each and every day, especially not only in the city of Birmingham, but also with USA Track and Field. That includes you too, Coach.
Oh, thank you.
No problem, man, because we know what kind of impact you have made on several of these student athletes in the Birmingham area. And then the support as well. I mean, as I mentioned, good crowd on hand. It is not just the teams that are sitting in the crowd. You're seeing parents and friends, classmates, teammates. Like, you're seeing it all here, and it's all happening here inside of the Crossplex. I do wonder if the weather would have been a tad bit better yesterday, what it could have kind of looked like, but you got to be impressed with what we've seen thus far from a support standpoint. And we've also been impressed with student athletes like Miss Stella as she crosses the line once again.
She has 3 laps to go, and also the lap counter, whenever the camera goes by the lap counter, this gentleman is consistent. He's at every high school meet. He's at every youth meet. He's at every collegiate meet, and he's always at the finish line counting laps.
You got to have some focus to do that.
Yes.
You got to have focus and a love for the game.
Yes.
Focus and a love for the game. But also, we want to thank, all the administrators, from our commissioner, Dr. Charles McClellan, for continuing to do what he does for the Southwestern Athletic Conference to elevate it as not just a premier HBCU conference, but a premier Division I conference. I don't want to get off track too much in another sport, but even this past year with football, he said at Football Media Days here in Birmingham that the SWAC football teams and the conference itself was one of the most profitable conferences of all FCS football programs, and it's only in a matter of years where the conference will also elevate itself to being more profitable than a couple of Group of 5 programs as well as far as conference. And when it comes to profits and money and donation, and here's that bow lap now coming for Miss Stella. But yeah, so you're doing that, and of course he wants to continue it over to other sports. He is the co-chair of the NCAA men's basketball tournament this year. Next year he will be the chairman. Somebody joked with me when I had announced that on Twitter, and it was like, uh-oh, a SWAC team is going to be a #1 seed for March Madness. I'm like, hold on, not yet. Not yet. But at the same time, too, the man that's running the Southwestern Athletic Conference is in there. Here comes Stella Tipweed. And look at this. She actually laps Shamia Jones for the victory. Congratulations to Stella Tipweed. 17 minutes, 48.98 seconds. You're now taking a look at Shamia Jones. Jones is in second place. She has lapped a couple of the runners. Actually, I think she's lapped the entire field, as a matter of fact. So her bell lap should be coming up now, right, Coach?
Yeah, this is it. This is it for her. This is it right here.
All right, her final time, 18 minutes, 26.94 seconds.
So now what we have to see is how those times translate to the next heat, because we do have a second heat.
Talk about the pressure and the cooker that's going to be coming up.
But now, the difference is that with these two heats, the first heat you had a heat with all of these athletes did not have a time coming in.
Mm-hmm.
But in the second heat, you have 3 athletes that comes in with the time. So it's a strong possibility the first heat may be faster than the second heat. Because you have the first heat where your winner came in at like 17:48, and the fastest qualifying time so far coming in the second heat is actually 19 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay, so as we take a look, here's now Mercy Kwambai from Grambling State, and she's going to finish third place in this heat. Her time, 19 minutes, 35.24 seconds.
So, there's a strong possibility that the winner can actually come out of the first heat.
You don't see it as often, but you do see it from time to time. Coming in fourth place is Naomi Davis from Prairie View A&M. 19 minutes, 44.53 seconds. Ruth Kibet from Grambling, fifth place in this heat. 19 minutes, 49.69 seconds. And Coach, that was so fun. We're going to do it all over again.
All over again. All over again.
All over again. So if you want to get a medal, you have to have at least a better time than Mercy Kwambe, who right now would be in third place with 19 minutes and 35.24 seconds. But before we even do that, we still have a few more runners on the track. So we will support them as they continue to wrap up their final legs. And we've got one more who just crossed the line. We got 2 more left. But yeah, as I was mentioning about our commissioner, Dr. Charles McClellan, he'll be the co-chair this year for March Madness and the NCAA men's tournament. Then next year, he will be the chairperson. And for people who are unfamiliar with the process, clearly it's a voted upon process among athletic directors and also other commissioners. He was added to the panel a few years ago. So how important is this? Just know this. Whenever they're in the boardroom and they're trying to select who's a 1 seed, a 2 seed, a 3 seed, who's on the bubble, he's in that meeting. Now, he does have to recuse himself if it comes down to should you get an additional team from his conference in or not. He does have to do that. But he also, as a co-chair and then later a chair, will have some of the final say-sos on that. So that's a very powerful position and a well-representation for the leadership here in the conference.
That makes SWAC a premier conference. If not, we're already a premier conference.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And when I spoke to him at SWAC Media Day for football, I asked him about it. Of course, he was excited. He was proud. You know, he's always said he's SWAC through and through because he played basketball at a SWAC school. He's been an AD at multiple SWAC schools. His sister went to a SWAC school. His parents went to HBCU. So, yeah, he's definitely SWAC through and through. So, yeah, his main thing is he just doesn't want to mess it up.
Okay.
He just doesn't want to mess it up.
One thing, though, the SWAC has a wonderful, wonderful relationship with the city of Birmingham.
Yes.
And the city of Birmingham is here to make sure that the SWAC is always a prosperous conference.
Correct. And we have seen that take place in multiple occasions on multiple events, whether it's regular season games in which we've seen the Magic City Classic continues to grow between Alabama State and Alabama A&M. As I mentioned, the upcoming men's basketball tournament over at Bartow Arena begins on March the 8th and will roll all the way through the Saturday, March the 11th, in which a champion will be crowned in both men's and women's. Of course, SWAC football media days are held at a local hotel here. They have the SWAC offices here, a brand new building as well.
Exactly.
Not just a brand new building, but it's paid for.
Right. Oh, right.
It is paid for.
And also, speaking of SWAC, too, on tomorrow, I think we have the Honda Battle of the Bands down at Alabama State.
Yes, you do. So, yeah. You stay busy in the SWAC, I'll tell you that. I might have to make that a model, too, as well. I might have to get Andrew Roberts to write that one up. Speaking of him, big shout out to Andrew Roberts. He is the media coordinator for the Southwestern Athletic Conference. And that's just one of his many jobs.
So we're going to this second heat. We have Catherine Meyer as the heat leader so far going into this second heat with a time of 19:40.82.
And right now she's currently in second place. Taking a look at some of the other competitors in this second heat of the women's 5,000-meter run. Renelda Jackson from Prairie View A&M University. Anisha Ingram from Alabama A&M. Taylor Wingo from Alabama A&M. Rebecca Bernardin from Alabama State. As I mentioned earlier, Bernardin finished 6th in this competition on last year. Also with Bernardin, you got Jordan Garnett from Prairie View, Kaylee O'Neal from Alabama State, Shelby Devereaux from Prairie View, Tasha Ruiz from Alcorn State, Vivian Lugo from Alcorn State, and Jalen Ward also from Alcorn State. So out in front right now is Renelda Jackson. She has a large lead on the field. But, of course, Coach, it is early.
It is early with 23 laps to go.
Exactly. You know what? Me saying this race is 25 laps compared to you saying 23 laps to go sounds a whole lot better in your favor. So behind Jackson now is Anisha Ingram from Alabama A&M, followed by Catherine Maurer from Arkansas Pine Bluff. And remember, if you want to get a medal in this, Stella Kiptwe went 17:48.98. Shamia Jones went 18:26.94, and Mercy Kwambe went 19:35.24. If you want to at least get one medal, you got to go at least 19 minutes and about 34 seconds if you want to get at least one medal. As we take a look at the 5,000 on the right side of your screen, as Renelda Jackson continues to roll out in front, we also have the weight throw on the left side. Looks like they're actually getting things settled and situated over there. I stand corrected. It's now the looks like it is the shot put. Yep. I stand corrected. All right, yes, it is the women's shot put. Yeah, I stand corrected. The weight throw was also on the same part of the complex. So as we continue to take a look at on the split screen, Renelda Jackson continues to be your leader in Heat 2. And then we have the shot put going on your other part of the screen. And of course, this is all part of the SWAC digital network. All right, Coach, so as you take a look at Jackson running, she just crossed the line once again. Is she doing similar to Stella with the negative splits yet?
Yeah, she's continued to dominate. You can actually see how she begins to kind of build more velocity now as she's heading down the turns. Right now she's at lap number, well, she has 18 laps to go. So looking at the pace of this race, your faster heat will probably have been heat number 1.
Because Renelda Jackson once again just leading the pack. And just like Miss Stella, she is also lapped a contestant or two. Anisha Ingram and Rebecca Barnadin going 2 and 3 right now.
And Barnadin coming in as the number 2 athlete in this second heat. She's also from Alabama State.
Here comes your leader, 1,800 now.
1,800 meters down. 3,200 to go, Coach.
1,800 meters. She's still operating now, 17 minutes, 55 seconds.
17 laps to go.
Come on, let's keep them encouraged. Renelda, Anisha, Rebecca, Shelby, Catherine, Jordan, Taylor, Haley, Vivian, Atasia, Jalen. Talk to them. First name basis. Here at the 2023 Southwestern Athletic Conference.
PA announcer is saying, hey, this person's name is this and this person's name is that. Yell out their first name to help them out, to encourage them.
Yeah, but Jackson, she looks very good. She looks very good.
She is looking really good. I'll tell you this, I would have loved to see how her, Shamia, and Stella would have looked all together in one race.
Yes.
Clearly that was out of our hand, and Mother Nature had something to do with that. But I also feel like when we are running against time, that it makes your student athletes, no matter if it's men or women, really dig deep.
Exactly. You know, like, but one of the difference between Stella and Renalda is that Stella, you didn't really see any kind of braking forces with her running. Renalda's kind of you kind of see her putting on brakes. You kind of notice she's kind of bouncing. So that bounce is an indication that she's actually braking. But however, she's a very strong athlete. She seems to have really good speed.
And Stella coming around the curve once again and crossing the line just now were Rebecca Barnenden and Anisha Ingram. So we're here in the Magic City of Birmingham. Everybody knows about Alabama State versus Alabama A&M, and right now that is the race for second place in this heat between the Bulldogs and the Hornets. Because
Taylor Wingo and Rebecca Bernadine.
And there they are, right? Well, right in front of us, you're still taking a look at Ms. Jackson on your television screen, or tablet, or phone. I'll tell you, it is amazing, like all the different ways you can watch these competitions now. Just one click away, Coach. And we continue to take a look not only at the second heat of the 5,000, but also the shot put. And back to Jackson leading the 5,000. She is well ahead. So it's behind her are Barnenden and Ingram from Alabama A&M, who are right here in front of our view.
The men are warming up for the pole vault. And here comes the leader, Jackson, in this section. Right at 10-11. .18:07 pace now for the leader. 18:07. That's 18 minutes.
So as we continue our coverage here with the SWAC Indoor Men's and Women's Championships at the Crossplex, I mentioned that basketball championship will be in a matter of weeks over at Bartow Arena, but the baseball championships will have a new location this year, as the SWAC will invade the city of Atlanta for the first time for their baseball championships. The championship game will be played on the campus of Georgia Tech. That announcement was made not long ago. SWAC baseball tournament, as I mentioned, being held in the ATL. The location will be Russ Chandler Stadium at the McNeese Ballpark, which is on the campus of Georgia Tech. And one thing about that stadium is that it has a scenic view of the city of Atlanta from its location. So if you're sitting behind home plate or sitting in left field, you literally can see the Atlanta skyline right then and there, because Georgia Tech sits on the true outskirts of what you would call downtown Atlanta. So we will have that in the month of May 24th through the 28th. A champion will be crowned in the ATL. So good to see the SWAC expanding its footprint, at least from a championship standpoint, into the state of Georgia. Clearly there are no Georgia HBCUs that are in the SWAC, but they have to consider, and you probably thought about this, that the city of Atlanta, a mecca for HBCU supporters and grads, not just of the ones that are already there. I mean, no disrespect to Morehouse and Clark Atlanta and the Spelman and even the Morris Brown as well. But, you look at some of the large alumni divisions that they have, Florida A&M, I know for sure, has a large alumni base. Alabama State has a large alumni base out there. Alabama A&M, large alumni base. Southern has a large alumni base. As a matter of fact, my good friend of mine, Miss Keisha Kelly, just was elected the president of their alumni association. So, yeah, a lot of things happening over there in the ATL when it comes to the HBCU circuit. And then in the month of May 24th to the 28th to be exact, a baseball champion will be crowned out there at the Matt Neese Baseball Park at Russ Chandler Stadium on the campus of Georgia Tech. So it will be interesting to see. And actually, baseball season really starting up.
It's here.
This week, yep.
Yes, it's here.
This week you have the big Cactus Jack Classic in Houston, Texas, with several of our SWAC teams competing. I made a joke when I first saw it. You know, the wrestling fan in me was like, "Oh man, is Mick Foley going to show up? You know, are we going to get Mankind one day, Dude Love another day, then Cactus Jack?" But then clearly, you know, I came back down the sense of like, yeah, this is a whole different Cactus Jack, but it's still going to be a great classic out there this weekend and a great experience as well for the participating teams from the Southwestern Athletic Conference that are participating, and they'll be playing in Minute Maid Park, so you're playing in a MLB stadium. I think the Astros are broadcasting all games either on their social media platforms or on their social media platforms and on their website. And I mean, we've got 6 SWAC teams participating: Grambling State University, Jackson State University, Mississippi Valley State, Prairie View, Southern University, and Texas Southern University playing in several matchups. And let's see, matchup number 1 is actually probably in the books now as Prairie View took on Grambling. Matchup number 2, you'll have Mississippi Valley against Texas Southern somewhere around the 3 p.m. Central Time. And then tonight, Southern University and Jackson State, 2 big rivals going head-to-head to wrap up day 1. And if we switch over from baseball to basketball, Southern University and Grambling State will be playing in the HBCU All-Star Classic at the NBA All-Star Game on tomorrow afternoon. So great exposure for those programs. Coach Woods and company traveling over to Salt Lake City for this year's NBA All-Star Game. Already got the DVR set for TNT on tomorrow just to check it all out. And check out the spectacle on that. And, of course, there's not just exposure that comes along with it, but there are other great amenities that come along with it, not just for those teams, but also for the Southwestern Athletic Conference.
And also, looking at the 5,000, Renelda continues to dominate. She's at 4 laps to go, but also you see the runner from Alabama State is starting to make a move, and that is Rebecca Bernine. She's making a statement.
Yes, she finished 6th last year in this same event. And then Anisha Ingram from Alabama A&M is right behind her. But Renelda Jackson continues to dominate the field as we speak.
So right now she has 600 meters to go.
3 laps left. And Rebecca from Alabama State just passed us not long ago, and we're looking directly down at our head coach, Richie Bean. He knows how big this situation is. He's been in this so many times.
Yes.
I mean, the amount of rings that man has won. I mean, clearly he can't wear them all on his fingers. But I just kind of wonder, like, you know, where do you even put all those at this point in time?
Yeah, you know, my daughter is a student at Alabama State. And she actually was Coach Bean's office assistant for a while. And she talks about all the rings and everything. Well, we had 2 laps to go. We had right now we're at 17 and a half minutes so far.
Renelda Jackson just putting on the show in this second heat. And here's her bell lap. Final lap to go for Renelda Jackson. And look, Coach, she's putting everything she's got left into it now.
We'll see whether she'll finish second or third within this competition. Right now she's at 17:52. 120 meters left to run. Right now she's at 18 minutes.
If she can beat 18:26, then she will have second place. And she does.
Yes.
Renelda Jackson will be your runner-up in this event for the women's 5,000. Congratulations to Renelda Jackson from Prairie View A&M. Her final time, 18 minutes, 13.25 seconds. She'll be right behind Stella Keptui, who will be your winner with 17 minutes, 48.98 seconds. Now Rebecca Bornadin from Alabama State is trying to get second place in this heat.
Women's pole vault. They are getting after it.
If she can finish with a time
keep pushing.
of 19. She finishes with 19.29. So that will be good enough for fourth place. Officially 19.28 now, Coach. So she's in fourth place, right behind her teammate, Shamia Jones. And she's walking over to Coach Bean right now. Now, Coach, we're starting to get some more of these finishers coming through. Jordan Garnett just finished. 20 minutes, 5.06 seconds.
Come on, keep them encouraged. Look at this one. Big time clearance, my goodness, in the pole vault.
Finishing up next is Catherine Maurer, 20 minutes, 36.98 seconds. She'll be fifth in this heat.
Competitors still coming in, still working. That's it, all the way through.
And now we have a handful of young ladies finishing up, including Shelby Devereaux from Prairie View, 21 minutes, 4.08 seconds. Kaylee O'Neal from Alabama State, 21 minutes, 5 seconds.
We still have competitors on the track.
We still do have competitors on the track.
In silver action, women's pole vault, men's long jump, women's high jump. Shot put competition, they're getting after it.
And finishing up now will be Taylor Wingo from Alabama A&M, 21:42.26 seconds. Got a few more runners on the track.
Don't give up, keep working, keep pushing.
We got Vivian Lugo, Natasha Ruiz, and Jalen Ward trying to finish up their heat. And, of course, as we mentioned, this is the 2023 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. We're here inside of the Crossplex in Birmingham, Alabama. It's cold and windy outside, but it is nice inside. We've got 2 more runners here on the track, as Vivian Lugo just finished her final time, 22 minutes, 55.74 seconds. We got Natasha Ruiz and Jalen Ward, both of Alcorn State, still competing. And then following this, we will head over to the men's.
All around the track,
5,000 meters. We will have 2 heats of that. And coming up at the completion of the women's 5,000, we will give you a look at the updated standings between the men's and the women's overall standings to see who's going to take home another championship.
We are too quiet. Why don't you give them something? You know what to do. Just a little clap. All the way through. Outstanding. Good stuff there.
And finishing up is Natasha Ruiz from Alcorn State, the freshman coming in with 24 minutes, 0.9 seconds. And we've got one more competitor. Here we go. It'll be Jalen Ward. Got Jalen Ward participating now. There you see her. Everybody's cheering her on for her to finish up strong while she can. And Coach, as we see, Jalen Ward is the final runner on the track. She's running her race, but at the same time, she is receiving good sportsmanship from people around the track, telling her to finish strong, as she is trying to do so.
It's all about finishing for the championships.
Come on, we are too quiet. Let's keep her encouraged.
Here comes Jalen Ward. She's got one more lap, Coach.
We can do better than this. You are seeing determination. Perseverance. Oh, come on, help her out on the back stretch.
And then coming up at the conclusion of the women's 5,000 meter run, we'll switch things over to the men's 5,000 meter run. We will have 2 heats as well, similar to how things were with the women. In the meantime, as we see Jalen Ward trying to wrap things up, we go to the split screen where we have the pole vault competition for the women. Right now on the pole vault is Jakari Tate from Prairie View, as Jalen Ward does finish up. So Heat 2 is officially finished for the women's 5,000. Let's take a look at the final times here. In 6th place, Naomi Davis from Prairie View, 19 minutes, 44.53 seconds. In 5th place, Mercy Kwambe from Grambling, 19 minutes, 35.24 seconds. In 4th place, Rebecca Barnadin from Alabama State, 19 minutes, 28.09 seconds. She finished 6th last year, so she improves to 5th this year. Continuing on with more results, we have So that was fourth place. Fifth place is Shamia Jones from Alabama State, 18 minutes, 26.94 seconds. Renelda Jackson, who we just saw, she finished with 18 minutes, 13.25 seconds. And your winner this year in the women's 5,000-meter run, Stella Kiptwe from Alcorn State, 17 minutes, 48.98 seconds. Let's go back over to the women's pole vault right now. And this is Ryan Richards clearing the pole vault easily, Coach.
It was a really good jump, really good jump.
So we're getting ready for the men's 5,000 in just a moment. Similar to the women, this is one of those true run your race, guys, type moments.
Yeah, but you know, we do have 2 heats, and right now we're looking at least we have a heat where all the athletes have no time, so it's no telling what you're going to get. You may end up getting a conference record.
I mean, we've already seen it with the sprints. Now with these long distance runs, it's unpredictable.
Well, we have the actual the conference record is 14 minutes and 56 seconds.
Mm-hmm. We just saw Macy Guy clear the last bar right there on the women's pole vault. So getting ready to take a look at the men's 5,000. Let's let you know who is participating in this. We've got Matthias Shaboy from Grambling State University, Jeremiah Wingate from Alcorn State, Albert Norman from Texas Southern, Lafayette College from Southern University, Barron Freeman from Arkansas Pine Bluff, Jose Gonzalez. We already seen him set a SWAC record earlier today. He's participating in the 5,000 along with Damari Little from Bethune-Cookman and Jarrell Reynolds from Prairie View A&M University. Jose Gonzalez, you can see him right there on the bottom of your screen, wearing the black Texas Southern outfit.
Once again, the runners have 26 laps. The first 200 split was 35 seconds.
When they come around, we'll check their pace for 400.
As Gonzalez still out in front. Don't want to jump ahead too much, but in the next heat, Muhammad from Alabama State, his qualifying time was 15:02. Emmanuel Corral from Bethune-Cookman, 14:55. So we'll take a look and see how those guys fare in the next heat. And considering the fact that you got a young man in Mr. Gonzalez, Jose, who is going to set a good mark.
Exactly.
It'll be interesting to see how Muhammad and Corral run their race in that next heat. Let's go back over to the pole vault for the women's. Soraya Burks. Participating now as we go to split screen. She's on your left. Here's Burks, goes up and easily clears it.
And looking at the women's pole vault, Prairie View has 4 athletes in the 7-athlete field.
And I am mistaken. I got my numbers mixed up. That's actually Macy Guy who cleared that just now. Also from Prairie View. Got the school right, just didn't get the young lady right.
So if all of these athletes clear height, every athlete clear height, Prairie View will score 4 times in this event.
And that will help them keep the pace up with Alabama State.
A lot.
Now you're taking a look at Morgan Haywood from Texas Southern. Here's Haygood. Oh, her knee clipped the bar and it knocked it down.
She comes into the competition with the present mark of 2.81 meters.
Goes up. It's that left thigh that catches it. Going on to our next competitor. That will be Ryan Richards from Texas Southern. You see Richards on the left. Her teammate, Jose Gonzalez, running the 5,000 on the right and leading the pack. Gonzalez in first place, Matthias Chaboy from Grambling. In second place, Albert Norman, the Texas Southern teammate, in third place in the heat. We have 2 heats for the men's 5,000. Here's Ryan Richards. She tapped the bar, but it stayed in place. And she literally took a sigh of relief, too, as we take a look at the replay. Watch this. She'll clear it, but watch her reaction when she looks back, realizing that the bar never fell. She goes up.
She was really high, really over the bar, at least about 10 inches.
Correct.
That height was like 3.11 meters. She comes into the competition with a 3.70.
Morgan Haygood is going to give it another go.
Running against the clock, help him out.
Here comes Haygood, and she could not clear the bar once again.
Coming through at 5:25. That's for 1,800 meters. 5:25.
On the other screen, her Texas Southern teammate, Jose Gonzalez, continues his lead in the men's 5,000. As we take a look at Haygood. She got the height last time, Coach, but on this one, she clips the bar going up. On the last one, she clipped the bar coming down.
Coming down, correct.
We're coming to the 2K now, 2,000 meters.
About 2,000 meters to go.
6:01.
Excuse me. He's ran 2,000 meters.
Yes, they have 16 laps to go.
I'm trying to make these guys run faster than what they probably know they can run. Back on the split screen now, we're with pole vault, and that is Ryan Richards. And she cannot clear the bar on that one.
Keep encouraging.
On her attempt.
I believe he's beginning to surge.
And that attempt was at 3.21 meters. So she has another try.
Staying consistent right at 15 minutes. The women's mobile bar 3 meters, 2:21. 3 meters, 21, 10 feet 6.25 inches. Oh, come on, we are too quiet. That's it, keep them encouraged. We're at 7:14, 2,400 meters, 7:14.
Easy clearance right there for the Prairie View athlete. And that Prairie View athlete is Macy Guy.
15:02.
Well over the bar, Coach.
It was 3.21 meters, so she can clear 4 meters.
We're at 750 or 2,600 meters. 750. Still consistent, but just over 15 minutes.
So according to our stats, Macy Guy has done 3.41. Let's see what Richards can do. No, she cannot.
She looks a bit tired. Looks a bit tired.
2,800. We're at 825. 825.
So right now, your leader in the clubhouse for the men's 5,000 run in the Heat 1 that we see is Jose Gonzalez. There he goes. He runs right past the stat sheet. It's like he's trying to outrun the stat sheet, Coach, on your television screen.
He continues to run consistent. Consistently see his feet in front of his body. You can consistently see the bottom of his shoe. That is key. So he has very minimal braking forces.
And see, I noticed that earlier when he was running his other distance run. I mean, clearly he had to make that last turn where he really put it in. But he had a great pace. And then he just dug deep and pulled out even more to set a SWAC record in the mile run.
He's definitely running negative splits.
And he's starting to pass up more opposing runners.
He's pretty consistent at running at 35 seconds per 200.
Now the SWAC men's 5,000 meter run record was just set last year by Jamal Wolt. 14 minutes, 56.07 seconds.
Gonzalez in this last 200, he actually dropped his split from 35.8 to actually 35.7. So he continues to drop. He's continuing to run negative.
Could we potentially see another SWAC record?
He's only about 5 seconds away from
He's pretty close. Pretty close.
Number 1456.07. He just set last year.
Continue to drop. So this last 200, he was at 35.3. The lap before, he was at 35.7.
There's Gonzalez. And we're to lap another one of his competitors. But as you said, Coach, he's not breaking stride. He is literally running the same pace he's been running since the beginning.
Now that split was about the split before is about the same, like 35.7. One thing he had to go around an athlete, so that split is a little bit slower than the last lap, but he's actually making up on the back stretch.
Let's keep working.
Meanwhile, Chibo from Grambling continues to trail him. He's running about 38 seconds per split.
Come on, keep working, keep pushing. We're at 12.6. That's for the 4K.
And his Texas Southern teammates are cheering him on because they know what Mr. Gonzalez can do. Behind Gonzalez is Matthias Chaboy from Grambling State University, and Albert Norman, the teammate of Jose Gonzalez, is in third. Here's a look at the field right now. Jose Gonzalez running away from the field easily.
So he has an 800 to go. If he can run this 800 in at least 2 minutes and 10 seconds, he will be fine. That is a challenge. That is a challenge. He continues to run a 37-second splits.
Remember, the SWAC record is 14 minutes, 56.07 seconds, set just last year by Jamal Woat. Last year on February the 18th.
So the last split was at 36.7. He's at 13:20 now. He has 3 laps to go. He has a 600 meters to go. He looks good. His body's tall.
And that record was set 364 days ago. Not even a whole year. Could it go down? We'll find out shortly.
His last 200 split was 35 seconds, 35.8. He has a 400 to go, so he wants to run at least under 60 seconds.
All right, here he comes. He's got his final 200 meters coming up, Coach. He's going to have to go if he wants to break that SWAC record.
Record is 14:56. Right now he's at 14:46.
And look at all the different athletes from other schools knowing the situation.
So he'll probably miss it very slightly. He'll miss it about like 3 to 4 seconds, but he'll run at least under 15.
15:02 is your final time for Jose Gonzalez. He misses the SWAC record that was set just a year ago by 6 seconds. I don't want to jump the gun and call him the winner because we still do have another heat to go, but he has set the standard with 15 minutes and 15 minutes, 2.42 seconds.
15:02, it is the time to be.
Yes, sir. And Matthias Chaboy finishes second in this heat from Grambling State University, 15 minutes, 25.29 seconds, followed by Albert Norman of Texas Southern, 15 minutes, 37.19 seconds. We got some other track standouts on the surface. But I'll tell you this, Coach, I was very impressed with the other student athletes from other schools that were on the infield that were looking up and realized that Jose Gonzalez was almost close to doing something special, and all of them were behind him no matter if they were a teammate or a rival school.
And that what makes the SWAC special.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we have another finisher in this heat. That's Damari Little. He checks in at 16 minutes, 13.83 seconds. Then Jarrell Reynolds from Prairie View. He checks in at 16 minutes, 35.75 seconds. Got a few more guys on the track. Now we have one more guy on the track, and that'll be Lafayette Collins from Southern University.
We still have a competitor on the track, across the finish line. Come on, let's help him out. Oh, we can do better than this. Promotional, Lafayette Collins of Southern.
And this so Macy guy in the women's pole vault just cleared 3.61 meters. 3.61 meters. She came into this competition with a mark of 3.41 meters, so she has already bettered that.
So congratulations to Macy Guy doing besides that. All right, Coach, we're getting ready for the 5,000 meter dash in the men for the second heat.
On your mark.
Participating in this, Jala Galama from Jackson State.
And here we go, section 2, the men's 5,000.
Abdelquadir Muhammad from Alabama State, Joshua Jenkins from Alabama State, Marquinton Barnes from Alabama State, Emmanuel Corral from Bethune-Cookman, Brian Caringo from Jackson State, Raekwon Hopkins from Jackson State, Terrence Johnson was listed as a scratch. We're going to take a look at some of these key components today. Abdelquadir from Alabama State, he checked in with 15:02. And Corral checked in at 14:55. So it'll be interesting to see what Corral can do. So we'll keep an eye out on clearly all these athletes. I mean, right now, nobody's breaking away from the pack.
Yeah, we have 24 laps to go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The shot put competition. All right, let's have them out talk to her at 111, 112. As a reminder, following the 5,000, we'll cap it off on the track with the 4x400 relay. Oh, a close miss in the high jump.
So, yeah, as we have the 5,000 going on, we also will split screen you over to the women's high jump.
Come on, track and field fans, we're too quiet. Talk to them, encourage them. We're at 148, 149. They need your help. Some of our competitors, they have won the 800, the mile, the 3,000, and now the 5,000.
So over with the women's high jump right now, we see a student athlete from Prairie View A&M. That will be Morgan Davila.
And she comes to the competition with the jump of 1.55 meters.
Please report to the
Caught the bar with her shoulder as she was going up.
right around 226. Let's check that pace, 226.
Right there, the shoulder blade kind of caught it.
Yeah, she kind of got it caught up more so flopping instead of high jumping. I think she can actually make height, but it's just sometimes the athletes can kind of get locked into flopping before they're actually high jumping.
And you're now taking a look at America's Night. Clears it nicely.
She also comes in with the OPS of 1.55 meters.
Now Camille Lewis from Southern University was unable to clear that height. Following her. So we'll now check in over with Ajane Cressy from Alabama A&M. She's on the left side of your screen. Here's Cressy. Oh! Might have clipped her ankle as she was coming up.
Cressy, she actually comes into the competition with no height. But as you see clearly, she had the height, but just a little arch in the back. It kind of caught their backside.
Savoria Anderson now for Prairie View A&M. Clears the bar easily. No harm done there. Here's another look at Anderson.
1400 and 416, 417.
Up next for Jackson State. That looks to be Sierra Corley.
Southwestern Athletic Conference Indoor Track and Field Championship.
She could not clear.
The announcer may have it.
Destiny Mitchell up next for Southern University. She's on the left side of your screen.
4:53 for 1600.
And
15-13
I want them to run this back, Coach, because it seemed like she got airborne, and I don't know
exactly.
if she, like, did she injure herself to where she just couldn't get her legs up?
Come on, they need your help.
She does have like a little leg brace on.
As they come around, please continue to talk to them. But I do believe we may be ready.
And that is Tardronique London from Texas Southern, who also cannot clear the bar.
Are we ready at the awards stand for our top three in the women's 5,000 meters?
She comes in at a height of 1.55 meters.
Morgan Davila back on for her next attempt.
Your attention please to the award stand.
And she clears it. Easy peasy, Coach. So as we take a look at the women's high jump on the left side, we continue to get the first heat of the men's 5,000 on the right side of your screen.
Your attention please to the award stand, our top three in the women's 5,000 meters.
And Camille Lewis cannot clear the bar. Actually, looks like she might have fell on it coming down.
Yeah, she had a slip.
Let's hear it for Shamaya
Right foot slip from underneath her.
Oh, okay. Protect the face. Protect the face. I totally get it.
Minutes 13.26 seconds for Prairie View, Renelda Jackson.
As we continue to take a look at women's high jump and men's 5,000, they are awarding the medals to the top three participants from the women's 5,000.
17 minutes, 48.99 seconds from Alcorn State. Let's hear it for Stella Kiptui.
And Stella Kiptui receiving her gold medal. Kiptui dominated that entire race. Here's Cressy clearing it this time for Alabama A&M.
Let's get ready to award the 1 mile. We're coming through now. Let's help them out. We're at 7:22, 7:23. Let's get ready now. They're interchanging. Your attention back to the award center, top three in the women's 1 mile.
Back to the high jump now. Here comes Jackson State. And the clip of the heels. Got the Jackson State jumper. Now, the Southern University jumper was able to clear that time. That was the young lady we were worried about the last time because she went to jump, but she really never tended to elevate.
In second, Stella Kiptui, Alcorn State, 5:06.42. And your champion in the women's 1 mile run from Alabama State at 5:05.95. Let's hear it for Shamaya Jones.
So they continue to be at the award stand for now the women's mile, which is interesting because all they did was switch spots between 1, 2, and 3.
We're at 8:34, 8:35, 8:36.
So literally the same young ladies who medaled in the mile also medaled in the 5,000. They were just in different spaces.
I do believe we saw number 15 minutes.
On the right side of your television screen, we'll talk about that in just a second, but let's show you the replay of Camille Lewis from Southern University going up. And, oh, look at that elevation, Coach.
Nice
Come
height.
on, let them know. They're running against the clock.
Really nice height.
That's it, Swingman.
Meanwhile, in the men's 5,000, these two athletes continue to split at 37 seconds in each 200 split.
We've got a 1 and 2 situation between Abdelquadir Muhammad of Alabama State and Emmanuel Corral of Bethune-Cookman. There you see them right there on your screen. And then they hide behind the scoring table for like just a second. They'll run away from it at a certain point. We saw Gonzalez do the same thing. There's Muhammad. There's Corral.
Both these runners continue to run under 37 seconds per 200.
Clearly, the time to beat is 15 minutes. 15 minutes, 2.4 seconds.
If these two runners continue to run on this pace, they will clearly, not only will they beat the 15 minutes, they will also beat the conference record.
Conference record set last year, 14:56.
Still around 15-minute, 15-second pace. And the two-pointer, 4,600 meters. Right at 11:01, 11:02. Again, top three in the women's shot put. Please report.
Coach, is it the easier situation from a competitor standpoint when you have a long distance run like this and you have somebody that's competing right next to you for such a long time?
Yeah, because really both runners run off of one another's rhythm. And so it's really, especially when you have someone next to you, you can actually see exactly how much airtime you have versus your opponent. And that's one of the keys about distance running. You want to be able to travel in the air at a fast pace at the longest distance possible. That is key, being able to travel fast as well as far. But however, maintaining the same rhythm.
Have to go back to look at the women's high jump. This is now Jamie Richardson who cleared the bar. On the other end, how about this young lady right here? That is Jalen Hampton from Arkansas Pine Bluff. Coming off the left side, Coach. Nice elevation.
Very good jump. Very good jump.
Oh, the Bama State competitor got it clipped at the last second.
And these gentlemen continue to run low 36 seconds, 200 splits.
It's Muhammad and Corral going 1 and 2 in their heat. On the left side, it's now Cressy once again from Alabama A&M. And she clears it.
She had a toss of 13.67 meters, 44 feet 10 and a quarter inches. And your champion in the women's shot put with a toss of 14.74 meters.
As we continue to see the men's 5,000, we see both runners are actually running 35-second splits right now.
That's not a bad split, Coach.
They continue to run negative. Continue to run negative, and that is the key for a lot of young runners who want to be distance runners. You have to learn how to run negative.
And they are now lapping guys in this field.
Because the event, it is a race. It is not a job.
And here's the other thing, Coach. It's not like you don't have great times in this heat. It's just the fact that these two guys are really starting to pull away and dominate. And now Corral has taken the lead in this heat over Muhammad. Muhammad's not far behind, though.
They have a 400 to go.
But Corral may be able to extend it because look at those strides, Coach. And he's tall. But Muhammad's not letting them get away.
Not letting them get away at all. So basically what you have to look at is each runner's flight. You can see the difference in their flight. And so that is really key. His flight versus Muhammad's.
15:02 is the time to beat to get a gold medal. Here we go, Coach. Emmanuel Corral. Corral's going to run away with it. Oh, Corral, 15:03. Yes, Emmanuel Corral, 15:03. Muhammad will be 15:06. And the first person waiting for both Emmanuel and Muhammad was Jose Gonzalez right here off the track as they stepped off of the playing surface.
You know, that's that SWAC brotherhood.
Agreed.
It's kind of sort of like when you see a SEC football game or a basketball game, you hear the crowd chant SEC, even though it may not be their favorite team.
Correct.
Same thing with the SWAC.
Absolutely. So as we continue to await some of these young men who are finishing up their race, we do have the top 3 spots secured. Jose Gonzalez from Texas Southern, the winner of Heat 1. He wins the men's 5,000-meter run with a time of 15 minutes, 2.42 seconds. Emmanuel Corral, 15:03.36. Not even a full second. Followed by Abdelkadir Muhammad, 15:06.79. I have to admit, Coach, the what if question is rolling through my mind right now. If we could have seen these guys in a final, but Mother Nature had other things to say with it.
Hit. But one thing, though, you did have a lot of athletes who didn't have any time. So automatically they would be in a no-time heat. So
let's take a look at the women's high jump once again. Florida A&M being represented right now. And this is Michelle Delacruz.
She comes in with a height of 1.55 meters.
And her backside clips the bar. Janiyah Davis up next for Alabama State. You're taking a look at women's high jump on your left and women's pole vault on your right. And Janiyah Davis clears the bar on that one. On the other end, the FAMU pole vaulter could not. Let's take a look at Davis, Coach.
Good job, good height. Pretty good height. We just had a miss here.
And we did. That's a representative from Southern University. That will be Sonia Lathan. She just never really got up.
We're getting ready for the 4x400 relay. We have 14 events scored thus far for the women.
So once again, as you take a look at the split screen, well, getting away from the split screen, we have the women's long jump. Correction, the women's high jump. Prairie View.
Alcorn State 33. Southern 43. Jackson State 49. Prairie View.
And that was Morgan Davila.
Alabama State.
Here comes Camille Lewis. Destiny Mitchell for Southern University. And looks like she could go through on that one. She'll retry it.
She has 32 seconds to actually jump or break the plane.
And there she does, Destiny Mitchell. And look at the height and elevation that she gets up on this, Coach.
With a time of 15 minutes, 3.37 seconds, Bethune-Cookman's Emmanuel.
And to our immediate right, they are now awarding the young men who just received medals in the men's 5,000.
With a SWAC record and also close, Jose Gonzalez of Texas Southern, your champion in the men's 5,000 at 15:02.43.
And Jose Gonzalez receives his gold medal. He was a few seconds off from being the champion. And Coach is now pointing something out to me, everyone. Out of 14 of 17 events, the men's scores look like this. Alabama State in first place with 107 points. Jackson State right on their tail with 106 points. So it is literally a two-team race going into the final 3 matches and events. So when you talk about points matter, they are really going to matter down the stretch for both of those programs. They are both going to matter. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at what the women look like. Alabama State's women, 139 as they are in first place. Prairie View has 100 points, and they are in second place. Jackson State, 49 points, puts them in third place. Southern is in fourth place with 43 points. Alcorn State, 33 points, and has them in fifth place. So I'm not going to say it's over until it's over because we still have some very exciting events coming up.
It looked like we just had completed the women's pole vault. You had quite a number of athletes from Prairie View. I think, four out of the 7?
Yeah, 4 out of the 7.
So that event will be scored, and then you have the women's high jump that's going on.
Yes, we do.
And you close off with the 4x4.
4x4, the most exciting event of the day.
And that will be your 17 women events. So one has already just completed, so pretty soon you'll be getting those scores from the pole vault.
And that was Dela Cruz from FAMU not being able to complete the jump, knocking the bar down.
So like you have the men are now warming up for the pole vault as the women have just completed. And the men, there are 13 athletes that's actually competing, so they're going through their warm-up.
Sonia Lathan getting ready for her next jump on the bar for high jump. And here she goes.
She had a very fast approach. Very fast approach.
On the runway now for the men's pole vault.
Do you feel that she may have taken off a tad bit too far, Coach?
She did. She has so much speed.
Few names on that line. Dorian Parker of Prairie View, fifth in the competition last season.
On the other end, this is Savoria Anderson from Prairie View. Also cannot clear. Here comes her teammate, Morgan Davila. Here comes Davila. Cannot get it.
Lastly, Texas Southern has Joshua and Stanley Hamilton Prairie View. But again, the returning champion Michael Hopkins, Bethune-Cookman.
So we'll continue with the action in the field. This is America's Knight from Alcorn State. And she cannot clear the bar either.
She comes in with the mark of 1.55 meters.
I like the platinum hair, Coach. It's definitely different.
Very different.
But unique at the same time. All right, everyone, we've been having a whole lot of fun, but we've got to take a break. You're watching the 2023 SWAC Men's and Women's Indoor Championships, which is live here on the SWAC Digital Network.
The 2023 Cricket SWAC Men's and Women's Basketball Tournaments presented by Starry returns to the Magic City on Wednesday, March 8th through Saturday, March 11th, as the league's top 8 teams on both sides look to bring home championship titles with 2 NCAA tournament berths on the line. This year's tournament is scheduled to be held in downtown Birmingham at Parto Arena. For more information, visit www.swac.org. This year's basketball tournaments are also being brought to you by Buick and Rocket Mortgage.
When you join the HBCU family, you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
Let there be no doubt. You are ready for whatever comes next. You've got bars to raise, expectations to exceed, status quos to rise above. And you've come to the right place. Because it all starts right here. Which is precisely why we are so proud to support HBCU programs.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Building champions for life didn't just happen overnight. Since 1920, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, SWAC, has been in the forefront in leadership and excellence in all our athletic programs. There are very few major sports halls of fame that a SWAC athlete is not a member. Hall of Fame coaches who were stewards and mentors to these elite athletes. Our tradition, our distinction, our legacy. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
Some college players give it their all. But when I say player, I don't mean the ones with the ball. I mean the ones that play drums, the brass, the woodwinds. These players bring excitement to the stadium. Because for them, halftime isn't a break. It's game time. Pepsi is a proud supporter of HBCU students. Pepsi and HBCUs, that's what I like.
Welcome back to the 2023 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. Right here we have the women's 4x4 relay team here.
All right, Coach. Ready for my favorite event of the entire evening. It's the women's 4x4 meter relay. Favorite event because there's always an excitement in the air for it, but also it's one of the last events after a long day too. So you take it how you want it in that situation.
And we're coming in with Arkansas Pine Bluff in this first heat. Has the fastest time so far at 3 minutes and 54.2 seconds. And we have Grambling in lane 6. Jackson State in 4, Bethune in 3, Alcorn in 2, and Mississippi Valley in lane 1.
And they are off. Now remember, in this set, everyone will run 2 laps clearly. Where's the break point at, Coach?
Right here.
All right.
First split, around about 26 seconds.
Oh, we got a little elbow throw in here or there, Coach.
Oh, yes.
For positioning.
Indoor track.
I just heard somebody in the crowd say, "Good box out."
Yes, sir. Now here comes the boxing match now. Who gets the baton first?
Grambling out in front first, followed by Arkansas Pine Bluff. The handoff goes. So right now we've got Grambling, we've got Arkansas Pine Bluff at 1 and 2. Jackson State at 3. Alcorn State right there at 4. Here we go, Grambling, Arkansas Pine Bluff, and Jackson State, 1, 2, and 3. They've got their first laps out the way. One more lap to go. I told you, Coach, it's exciting. You literally can hear all the fans. There aren't too many people that are sitting down, let me tell you that.
Yeah, here we go again.
So how about this? Here comes Arkansas Pine Bluff, now in first place, right ahead of Grambling in this heat.
Once again, Arkansas Pine Bluff comes in with the best time at 3 minutes and 54.2 seconds, 02 seconds.
So it's Pine Bluff, it's Bethune-Cookman, it's Grambling, it's Jackson State. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the third leg, one more lap to go, and then the final leg will be receiving their batons. Here comes Bethune-Cookman. Bethune-Cookman out in front. Final leg, here we go.
We have to see how this last leg, because that was not a good stick. That was not a good stick, but let's see if they lose any momentum from that exchange.
Bethune-Cookman out in front. Jackson State right behind them. Arkansas Pine Bluff now taking over in second place. And it's now Pine Bluff ahead of Bethune-Cookman. We've got one lap to go, Coach. Time to put your best foot forward. And everything you got. You're running against this time, but you're also trying to run for a championship.
Right now we at 3:34. We have 100 meters left.
It is Arkansas Pine Bluff in first place. Can Bethune catch them? No. It goes Arkansas Pine Bluff, Bethune-Cookman, Jackson State, Grambling. 1, 2, 3, and 4 in heat number 1. And also coming up the rear is Mississippi Valley and Alcorn State. And Alcorn is going to finish 5th in this heat, followed by Mississippi Valley.
So the time to beat is 3 minutes and 51 seconds.
Yes, sir. Arkansas Pine Bluff, 351.45. Bethune-Cookman, 351.79. Jackson State, 353.25. And just give everyone a heads up on the women's overall scores right now. We've completed 15 out of 17 scoring events. Alabama State still has 139 points, and they are in first place. Prairie View is in second place with 117 points. And we've got 3 events including, well, 2 events, including this one, going down. So it could be close down the stretch, Coach. All right, here comes the second heat now for the SWAC women 4x400 meter relay. In lane 1, the Southern University Jaguars. In lane 2, the Lady Bulldogs of Alabama A&M. In lane 3, the Lady Panthers of Prairie View A&M. Lane 4, the Lady Tigers of Texas Southern. In lane 5, the Lady Rattlers of Florida A&M. And in lane 6, the Lady Hornets of Alabama State University.
FAMU comes in with the fastest time so far at 3:48.94, which I really think that time is going to drop now because I see them getting a good strong push from Alabama State out of lane 6.
Alabama State 350.35. And remember, the time to beat is 3:51.45. $351.45 by UAPB. 351.78 by Bethune-Cookman. Those are the times to beat. We'll find out how it goes right now in the final heat of the women's 4x400 meter relay here inside the Crossplex in Birmingham, Alabama. Coming down the stretch, it appears to be Florida A&M and Alabama A&M fighting for that inside track in lane 1. It's Alabama A&M that edges them out, but Florida A&M is right there on their track.
Right now, there's a battle for first place of FAMU as well as Alabama A&M.
And on the backside, here comes Alabama State right behind both of them. Florida A&M in first place, hands it off. Florida A&M still in first place, followed by Alabama A&M, and Alabama State is in third place. But look, let's see what happens in this curve. The Alabama State runner is now passing her arch rival of Alabama A&M. But in this case, second place is not good. They want FAMU.
They want FAMU.
FAMU has a decent lead in front of Alabama State on the first lap of the second leg. FAMU, Alabama State, Alabama A&M, and now Prairie View has jogged into second place. FAMU still with the lead. But on the back stretch, FAMU is still extending. The handoff goes to FAMU's third leg. Clear handoff by FAMU, by Prairie View, by Alabama A&M and Alabama State. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4, Coach.
It's a very good exchange by Florida A&M. But look at Prairie View. They're stalking Alabama A&M. They're stalking.
Alabama A&M and Prairie View trying to run down Florida A&M. Prairie View getting close. That's their first lap on the third leg. And now Prairie View has passed up Florida A&M. Alabama A&M trying to pass up Florida A&M as well. But Florida A&M is not going down without a fight. Here comes the Florida A&M runner. She wants first place. Florida A&M back out in front. And here's your final exchange. Oh, Florida A&M out in front. Prairie View may have been out of the zone, Coach. We got to go back and look at that. But in the meantime, that provides Florida A&M an opportunity to extend their lead. Here comes Florida A&M on that first leg. Well, on the first lap of the last leg. Right behind them is Prairie View A&M, followed by Alabama A&M and Alabama State. There's that bell. 1 lap to go, less than 200 meters. And here comes Prairie View A&M. Their last leg is turning it up, and they've taken over the lead, Coach. And there is not a person in this building that is sitting down. Everyone's on their feet.
40.
Here comes Prairie View. Prairie View.
42, 43, 44, 46.
346 for Prairie View. FAMU gets second. Alabama State looks to get third. And it looks like it'll be Alabama A&M in fourth place. What a race, Coach.
What a race.
Officially, Prairie View's 4x4, 3 minutes, 46.58 seconds. Florida A&M, 3 minutes, 48.55 seconds. Alabama State, 3 minutes, 48.87 seconds.
And Texas Southern snuck in for fourth place.
3 minutes, 48.94 for the Lady Tigers. Alabama A&M, 3 minutes, 49.29 seconds. And Southern.
Prairie View would not be denied.
No, they would not be. Southern checks in sixth place at 3 minutes, 51.43 seconds. So, with that being said, Coach, every team in this heat went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 overall. Let's take a look back at the replay. The Prairie View's anchor leg. She would not be denied,
at all.
Which was very interesting because that handoff almost did not happen.
Exactly.
That handoff almost did not happen, and clearly it was because her third leg was trying to get it out to her as they were trying to catch Florida A&M. But clearly, she got it off at the very last second, and then from there, she ran Florida A&M down. All right, so here's the leg that we're talking about. Florida A&M's third leg was out in front. Take a look at Prairie View's exchange. They're trying. She's yelling stick.
Oh, she's fine. She's clear. She's clear.
Okay, and literally, you see how far.
Yeah, she's clear.
Okay.
Clear.
I mean, it was pretty far down the lane, but I'm seeing where that cone is in the exchange zone, so.
She's clear.
She got it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It was close, though. It was close. But then look at the gap that she had to make up on the Florida A&M anchor leg.
And she made it up.
She definitely did. So congratulations to Prairie View A&M for gutting it out and picking up the gold medal in the women's 4x400 meter relay. As I mentioned, Coach, there is not a soul that is sitting down.
Yes. Never like the 4x4.
Absolutely. Everybody is on their feet here inside of the Crossplex in Birmingham, Alabama for the 2023 SWAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championships. And if you thought that was exciting, wait till you take a look at what we got going down for the men. In Heat 1, we got the Grambling State Tigers. They're in Lane 1. In Lane 2, it's Mississippi Valley's Delta Devils. In Lane 3, it's the Tigers from Texas Southern. Lane 4, Alcorn State's Brave. Lane 5, Alabama A&M's Bulldogs. And in Lane 6, it's Jackson State.
And the Bulldogs come in with the fastest time of this heat at 4 minutes and 18 seconds. So we'll see how that time will actually drop coming through. Right now they're getting a little pressure from Alcorn.
Yes, Alcorn is out to a good lead. Here's the break point. And, we almost had some trip-ups right there. Good footwork by.
Yes, the Jackson runner, he actually kind of cut over a little bit too soon, which almost cost him the relay.
Now on the backside, here comes some maroon and white, and that is Alabama A&M. Alabama A&M in first place, followed by Alcorn, followed by Jackson, followed by Grambling. Here are your clear exchanges.
Nice exchange by Alabama A&M.
A&M are well out in front.
That first leg split was a 49-9.
I'll take it if I'm Alabama A&M. So Alabama A&M out in front. They are followed by Jackson State, Alcorn, and Grambling. Jackson State trying to run things down for Alabama A&M. They're making up. They're closing the gap, Coach.
It's closing.
Alabama A&M will remain in first place on the next exchange.
The second exchange wasn't as crisp as the first one, but they'll take it. Nice turn.
Here's Alabama A&M still out in front, ahead of Jackson State, but Jackson State has closed that gap. This could be an all-out sprint now, Coach.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Not so much of run your race and run your pace. It's literally sprint to the finish for these guys out in front that represent Alabama A&M University and the Jackson State University.
And then you have Alcorn in the back door. Watch that back door.
Here we go. Final exchange coming up, Coach. Alabama A&M still out in front. Clean exchange between Alabama A&M, Jackson State, and Alcorn State. Can Alabama A&M hold on to first place in this first heat? Remember, we are running by the time.
By time.
Alabama A&M still out in front, but Jackson State has cut into that lead. Let's see what happens on these final 190 meters. We're at about 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Here we go. It's Alabama A&M. It's Jackson State. It's Alcorn. Alabama A&M, Jackson State. Alabama A&M will win this heat.
3:16.
The Bulldogs from Normal, Huntsville, Alabama, picking up the victory in this first heat. 3 minutes, 16.54 seconds. Jackson State coming up as the runner-up in the heat, 3 minutes, 16.66 seconds. Alcorn in third place, 3 minutes, 17 seconds even.
What really made up for this relay were the exchanges by Alabama A&M. As you see, after each exchange, their runners were run down. But however, they were able to separate themselves with the exchanges.
I mean, kudos to Jackson State because Alabama A&M had a large lead, and they were able. Each time after the first exchange, they had a large lead, and Jackson State was able to eat it up every single time, but they could not stop Alabama A&M from picking up the victory in the heat. So right now, the time to beat is 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Well, 3 minutes, 16.54 seconds to be exact.
This last heat, we have what you call a horse race.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, so let's take a look at who's coming up next. And just as I say it, my computer switches to who's coming up next. I love technology. So in lane 1, it'll be the Southern University Jaguars. In lane 2, the Golden Lions of Arkansas Pine Bluff. In lane 3, it's the Rattlers from Florida A&M. Lane 4, the Wildcats from Bethune-Cookman. It's the Prairie View Panthers in lane 5. And those Hornets from Alabama State in lane 6. And coming into this year's SWAC Indoor Championships, it's actually Prairie View A&M and Alabama State that have the fastest times. Prairie View A&M, 3 minutes, 12.9 seconds, along with Alabama State, 3 minutes, 12.58 seconds. So you basically have two teams running the same time, and then about 4 to 5 seconds separates all the other teams in this field and heat.
I think we will have a conference, not only a conference champion, but we're going to look like we're going to have a conference record. We'll wait and see.
After 14 events that were scored, Alabama State's men lead Jackson State by 1 point, 107 to 106. So this event is crucial if you are either Alabama State or Jackson State. Remember, Jackson State finished second in their previous heat. And here we go, Coach. Everybody's off to a great start, but who will have the best finish is the question.
I believe 3 minutes and 10 seconds will be the winning time.
I'll hold you to it, Coach. I love to see it. All right, and here we go on that first break. How about that? Oh, we got a guy slip up at near the end, but he's still on his feet. That's a FAMU Rattler, but now that ate up precious seconds for Florida A&M. Out in front, surprise, surprise, Alabama State University. Right behind Alabama State is Prairie View, followed by Bethune-Cookman, followed by Southern University. First exchanges are good between Alabama State, Prairie View, Bethune, and Southern University. Alabama State out in front. But look at Southern University's second leg making up and closing the gap. It's Alabama State, it's Prairie View, it's Southern, 1, 2, 3. Southern literally went from 5th to 3rd in just that one lap.
We got us a horse race.
Yes, we do. Coming down the final stretch, it's Alabama State and Prairie View. 1 and 2 Southerns right behind them. Clear exchange to Alabama State, clear exchange to Prairie View. Clear exchange to Southern. They're 1, 2, and 3. Bethune-Cookman right behind them in 4th place. Alabama State still trying to hang on to 1st place. Alabama State needs all the points that they can get in this event to win it for the men. Here comes your first lap. Alabama State still out in front, followed by Prairie View, followed by the Jaguars of Southern University, and in 4th place it's Bethune-Cookman. The Rattlers of Florida A&M are now in 5th. And right behind, well, actually Rattlers have now fallen to the back of the pack because Arkansas Pine Bluff has passed them up. But Alabama State now has a great lead now.
That was not a good exchange, but they'll take the lead.
Alabama State, Prairie View, Southern, Bethune. Bama State with a huge lead. Can Prairie View make it up? Bama State well out in front. Here's the final bell, Coach. It's Bama State, it's Prairie View, it's Southern University, it's Bethune-Cookman.
Here we go, 100 meters to go.
Yes, sir. Alabama State still out in front. Can they get Coach Richie Bean another victory? And Alabama State will pick up 1st place in this one. 3:12 for Alabama State. Prairie View coming in at 2nd. Southern coming in at 3rd. And Bethune-Cookman in at 4th, followed by Arkansas Pine Bluff and Florida A&M. And I think we've got a new SWAC record, Coach.
SWAC record.
Yes, sir, we do have a new SWAC record. 3:12.02 is your winning time for the Alabama State Hornets. They break the previous record that was set by Arkansas Pine Bluff in 2016 of 3:12.54.
The Hornets are swarming.
Yes, sir. As we take a look at the replay, Coach, I mean, Alabama State had a huge lead roughly after the 2nd exchange. I was just curious because Prairie View was starting to eat up the gap. And at what point was Prairie View going to close that gap? But they just never did, especially on the last 2 legs.
Well, you know, looking at the excitement of the Alabama State coaching staff, how they were running up and down the track, your team is going to compete according to the rhythm, the spirit of the coach. They were not going to be denied.
No, they were not.
That race was finished when it started.
From beginning to end, right, Coach?
Yes, sir.
Now you're taking a look at some of the members of the 4x4 relay team for Alabama State.
They were determined.
And not only are they determined, they got the victory and they set a SWAC record in the process. So we saw a number of SWAC records go down today that were broken. Let's head back over to the women's high jump while we got a second. So now you're taking a look at Ajane Cressy from Alabama A&M from right up the road in Huntsville.
And she's been jumping very good today. She really has. She has 9 seconds to get this jump off.
And Cressy cannot clear it. So yeah, Coach, we're taking a look both at the high jump and still some pole vault areas.
Yes.
And of course, as we mentioned, you know, it's been a lot of excitement, especially with that 4x4 relay.
You can never beat the 4x4.
No, not at all.
Especially from a former 400 runner here, you know.
Yeah, man.
No.
Yep, I love running those 4x4s. Thing was that when I actually ran these in high school, I ran my 400, would usually do well, and then I go take a nap. I go take a nap because you had the 2 mile for both the men and the women in high school. So, you know, the call wasn't until it was time for the women to actually start. So I'd just be like, hey, let's wake me up. Most times it worked. Yeah, most times it did work, Coach. So.
And your champion in the women's 400 meters with a time of 55:19 from Bethune-Cookman. Let's hear it for Amanda St. Louis. Oh, come on, we can do better than this. St. Louis, your champion. Bethune-Cookman.
Okay, yeah, bring that back in. That's the one. I'm trying to see if she did it before she gets that blue line. Stop over. So here's that's the line I'm looking for right there.
All right, everyone, after all that excitement from the 4x4, we're going to go ahead and take another break. You're watching the Indoor SWAC Track and Field Championships live here on the SWAC Digital Network. Stay tuned.
The 2023 Cricket SWAC Men's and Women's Basketball Tournaments presented by Starry return to the Magic City on Wednesday, March 8th through Saturday, March 11th, as the league's top 8 teams on both sides look to bring home championship titles with 2 NCAA tournament berths on the line. This year's tournament is scheduled to be held in downtown Birmingham at Ponto Arena. For more information, visit www.swac.org. This year's basketball tournaments are also being brought to you by Buick and Rocket Mortgage.
When you join the HBCU family, you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs. Committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Let there be no doubt. You are ready for whatever comes next. You've got bars to raise, expectations to exceed, status quos to rise above. And you've come to the right place. Because it all starts right here. Which is precisely why we are so proud to support HBCU programs.
That's a pretty tight spot.
Watch this.
Of course your Buick parks itself. That's so you.
It's just up here on the right.
Of course you know where we're going. That's so you.
Kinda got a sixth sense.
And a head-up display.
They're here.
I hit the field, warm up. You brought all these players in your Buick?
Yeah,
So you.
it is. There's a Buick that fits your life because at the heart of every Buick SUV is you.
Building champions for life didn't just happen overnight. Since 1920, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, SWAC, has been in the forefront in leadership and excellence in all our athletic programs. There are very few major sports halls of fame that a SWAC athlete is not a member. Hall of Fame coaches who were stewards and mentors to these elite athletes. Our tradition, our distinction, our legacy. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
The 2023 Cricket SWAC Men's and Women's Basketball Tournaments presented by Starry return to the Magic City on Wednesday, March 8th through Saturday, March 11th, as the league's top 8 teams on both sides look to bring home championship titles with 2 NCAA tournament berths on the line. This year's tournament is scheduled to be held in downtown Birmingham at Prato Arena. For more information, visit www.swac.org. This year's basketball tournaments are also being brought to you by Buick and Rocket Mortgage.
And welcome back to the SWAC Indoor Championships here on the campus of the Crossplex here in Birmingham, Alabama. I'm Mo Carter. That's Coach C.J. Williams. And, Coach, we just saw the 4x4 and lots of excitement. We're getting ready to wrap things up, but we still have some more action, including the men's pole vault.
Well, the championship is going to come from the field. So you got a lot of excitement going on at the shot put as well as the pole vault. At the vault, we have like 13 athletes competing so far. We have four who come in without any height. For us, the top jumper in the pole vault right now, we have Michael Hopkins from Bethune. He comes in with it's Ashley Gosley from Joshua Gosley from Texas Southern, who comes in with a height of 4.56 meters.
All right, and as you mentioned from the field, here's why as we get a chance to take a look at the men's scores right now. Alabama State out on top, 117 is their current score. They're right ahead of Jackson State at 106, so clearly this is a two-team race in the men's event with only a few left to go. Usually the 4x4 will decide these final championship point numbers, but that's not the case today. So we will have shot put and pole vault as the deciding factors coming up.
Well, in the men's pole vault, you have at least, Prairie View has at least 3 athletes in this event. Alabama State has at least 2 athletes in this event. Jackson State do not have any athletes in this event.
So in a nutshell, Alabama State could extend their lead more so than Jackson State actually trying to make up on the point stat.
Absolutely correct.
As they continue to get ready for the pole vault, they just awarded the 800-meter championship medals to our right. And it was Nick Scott who went back-to-back championships in that event.
And for as the men's shot put, Jackson State has 3 actual athletes there are actually competing. Alabama State has 1. One of those athletes is actually coming in from Jackson State. You have to actually have 2. They're coming in with a qualifying mark of over 15 meters.
And we see some Alabama State guys right there on your screen. Coach Richie Bean just walked off the screen as well. Look, by the looks of things with points, they could all be making their way back over to that stand very, very soon.
Alabama State has like an 11-point lead on the Tigers of Jackson State. However, Jackson do have
a handful of competitors still left.
They have at least 3 very competitive athletes in the shot put. But can they make up 11 points?
That is the big question. As we just took a look in the women's scores, it's Alabama State who is still out in front on the women. The Lady Hornets now have 145 points that you just saw, and there we go. The magic of television brings us back up right here. Appreciate our directors on that one. Alabama State, 145, has them in first place. Prairie View with 127 points in second place, while Jackson State's Lady Tigers are in third place with 49. So once again, you have a 2-team race on the men's side, a 2-team race on the women's side. And there's only 2 more events to be scored for the women.
And if you look at the women's scores, you see so much balance on the Alabama State team. They scored in the hurdles. They scored in the short dashes. They scored in the 200, the 400, the 800, the mile, 3,000, 5,000. Their points are scattered. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for you wondering where all these points come from, Coach just broke it down. right there. Now, if you head over to SWAC.org, once everything is over with, our man Andrew Roberts, the head media coordinator and in charge of media relations, that I always appreciate him always putting out the information. Head over to SWAC.org this evening. You can get the full recap. You can get the full breakdown. You can see who scored here, who scored where easily on the SWAC website. So, yeah, make sure you visit over to the official website of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. That is SWAC.org, SWAC.org. As we continue to take a look at the men's shot put now. Shot put is on your screen. It's to our immediate left of our broadcast booth. Now we've got a mix of the shot put and the pole vault going on as we speak. And now we got 2 pole vaults, so I like that as well. Now we're back to the shot put. Our camera people just letting us know that we have all this technology and we know how to use it in all sorts of ways.
Your attention, please, to the award stand. Our top 3 in the men's 6-meter hurdles.
And they're continuing to make the announcements now for several individual event award winners who went 1, 2, and 3. Clearly, you have to whip the kinks out with that too, because it's not your typical situation, but I've seen a lot of student athletes from several different SWAC schools making their way over. Now as we look on our screen, we have a split screen. We got pole vault on the left. We have shot put on the right.
Let's hear it for Jordan Thompson.
As we mentioned earlier, the Southwestern Athletic Conference from top to bottom would like to thank everyone who has helped, participated, and tuned in to this wonderful broadcast today and a showcasing of so many great track athletes from all 12 member institutions. As we continue to look on with the shot put for both the men and the pole vault for the men. Looks like pole vault, they're getting some extra instructions from the field officials.
All right, I do believe we are ready for the men's 400 meters. Your attention at the award stand. Finishing in 3rd place with a time 48.08. Let's hear it for Alabama State's Jay Stubbs.
So, Coach, I know we have a few more events left to go, but for the student athletes that did well today, medaled, and for their teams,
in 2nd place,
what's the preparation for the next level as you get ready for various events that are still forthcoming?
Well, some of the teams who still have invitations to actually compete before they prepare for the NCAA National League. So, and also then right around the corner, you're going to start, for outdoors. But right now, you're preparing those athletes, who are actually running at the top of their events in the conference, preparing for the NCAA.
And the 2023 NCAA Track and Field National Championship for indoor will be coming up very, very, very soon. Interesting location. It'll take place on March 10th and 11th at the Albuquerque Convention Center in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Get a chance to go to the southwestern portion of the United States. It'll be the first time that the indoor championships have been held in the state of New Mexico since 2014. Both the men's and women's championships are held simultaneously. Have you ever ran in the state of New Mexico, Coach?
No, I never have. Never have. I've ran through it.
Yeah.
I ran through it. But no, I never had. Now I've had athletes that actually compete there.
Mm-hmm.
For us, like places where I've coached, I've had athletes who have run in New Mexico. But as an athlete myself, I never ran in New Mexico.
And your champion in the men's heptathlon.
And of course, back in the day when we ran, you didn't have as many invitational meets as you do now. Now you may have hundreds upon hundreds of meets on a weekend. But back in the day when I ran, you may have 3. And you had all the talent coming into that one meet. And it was usually big corporate back meets back then. But now, you have your individual institution that's actually hosting meets now. But back in the day, they were mostly corporate sponsored meets. You may have your Kodak Invitational that was in Johnson City, Tennessee. You had Sunkiss that was out in California. So those are the meets we used to run in. You had the Mason-Dixon games that went on.
I've heard about those.
In Memphis. So, you usually will have a big sponsor actually pushing that meet. But now there are invitationals everywhere.
And the good thing about them having so many invitationals now is that it's an opportunity not just for exposure, but it's also an opportunity for you to compete against some of the best that you may not be able to compete against on a regular basis, depending on where your school is located or vice versa. As we continue to take a look at the men's shot put, look at this wonderful throw right here.
I think that's a Jackson State thrower. I'm not sure. But that one was really out there. I can't see the number, so I'm not.
Yeah, it's a tad bit challenging.
Finishing in third place with a time 21:31 from Alabama State, Victor Smith. In second place, with the time 21:21, Alabama State's Matthew Clark.
And as we continue to look, here are some highlights of what's going on with the pole vault now.
200 meters with a time 21:20 from Jackson State. Let's hear it for Sean Collins.
Pole vaulter goes up, but as he's coming over.
Yeah. Hope that athlete wasn't injured.
Yeah, lots of times with pole vault, no matter if I'm watching you in person or I'm watching you on television, I do kind of hold my breath from time to time just because of the landing aspects.
Exactly.
So as we continue on, we've got more men's shot put. Another good throw right there by one of the participants. So, Coach, as we mentioned, it's a two-team race between Alabama State and Jackson State on one side and Alabama State and Prairie View on another side. And now these field points truly do matter.
Yes, sir, especially in the shot put.
Here's those men's scores right now. 117 for Alabama State, who's sitting in first place. Jackson State with 106. Sitting in second place, Bethune-Cookman sits in third place with 72, followed by Texas Southern with 70. That's on the men's side. On the women's side, it is Alabama State sitting a little bit more comfortably than the men with 149. And actually now it is updated, everyone. We can officially tell you that Coach Richie Bean's Lady Hornets will take home the victory for the women's SWAC Indoor Team Championship, as all events have now been scored. Alabama State's women, 149 points. They will take home the top prize and get themselves back on top of the mantle. Prairie View will be the runner-up with 127 points.
With a time 6:67 from Bethune-Cookman. Let's hear it for Jermaine Hodges.
As we take a look, these are the men from the 60-meter dash. Jermaine Byges of Bethune-Cookman was the winner in that. As we switch back over to the pole vault. And for the pole vault right there, that was a Southern University standout who could not clear the bar. So we'll move over to a Prairie View A&M. This will be Stanley Hamilton from Prairie View A&M. He did not have a mark listed coming into the SWAC.
Your attention, please, to the awards stand, our top three in the women's high jump.
And look at him. Gets up and clears it. Stanley Hamilton for Prairie View. No height. I was saying no mark, but it's no height, technically. Had to use that extra part of my brain from the college degree to figure out that one. You're so used to seeing NT for no time.
Exactly.
Yeah, Hamilton clears it easily.
With a height 1 meter 67, 5 feet 5 and 3/4 inches.
And coming up right behind him
Anjanae Cressy.
is Joshua Goslow from Texas Southern. Goslow.
And your champion in the women's
Gosley.
also will mark at 1 meter.
Want to make sure I get these kids' names right.
5 feet 5 and 3/4 inches from Arkansas Pine Bluff. Let's hear it for Jalen Hampton. Please forgive me. We had a tie for third. Jamie Richardson of Grambling also finishing third at 1 meter 63, 5 feet 4 1/4 inches. Jamie, charge it to my head and not to my heart.
Hey, even PA announcers make mistakes.
Looks like looking at the men's shot put, look like they've come to a conclusion.
All right, so we'll take a look at what those final marks will be once they the officials get that over to the final stat crew. In the meantime, we'll continue to take a look at pole vault, which I guess is officially the last event of the day, Coach.
Event, yes.
So for those that don't know, Coach, I see that, we see this clock here. Is that basically a version of a shot clock for attempts?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. He has at least 60 seconds to make the jump. And this is, and you see the 80, that's for his standard, exactly where you want the pole actually placed. You want it closer to you or far away from you.
That was Josh Gosley from Texas Southern. Clears it initially, but then his arm knocks it down as he's letting go of the pole.
Looks like we may have wrapped up the shot put competition. The team rankings, the standings come down to these final events. The pole vault and the shot put for men.
And they just made the announcement that, yes, shot put has now wrapped up. And here's an attempt right there. And how about that clearance?
This kid is really, really strong.
That was Chadrick Williams from Texas Southern.
And he's also another athlete that comes in with no height. But he showed how strong he is on that.
Strength and technique gets the job done. So another one of his Texas Southern teammates.
All right, I do believe we are ready for the men's high jump.
As we continue to take a look at the pole vault for the SWAC men, they are continuously announcing the winners of various championships today. And look at that elevation right there.
In second place, also with the height, 2 meters 10.
Joshua Gosley got up there, Coach.
That was a very good jump, very good jump.
Like you were just talking about how Chadrick Williams, very strong and athletic, but then Gosley basically shows the same efforts.
In the men's high jump, with a lead 2 meters 14, 7 feet, quarter of an inch, from Arkansas Pine Bluff. Let's hear it for Caleb Snowden.
As always, everyone, we want to thank you for joining us here on the 2023 SWAC Men's and Women's Indoor Championships here on the SWAC Digital Network. I'm Mo Carter. This is Coach TJ Williams. We've been enjoying all the action throughout the day. We've seen a couple of records fall. We've seen some amazing student athletes. We've seen some amazing performances.
So now we have Isaiah Palmer from Alabama State. Looks like this is his first attempt. He is the second Alabama State athlete in the pole vault.
And Palmer cannot clear it. Close miss, as they say.
As you see his approach, you can easily tell he can easily clear the bar, but he basically had the standard a little bit too close. His standard is like around about like 65. He probably need to move it about 70 to give himself a little bit more space to actually clear the bar.
So as far as standard for people at home, can we give a little explanation more on the standard portion?
It basically is the bar. It's the stand and the bar. And what happens is that when the jumpers, some jumpers need a little bit more space to actually clear the bar. Some don't really need it. Some are more vertical, but then you may have a jumper who have more. They're strong vertically, but then they have a lot of horizontal force, so they may need a little bit more space to actually clear the bar.
All right, and Chadrick Williams was not able to clear the bar there. Up next is Stanley Hamilton from Prairie View A&M. Here comes Hamilton. And he gets it.
Nice approach.
Nice takeoff.
Yeah, he had a really nice approach. He kind of cleared it very unorthodox. He's kind of sideways, but it was a good jump.
So back up next for Texas Southern is going to be Chadrick Williams once again. Williams missed on his last attempt. Well, thought Chadrick was coming up, but instead it'll be Isaiah Palmer from Alabama State that goes up and clears the bar. Coach, you had said it. He can clear it. He just had to have a better technique on his approach. That bar bends in a very interesting way to the side.
I did get a chance to see exactly what actually his standard setting was, but I'm sure they did to make some kind of adjustment.
Here's Williams, and he cannot clear it.
He's getting up, but not quite over.
Still nothing. So as we continue to watch the men's pole vault, we can officially tell you that the Alabama State Lady Hornets are the queens of the hill once again when it comes to indoor track. They finish with 149 total points on the day, defeating Prairie View A&M 149 to 127. Prairie View finishes second with 127 points. Texas Southern will finish in third place with 52.5. Southern University finishes in fourth place with 51.5. Jackson State rounds out the top five with 49. So once again, congratulations to Coach Richie Bean and the Lady Hornets as they will bring another trophy back to the city of Montgomery and just add to that huge trophy case they have down there already. As for the men, we are still waiting for two more events. Theoretically, we're waiting for this last event, which is pole vault. We did get word that the shot put has finished. We're just waiting for the final results in the shot put. But at the moment, Alabama State leads the overall team score on the men's side with 117 points. Alabama State, as I mentioned, they lead with 117. Jackson State is right behind them with 106 points. Bethune-Cookman in third place with 72 overall team points. Texas Southern in fourth place with 70 points. And in fifth place is Arkansas Pine Bluff with 63 points. Here comes Chadrick Williams. Oh! Very, very close. And he's upset with himself because he knew he had it. The standard is 80. He just nudges it with his knee. And look, sometimes, Coach, that'll happen to other athletes and the bar won't fall.
Exactly. He had a lot of bend in the pole, so he had a lot of weight on his left side. So the Alabama State athlete did, which is Palmer. He did make the change of the standards to at least 70. Because on his miss, it was at 65.
And Palmer can't clear it on that attempt. He'll get another shot in a few moments. Following up, Palmer looks like it's going to be Stanley Hamilton from Prairie View A&M. Interesting, Hamilton was a guy that checked in with no height. But he's made it this far in the competition.
He's making it work, yes.
Yes, sir. Here comes Hamilton on the approach. Gets the stick, goes up, and knocks it down with the back portion of his leg.
Yeah, good speed, good speed.
Again, we still have the MVP awards as well as the championship awards.
So as we see Hamilton's last attempt on the replay, I guess we will get ready once again for Isaiah Palmer.
So Palmer seemed to change his standard back to 65. So we'll see if it works for him. On his last miss, it was at 70.
Here comes Palmer. And look at that. Cleared it with ease. Isaiah Palmer, a young man out of Radcliffe, Kentucky, by way of North Horton High School. He's only a freshman, Coach.
A freshman.
So imagine how many more years Coach Bean has to work with him and what kind of young man he can turn out to be from a track standpoint. Here comes Hamilton. And check Hamilton out there. So Hamilton is able to clear there. Hamilton, a junior, been competing a number of years for the Panthers. Hamilton usually a triple jumper and also a high jump guy. But clearly today what he decided to do was try his hand at the pole vault, and he's been successful thus far.
Pole vault work at 4.05 meters, 13 feet, 3.5 inches.
So let's see if they have those shot put results up, and no, they do not. Not yet. We're anxiously awaiting on them shot put results to see if it will make a difference in Alabama State's men winning another championship. We can already tell you that the Alabama State women have won a championship. So once again, everyone, we want to thank you for joining us here on the SWAC Digital Network for our broadcast of the 2023 SWAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championship. I'm Mo Carter. Coach TJ Williams has been dropping the knowledge today about how some of these guys and girls are just so fast or so athletic and what they have to do to get their body in place to make all of these things happen. So we do want to thank you on that. We want to thank everyone who's been a part of this broadcast here as we get ready to wrap some things up. You're taking a look at the podium right now. They're getting ready to give some more medals away coming up very, very soon. But hey, don't forget, we've got more championships coming up in the Southwestern Athletic Conference. The next champions that will be crowned will be in the month of March. As you take a look at Isaiah Palmer clearing his next level on the bar. Let's take a replay. Take a look at that on the replay. Young man from out of Kentucky. Freshman at Alabama State. And look at the height, the elevation, and the stick. So yes, as we mentioned, we got these championships here today, and then only in about 3 weeks, the men's and women's basketball championships will take place in downtown Birmingham near Bartow, or inside Bartow Arena on the campus of UAB. A champion will be crowned on March the 11th. Inside of Bartow, as we have another clearance of the ball right there. Look at that elevation and the clearance. Yeah, you got to be excited to clear an elevation like that, especially if you are Ian Charles from Texas Southern. So, yeah, as I was mentioning, everyone, the championships continue with the Southwestern Athletic Conference March 8th through the 11th. Join us at Bartow Arena near the campus of UAB for the men's and women's basketball championships. It'll begin on the 8th. The champions will be crowned on March the 11th on that Saturday. Remember, only the top 8 seeds make the championship tournament. Just the top 8 seeds. And when I looked at the men's basketball standings recently, there's a log jam in that stretch between 5 and about 11. So it's going to be a very, very fun time. Some very fun basketball and great basketball that still needs to be played down the stretch. As we return to the action, here's Prairie View's Stanley Hamilton. Just did not want to go through with that one. All right, so now we have a new competitor in the bunch from Florida A&M. Looks like this will be Aya Jackson.
And Jackson comes in with a best of 4.56 meters.
And Jackson clears it easily. Now I see why he just decided to join the party.
Men's pole ball. The bar at 4.05 meters. 13 feet 3.5 inches. Still, we have the men's shot put to award. Our top 3. The men's pole ball still getting after it. The MVP awards and the team, the championship awards.
Ilya Jackson, only a sophomore for the Rattlers. He's a mystery man because on their website that they don't have his hometown, Coach. But we know for sure he's a FAMU Rattler and he's on their team, and he just cleared a nice height. As Hamilton was not able to do that in that position. Yeah, as Hamilton was trying to just go up, he knocks down the bar. Coming up very soon, everyone, we will get you those finalized stats for the men's shot put. They have wrapped up. We're just waiting for them to go final digitally. And when that happens, we will let you know, not only because we want to keep you posted on event by event, but we also want to keep you posted on the team events, primarily because that shot put could help determine what happens in the final rankings for the men's championship.
It looks like little Dorian Hart from Prairie View pulled up again. So he did break the plane, so that should be, what, two attempts for him.
So here we go. Oh!
His height was very good. He just came down on the bar.
I was about to ask, was he all right? Because it looked like he was he was a little gimpy coming up, but I think that might have just been more of a pride thing. Yeah, he clears the bar. It's his leg that knocks it off coming down.
So he may have to make some adjustments on the standard.
And that's LaDorian Harvard. So on the other side of things, we've got Stanley Hamilton. As Hamilton going up and knocks the bar down as he was just going up. Hey, Coach, you've been around track and field for a very long time. Can you talk about what the importance of the volunteers who help out with track and field events? Because clearly this is something that's time-consuming, is not easy to do, but the people who actually decide to do it play a major part in their everyday lives of making track and field better.
Well, your volunteers make your meet. They make your meet. One thing about volunteers, you take care of them, they will take care of you. You have volunteers, they will go from event to event to make sure that your meet is run, greatly. They are so important. Here in Alabama, we do have a very, very strong officials association here, part of United States Track and Field. But many times the officials can be overworked because there are like meets going on everywhere.
All the time at that.
But your officials will make your meet.
Cool. Officials and the volunteers, we do appreciate all your work that you have been doing here at the Crossplex.
Yes. Teams that are satisfied will always return.
It looks like we do have the official results for the men's shot put.
All right, so we do have word, everyone, for the men's shot put. So in third place for the men's shot put is Johnny Howell from Jackson State. 15.33 meters was his best throw. In second place, Davion Center. Oh, As I mentioned in that, is young man okay? All right, he's all right. He's okay.
Jackson School.
In second place, Davion Center, also from Jackson State, 15.83 on the meters. Ooh, that's a scary fall right there. And your shot put winner for the men from Texas Southern, Hezekiah Freeman, 15.98 meters. Now, going back at this, Coach, Jackson State picks up a second and a third place in this event. So that makes things interesting for the men's standings. Here's why. Here's why. Get to him in just. Here's why. Jackson State had a second and a third place in the shot put. Because of that, the Tigers are now on top with one event to go. 120 points. They are in first place as we speak. Jackson State's in first place as we speak. But Isaiah Palmer may have something to say about that over in the pole vault as he clears 4.15 meters. So as we were mentioning, right now, because Jackson State had a second and a third place in the shot put, they have a 3-point lead over the Alabama State Hornets in the final men's rankings with one event to go. But Isaiah Palmer for Alabama State, if he can pull off at least a third place victory, he will propel Alabama State to a victory in the men's scores.
Yeah. Or even fifth place, because right now Jackson do not have any men in the pole vault. So right now Palmer has cleared 4.15, which is his best coming in, 4.15. Now what we have to do is see exactly how many competitors are actually left in the men's pole vault. But he only needs 3 points to tie, 4 points to win.
Correct. Correct. But as far as the overall standings, you talked about it earlier. You were surprised at how Jackson State was able to come out and compete against the likes of Texas Southern and and Alabama State.
And as you look at the spreadsheet of the scores, you see that Jackson was very balanced this year. They didn't score in the 4x4, nor did they score in the 800. But in every other event, they actually scored.
I think we already have the award stand. Our top three finishers in the men's shot put.
So as we continue to take a look at the pole vault competition.
15 meters 33, 50 feet, 3.5 inches from Jackson State. Let's hear it for Johnny Hall.
And they are now announcing the shot put winners as we speak on the winner's stand. There you take a look at those the two Jackson State players that have now helped propel Jackson State into first place overall in the men's standings with one event to go.
And your champion in the men's shot put with a toss of 15.
You see Johnny Howell on the right in third place, Davion Center on the left from Jackson State in second place, and your winner, Hezekiah Freeman from Texas Southern with a winning throw of 15.98 meters. Congratulations, guys. And now in the age of technology that we are, Center's like, hey, man, make sure you get my picture up here. No, I get it. I mean, he wants to post it on social. He wants to send it to mom and dad. I totally do get it. Let's head back over to the pole vault area right now where Ilya Jackson was trying to keep pace with Isaiah Palmer, and on that first attempt, he just doesn't get the height, Coach.
Yeah, and Jackson comes in with a best of 4.05 meters. So 4.15 would be a challenge for him.
As I look around the crossplex here in Birmingham, clearly everybody has been having fun for one, but then two, I think the Alabama State Hornets know what's at stake right now, because every time Mr. Isaiah Palmer steps up, you're getting louder cheers than what you usually get for just somebody clearing it, especially knowing that he needs 4 points to lift the men to a team championship, and then the men and women would have the sweep.
Well, right now, he's looking very good. He's looking very good right now. The FAMU jumper is about to vault, is about to get ready to vault again.
And that is Ilya Jackson. Here comes Mr. Jackson. Oh!
Wasn't a bad attempt.
No, it was not. It was not. He definitely can get the height, Coach.
Exactly.
He definitely can get the height. As we've been looking at these pole vaulters, clearly it shows you another reason why track is such a unique sport, because everybody's approaches are vastly different.
Vastly different.
Nobody runs the same way. Nobody mounts the same way. Nobody hits the stick the same way.
Correct. So Palmer's getting ready to come through this time against State and set a standard at 70. I think on his last attempt he cleared it at 70. So.
Remember, Palmer's just a freshman at that. So talk about the pressure of not just being a freshman, but knowing that your team's championship is literally on your shoulders. I mean, clearly, I'm sure Coach Bean didn't go over to him and be like, look, we're relying on you to win a championship.
Exactly.
But still in all, at some point, I'm pretty sure it either clicked to him or somebody's let him know, like, hey, man, we just need you to get some good points to make, to help us out.
Motivation.
Absolutely.
Top three, finishing in third place with a lead of 13.05 meters, 49 feet, 4.5 inches, from Texas Southern, Chadrick Williams.
And as the officials go over a few items, they are now awarding some more medals.
10.5 inches from Southern, Devon Hamilton. And your champion in the men's triple jump with a lead of 15.89 meters, 52 feet.
Here comes Isaiah Palmer.
3/4 of an inch, Jackson State's Javon Gray.
And look at Palmer. And all of his teammates, male and female, are excited for the young freshman who just cleared that bar.
He cleared 4.25 meters.
With a few inches still to go.
Excellent, yeah, excellent work.
Close minutes. Still getting after it.
That was Ian Charles from Texas Southern, could not clear the bar on that mark.
And he comes in with the best vault of 4.26. So right now the bar is set at 4.25. Looks like he kind of dropped the pole a little bit too quickly.
And once again, coaches, what I said, every technique is truly, truly different.
Men's pole vault. Again, valuable points. Final event to be scored. Remember, we still have the MVP awards.
They just made an announcement about how important this event is now. And look at that clearance right there by Joshua Gosley from Texas Southern.
That was a very strong vault there, very strong. Very strong vault. Very strong. He cleared at least about another meter.
At least, so we could be seeing a potential final between Gosley and Isaiah Palmer. It'll all depend on what Ian Charles does coming up. Here comes Charles.
He says dropping that pole a little bit too soon. But he has one more attempt, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Ian Charles of Texas Southern.
As he's twisting, the left side of his knee was the first thing to make contact on the bar. Charles getting some instructions now from one of the assistants on the Texas Southern squad. And for those wondering at home, yes, that is a form of prep work. Prep work. No different than if you're watching an NFL game and they've got the tablets and you go over your last drive that happened.
Exactly. But he has a tendency of actually on purpose dropping that pole, and once he's dropping that pole, he drops his shoulders.
As we take another look at his last
attempt. He comes in, he actually drops the pole on purpose and drops his shoulders, and he's just not squared.
Continue to look at Ian Charles, and as you mentioned, Coach, he had the best height coming in to the SWAC championships. Ian Charles, he is a Texas guy as well. Clearview, Texas, as a matter of fact, is his hometown.
So as he's getting ready to make his third attempt, he made an adjustment with the standard, so he's going at 75, so he's bringing the bar a little bit closer to him.
Clearview, Texas, right on the outskirts of Austin, Texas, so a trip between his hometown and Texas Southern, not far. Charles is only a sophomore, so we got a lot of youth in this final stretch of these pole vault competitions.
Much better.
And here is Here he is. Ian Charles is saying, I'm back in this now. I am back in this.
So this time he allows the pole to drop instead of him dropping it himself. And so how it keeps his shoulders squared, he can get more force going to vertical. It's a good job.
So with Ian Charles connecting on that attempt. Let's show a little bit more celebration, Ian Charles. He knows what's going on. He knows how important this championship would be. And he'll head back over to one of the assistant coaches. Take a look back at it. We'll go talk it over with Christian Ham. Here comes Isaiah. Isaiah Palmer from Alabama State coming up with his next attempt.
We're at 4 meters, 35.
And he clips it. It's almost like he literally got up as high as he could, and it still was not high enough.
Yeah. The thing was more so with his speed as he actually approached the mat. Looked like he kind of looked more toward his physical strength to actually get him up instead of the speed.
Once again, we are down to our final event here at the 2023 Men's and Women's SWAC Indoor Championships here at the Crossplex. It's Mo Carter, it's Coach TJ Williams. We've been here all day on the SWAC Digital Network. We want to thank you for joining us throughout the entire day. If you watched from start to finish, you have seen some great competitions between every single student athlete participating. If you're just joining us, you're seeing a great competition between some student athletes right now in the pole vault. But don't worry, that means you're watching us on YouTube and you can rewind and go all the way back. But don't do it right now. Keep it locked because we got a great competition in pole vault. And Ian Charles is going to kind of say, hold up.
So he's attempting 435. Change the standard to at least the 50.
After looking at it a few times, Coach, was it more so that his approach just didn't seem right?
His approach.
Isaiah Palmer now coming up. That's for his teammates to clap it up. The freshman from Kentucky trying to win a SWAC Indoor Championship.
That looked a lot slower.
For the women's 4x4, the team finishing in third place with the time.
So clearly he does not clear the bar here on Ian Charles' last attempt. Is that considered an attempt?
It was an attempt.
It was an attempt, okay. So technically we're still even between Ian and Palmer. Charles and Palmer, I should say.
Please report to the award stand.
More awards are being handed out at the award stand. Here comes Ian Charles.
Yeah, he's turning his body a little bit too much, and And if I like those yellow shoes because you can see all the back kick behind him.
Ah,
so he has so much energy behind him instead of having energy in front of him.
He's got the yellow highlighter colored shoes. Here comes Ian Charles, a young man from Clearview, Texas, on his next attempt.
Run up here.
And he does not connect on that attempt. Just couldn't get it up there.
14 feet, 3 inches. Again, 4x4 relay team should be in place for the women. Alabama State, Florida A&M.
So as we mentioned, it's a strong competition between Ian Charles and Isaiah Palmer. Palmer asking everyone to clap it up once again. It's funny, everybody's really clapping except Texas Southern. Here comes Palmer. Oh! As Palmer goes up, it's those shins that catch him first, Coach.
Yeah, man, he wasn't able to get really good extension off the pole as well. So.
As we continue to take a look at the men's pole vault competition, they are about to award the medals for the 4x4 100-meter relays.
Once again, Alabama State finishing third in the women's 4x4 at 3:48.88.
Alabama State was your third place contestant.
In second place for the time 3:48.56. Let's hear it for Florida A&M.
Florida A&M finishes as the runner-up.
And your champions in the women's 4x400 relay with a time 3:46.59. Let's hear it for Prairie View A&M University.
And the Prairie View Lady Panthers are the winners of this year's 4x400-meter relay. In the meantime, we will keep things going with the men's pole vault final between Isaiah Palmer of Alabama State University and Ian Charles, a young man you see right here representing Texas Southern University. Charles' hometown is Clearview, Texas. Charles came into the SWAC Indoor Championships with the best qualifying height.
So it looks like we have maybe 2 athletes left. That's Hopkins from Bethune-Cookman and
the top three, men's 4x4.
And what, Gosley from Texas Southern?
Yes.
Southern, Prairie View, and Alabama State.
As far as the SWAC men's pole vault competition, as you mentioned, we do have some other contestants in here. That includes Michael Hopkins, who you see right here, doing some test runs. He had a qualifying height of 4.50. And then Joshua Gosley, we did see him earlier with Texas Southern.
Yes. So it looks like it's just 2 men left at 4.45 meters.
Let's hear it for Southern. In second place, their time 3:13.89. Prairie View A&M University. And your champions in the men's 4x400 meter relay, setting a new SWAC record at 3:12.02. Let's hear it for Alabama State.
We're taking a look now at the winners of this year's 4x400 relay. And it is the Alabama State Hornets. 4x400 meter relay, Alabama State finishing first. Prairie View finishing second. Southern University, the Jaguars, finishing third. Alabama State set a new SWAC record in the process as well.
They look good. They look really good.
And that's why they are holding the plaque. And the ASU Hornet faithful are very happy and excited for these guys as well, if you're hearing them in the background. So we are readjusting the heights now, Coach.
Yes, sir. They have at least up to 2 minutes to actually make their first attempt. That would be Gosley from Texas Southern.
7.25 inches. Joshua Gosley of Texas Southern and Michael Hopkins with the equipment.
Joshua Gosley is now a grad student for Texas Southern. He's from Salisbury, Maryland. He previously competed at Maryland Eastern Shore. I guess he just got tired of the East Coast and wanted to come down to the South, get some good food, and
We'll get that chance to compete in the SWAC.
yeah, that too. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, that's the #1 reason.
Oh, yeah.
I was trying to just think of other reasons.
Oh, yeah.
They'll get him a little Texas barbecue. Here comes Gosley on his first attempt.
Looked like he destroyed it.
Yes. Gosley making a statement on his first attempt. And the first person to come dap him up and give him a handshake, Ian Charles. The bar is set after Gosley. Now it's time to see if Michael Hopkins from Bethune-Cookman can match that.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is his second attempt.
Hopkins doesn't clear it, but he shows that he can get up there height-wise. Michael Hopkins is a junior. Played at Tampa Bay Tech High School. Well, competed at Tampa Bay Tech High School. Currently a junior. He's a junior in the classroom, and he's actually Michael Hopkins' junior, government-wise as well. He's majoring in chemistry, Coach.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Clearly not the easiest.
Yeah, so he has up to at least 3 minutes to make his last attempt.
Yeah, he is a chemistry major, or the Bethune-Cookman. Once again, you're looking at Michael Hopkins, the junior from out of Bethune-Cookman. The bar was already set with the clearance of Joshua Gossley from Texas Southern. Hopkins is now trying to follow suit. And here comes his next attempt. On the approach, he goes up, and he clears it. We were just saying, he had the height. He
no problem at all.
Yeah, on the last attempt, he had the height. He just nipped the bar, but this time.
He looked a little bit more patient this time on his attempt. He clears it at least over a meter.
And also, too, Coach, he had to wait to really compete on this level. Do you feel that kind of held him down a little bit as far as that first attempt?
He was cold.
Right.
He was cold.
Now he's got a little blood flowing, heart rate up.
Yeah. So this event can go on for another 15 minutes. He get nice and warm.
I mean, he's got the sleeves. No, he's got one sleeve on, I should say. He's got that point guard sleeve on. First person I saw wearing that I can recall was Allen Iverson.
Oh, yeah.
Iverson had the arm sleeve. Michael Jordan had the leg sleeve on the left leg.
So.
Oh, happy birthday to him, too.
Oh, wow.
Today is Michael Jordan's 60th birthday.
13 feet 3, 4.65 meters. So you got two guys that are left.
Texas Southern and Michael Bethune-Cookman.
So we got two guys left, Coach. We saw the competition between Isaiah Palmer of Alabama State and Ian Charles, who technically will probably place under these guys.
Exactly.
I'm now interested to see where they fall into the place.
Yes, exactly.
Because of the team totals. Remember, Alabama State needs 3 to tie and 4 to win the team titles. Here's Gossley, can't get it there.
And to add on to it as well, you have two gentlemen who went out that look like they're like third place. So you have to see who had the most misses. So whomever had the least number of misses would actually be considered third place.
Okay. So thus, it still will play a major role into the final standings of the men's. indoor championship overall totals.
Which is most likely looks like it's going to be Alabama State. Looks like the freshmen probably pulled them through.
In the meantime, we got a pretty good competition between Texas Southern's Josh Gosley and Bethune-Cookman's Michael Hopkins. But hey, this is what championships are always about, the competition. The sheer will to win. And here's the other thing, too. As I stand up and I kind of look around, yes, this is a field event, probably not the most popular field event in the world, but everybody's locked into just one event that is going on that will wrap up the SWAC Indoor Championships.
It kind of reminds you of like an election. Every vote counts.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then, like, on top of that, I know sometimes some of these track athletes don't get a chance to really watch some of their teammates participate.
Exactly.
So
sometimes you may feel insignificant because you may not be getting all the attention as like some of the sprints or the hurdles.
Here comes Hopkins. Hops goes up, and he clears it.
4.65 meters.
With some additional height to go.
Texas Southern University.
Here comes Joshua Gosley, the Maryland native. Here comes Gosley. Oh!
I understand that that was a miss.
So, Coach, as we get ready to take a look back at that, did he take off too far on his approach?
He had a lot of energy in his approach. Look at his face. He had a lot of energy in that approach, you know, so it wasn't as smooth. And you could see the grunt as he began to go up. He already knew he was off. So.
Gosley talking things over with head coach Clyde Duncan Sr. and assistant coach Tristan Ham. Getting a few X's and O's. And you said he's got 3 minutes to make another attempt, correct?
Yes.
Okay. He's got 3 minutes to make another attempt because Hopkins is already cleared. You know, take a look at that clock now. It's at 2:15.
Once again, we're getting ready for Joshua, Texas Southern University, men's pole vault.
So once again, we've got Josh Gosley from Texas Southern University. Going to try to match the height that Michael Hopkins of Bethune-Cookman has already cleared. This will be his second attempt coming up.
As you see, if Hopkins can make it or break it right here. Like he comes into competition with 4.50 meters. Now he's attempting 4.65. He looked strong earlier. We'll see how he finishes it out today. Looking better.
Oh!
He got up. But not quite over. Come on, clap him up. Joshua going out at 4 meters 65. One competitor remaining in the men's pole vault. Michael Hopkins.
So as we take a look, the approach was better, Coach.
It was better. It was better.
He was there height-wise, but as he tried to contort his body over the bar completely, that's where
I do believe the bar has gone up to 4 meters 75. We're now at 15 feet.
he goes out at. So Michael Hopkins will be your winner, but clearly he's not done.
You got to see exactly what he can do. The meet record is 5.04, so we'll a good little distance from there.
Give me the point now at 4 meters 85. We're now at 15 feet 11 inches.
15 feet 11 inches is now the current height. For all of you that did not want to convert the metric system to the United States current system.
If you have found a black camera bag,
So now,
please return it to Texas Southern.
so now if you're Hopkins, you're almost like the
You can return that bag.
runners today. Remember how everyone was running against time
Yes.
and really competing against the time, but competing against themselves theoretically. Now for Hopkins, he's competing against himself to see what can be his best mark. That will be sent over to the NCAA Nationals in just a few weeks in March. Here's Hopkins. Cannot clear 15 feet 5 inches. He will get another shot at that.
We'll be getting ready for the second attempt now. This way, 4 meters 85. 15 feet 11 inches.
So here's Hopkins once again. They'll reset the bar, which they have already done now. Because he's solo, does he, I guess, get additional time beyond the 3 minutes?
It's at least 5 minutes.
Okay. And now we see the 5 minutes on the clock. Okay. Right there near Hopkins, you see one of the other men he was competing with not long ago from Texas Southern, and that was Ian Charles. So after the SWAC championships, Bethune-Cookman will make their way back over to Daytona Beach, Florida, to get ready for classes and preparation for nationals if they had national qualifiers and champions today. So that's their track and field team. But their basketball teams actually will spend the entire weekend in the state of Alabama. Bethune-Cookman's men and women will be at Alabama State tomorrow afternoon for a 3 p.m. tip-off Central Time in the Huntsville area. For the women, the men will start somewhere around 5 p.m. And then Bethune-Cookman will travel over to Alabama State on Monday for a 5:30 and 7:30 matchup against the Hornets. And here we talk about the SWAC, the unity within the SWAC. Everybody's cheering Hopkins on. Can he clear this next bar? And he pulls up at the end. So, Coach, reading body language, you say about maybe 3/4 the way.
Yeah, you didn't see the urgency. You didn't see the urgency. It's a little bit relaxed now. Which can benefit you, but however, it can work against you. But it, you know, it, like I said, for his performance, it can benefit you to be completely relaxed. But he's not at that point where this is something that I have to do. It's kind of something that I actually want to do now. So.
And he's sitting down near his coach, Coach Mike Hamer. Oh, Mike, to be exact. And once again, we have to wait for the official results at the end of the men's pole vault to certify what is going on the men's standings as you take a look at it right there on your screen. Jackson State catapulted to the top spot after they had a second and third place finish in the men's shot put. Alabama State is right there in second place with 117 points. Now, we did see Mr. Isaiah Palmer participate in this very men's pole vault competition. And depending on how he finishes, will either keep Alabama State where they are in second or elevate them to the top spot and get Coach Richie Bean and company another victory. That's why this event is so important.
Yes. And I must say this, for the year 22-23, it's been a pretty successful year for Jackson State athletics.
Absolutely. Their football team under then coach Deion Sanders winning the SWAC championship, advancing to the Celebration Bowl, but unfortunately falling to North Carolina Central in that tremendous bowl game. Their women's team,
women's soccer, competed really well, as well as volleyball.
Correct. And then currently the women's basketball team sits in first place with one loss, if I am not mistaken, overall.
Our lone competitor at the 2023 Southwestern.
So, yeah, athletic director Ashley Robinson definitely deserves a huge pat on the back for what he's been able to do with all of his programs over there. Now, I know losing Deion Sanders will be a huge hit, clearly.
Oh, yes, no doubt about it.
But they believe in Coach T.C. Taylor, a former quarterback of theirs from late 90s, early 2000s, that realm. So they believe in him, and they believe that he will do some good things as well. To take a look at the SWAC women's basketball standings, Jackson State, yes, is in first place with a 12-1 conference record, and then there's a log jam for second place between Alabama State, Alabama A&M, and Bethune-Cookman. But guess what, Coach? We just talked about it. All those teams are playing each other coming up.
All those teams.
Absolutely. Bethune-Cookman will play at Alabama A&M on tomorrow, and then at Alabama State on Monday. And then Alabama State and Alabama A&M will square off in the upcoming weeks down in Montgomery. As a matter of fact, it'll be next weekend down in Montgomery. Those two teams played each other in Mobile a month ago as part of a new, what you would say, basketball classic matchup in which over the next several years, one team will give up a home game to play in Mobile, Alabama each year and receive a pretty hefty payout for playing down there. Clearly, both teams also have large alumni bases in the Mobile, Alabama area and also along that Gulf Coast. But, yeah, so as I mentioned, log jam for the SWAC women's second place. And then right behind them for third place, Prairie View and Southern at 8-5. So there's not a lot of separation between really second and sixth place. So it'll be interesting. And all that will play out eventually at the SWAC men's and women's basketball tournament in just a matter of weeks. Here comes Hopkins.
Drop his eyes. Yes. But once he dropped his eyes, it was it.
Going back to back in the men's pole vault.
As he approached, eventually he took his eyes off everything and dropped his eyes here. And that was it.
The team championship awards are top three, also in the men's pole vault.
So Michael Hopkins is your winner overall in the men's pole vault. We just couldn't truly declare him until he was actually out of the competition. All right, everyone, let's take a quick break here on the SWAC Digital Network. We will return with more indoor track and field from the Crossplex. Stay tuned.
Building champions for life didn't just happen overnight. Since 1920, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, SWAC, has been in the forefront in leadership and excellence in all our athletic programs. There are very few major sports halls of fame that a SWAC athlete is not a member. Hall of Fame coaches who were stewards and mentors to these elite athletes. Our tradition, our distinction, our legacy. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
The 2023 Cricket SWAC Men's and Women's Basketball Tournaments presented by Starry return to the Magic City on Wednesday, March 8th through Saturday, March 11th, as the league's top 8 teams on both sides look to bring home championship titles with 2 NCAA tournament berths on the line. This year's tournament is scheduled to be held in downtown Birmingham at Pato Arena. For more information, visit www.swac.org. This year's basketball tournaments are also being brought to you by Buick and Rocket Mortgage.
Let there be no doubt. You are ready for whatever comes next. You've got bars to raise, expectations to exceed, status quos to rise above. And you've come to the right place. Because it all starts right here. Which is precisely why we are so proud to support HBCU programs.
When you join the HBCU family, you become part of the tradition of breaking barriers in your community, breaking ground in your career, and bringing it with everything you do. From how you look to how you move in the classroom, on the court, and on the field. That's why Academy Sports and Outdoors is proud to celebrate the HBCU legacy and all those to add to it in their own way.
That's a pretty tight spot.
Watch this.
Of course your Buick parks itself. That's so you.
It's just up here on the right.
Of course you know where we're going. That's so you.
Kinda got a sixth sense.
And a head-up display.
They're here.
I hit the field, warm up. You brought all these players in your Buick?
Yeah,
So you.
it is. There's a Buick that fits your life because at the heart of every Buick SUV is you.
HBCUs are anchored by legacy. They nurture the talent and determination of their students and prepare them for a bright future. The Home Depot's Retool Your School program has and still believes in the excellence of HBCUs, committed not just in speech, but through the revitalization and upgrades of the campuses these students call home. Building, planting, tilling the dream, all hearts and countless volunteers on the ground. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
And welcome back to the Crossplex here in Birmingham, Alabama. We are wrapping up things for the 2023 Men's and Women's SWAC Indoor Championship. Mo Carter alongside Coach T.J. Williams, formerly of USA Track and Field. And after the extended pole vault competition, we now have finals for both the men's and women's. The women's was already settled basically once the 4x4 came along, as Alabama State, once again, wins the championship by claiming the victory. They got 149 points, beating out Prairie View with 127 points. Coach, what do you thought about Coach Richie Bean's Lady Hornets picking up another championship trophy?
Well, I see it as a redemption. You know, last year it seemed like the conference kind of caught up with him, but Coach Bean, he rose to the occasion as usual. Congratulations to the Lady Hornets on another conference victory. Once again, it was more of a redemption that I saw.
Now let's move over to the men's competition, and that's why we had a true focus on the pole vault competition. Here's why. In the shot put, Jackson State had a second and third place finish. That propelled them to first place above Alabama State. But Alabama State's Isaiah Palmer ends up finishing with 6 points in the pole vault, and he helps propel the Hornets to a men's championship for indoor, which basically gives the Hornets and Lady Hornets a sweep in today's competition.
I look at it as being very bittersweet for Coach. Really did a great job this year. He really came back from losing out last year, redeemed himself, and I look forward for them again outdoors, repeating the same thing indoors.
Only in a few months we will have outdoors. Now we are still waiting on the official announcements of the MVPs and the official announcement and trophy ceremonies for the team competition. But we can tell you this, from the women's side of things, Shamia Jones from Alabama State, she is the top point getter with 32 points with the Lady Hornets, followed by Stella Kiptui from Alcorn State with 28 points. On the men's side, it was Jose Gonzalez from Texas Southern with 30 points as he finished first in the men's mile, 5,000 and 3,000, followed by Abdikadir Muhammad from Alabama State with 20 points there. So lots of good competition today on the track and also in the field, Coach.
Yes, one thing about coming to a conference championship, as an athlete, it doesn't matter is this my event or that's my event. When it comes down to a championship, whatever that's best for the team. And as you saw Shamia Jones, she scored in the mile, the 800, 10 points each, and then she even scored 6 points in the 5,000 as well as 3,000. So it really didn't matter which event was her best event. Her best event was to prepare her team to winning another championship.
Yes, sir. So with that being said, Coach T.J. Williams and I, Mo Carter, will bid you a farewell. Thank you so much for joining us here for the SWAC Men's and Women's Indoor Track and Field Championships from the Crossplex here in Birmingham, Alabama. As we mentioned, we want to thank you so much. Tune in to SWAC.org for all the recaps. And then you can also go back on the YouTube page and rewatch the entire competition. So we bid you a good night. Have yourself a good evening. We'll see you next time. In the meantime, we'll show you some of this trophy ceremonies as we head on out.
about that time to close it out. The MVP awards and the team championship awards. The Southwestern Athletic Conference, the commissioner, he is here, Dr. Charles McClellan. Can you hear me? Almost there, waiting on the strip. All right, I do believe we are ready for the most outstanding performers. We would now like to recognize the 2023 most outstanding performers. Your women's most outstanding field performer with a individual total of 20 points from Alabama State. Let's hear it for Tarani Alexander. And presenting the award, the legend, the SWAC Commissioner, Dr. Charles McClellan. And now, your most outstanding track performer with an individual total of 32 points from Alabama State. Let's hear it for Shemaya Jones. Outstanding. And now for the men's side. Your most outstanding men's field performer with an individual total of 18 points from Jackson State, Javon Gray. He's coming. Be safe, Javon. Once again, presenting the SWAC Commissioner, Dr. Charles McClellan. Outstanding job. And now, your most outstanding men's track performer with an individual total of 30 points. Let's hear it for Texas Southern's Jose Gonzalez. SWAC record in the mile, the 3,000 and 5,000 meters. And now to announce the top 3 teams in the 2023 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. First for the women, finishing in 3rd place with 52.5 points. Let's hear it for Texas Southern University. Come get your award. We see you, Coach. Outstanding. Standing job. And now, finishing in 2nd place with 127 points, the team from Prairie View A&M University. Oh, come on, we can do better than this. Outstanding job. And now, finishing in 1st place with 149 points, your 2023 SWAC Women's Indoor Champion, the team from Alabama State University. Receiving the hardware for the 2023 SWAC Women's Indoor Champion, Alabama State University. And your 2023 SWAC Women's Indoor Coach of the Year, let's hear it for Coach Richie Bean from Alabama State. And thank you, Dr. Charles McClellan, SWAC Commissioner. Let's hear it for Alabama State University and Coach Richie Bean. And now, for the men's indoor top 3 teams, finishing in 3rd place with 95 points, the team from Texas Southern University, TSU. Outstanding job, Texas Southern University. Outstanding job. And for the men's side, finishing in 2nd place with 120 points, let's hear it for the team from Jackson State University. Outstanding job, Jackson State University. And now, ladies and gentlemen, finishing in 1st place on the men's side with 123 points, your 2023 SWAC Men's Indoor Track and Field Champions, they are Alabama State University. And your SWAC 2023 SWAC Men's Indoor Coach of the Year. Let's hear it once again for Richie Bean from Alabama State University. Outstanding job. On behalf of the SWAC Commissioner, Dr. Charles McClellan, and the SWAC Council of Presidents, we would like to congratulate Alabama State University for your team's hard work to become the 2023 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, this officially concludes the 2023 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships Awards. Thank you for joining us. Please have a safe trip back home or wherever your destination may lead you. We hope to see you next year at the 2024 SWAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. It's been a pleasure to serve you.
The 2023 Cricket SWAC Men's and Women's Basketball Tournaments presented by Starry return to the Magic City on Wednesday, March 8th through Saturday, March 11th, as the league's top 8 teams on both sides look to bring home championship titles with 2 NCAA tournament berths on the line. This year's tournament is scheduled to be held in downtown Birmingham at Parto Arena. For more information, visit www.swac.org. This year's basketball tournaments are also being brought to you by Buick and Rocket Mortgage.